Amid the raging seas, when the roaring waves seemed ready to swallow the sky, a legend was reborn. Not in the pages of history, but in a new soul, someone who suddenly transmigrated into the body of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. From the moment he opened his eyes, the ocean stirred and the heavens trembled. A single punch from him could split the seas in half, and one step was enough to make the entire new world tremble before the power of a Yonko. But that power was not meant for domination. It existed to protect his family, to protect those who called him father. And this is the journey that rewrites the entire legend of Whitebeard. A man standing in the vastness of the great sea declared, "If you wish to lay a hand on my family, defeat me first." Boom, boom, boom. Without any unnecessary words, the little snake, green serpent, coiled around the sword and, along with Flower's sword vista, flashed to death. He struck like lightning, his sword light slashing out with the speed of a flash, a dense, intricate pattern of countless blades cleaved through in an instant. Its form was constantly flung and unstable, moving as fast as lightning. It was impossible to focus on it. Even a powerful being like Flower's sword vista might not be able to become its opponent. Yet another figure no less dangerous than the three great menaces, a terrorist. This is the Beast Pirates, a clandestine force, and similarly, a terrifying figure in the underworld. No one knows his name, only his alias, Bow_it lightning. This is the true inner workings of the Beast Pirates, and this is also why Kadu of the Beast Pirates wasn't afraid of Whitebeard at all. Even before the Summit War, when he wanted to start a Four Emperors War, he intercepted and killed Whitebeard halfway through. Kadu of the Beasts possesses an immortal body. The Beast Pirates possess countless terrifying powerhouses unknown to the world, and their mere title alone is enough to send shivers down the spines of the dark underworld, a testament to their immense strength and fearsome nature. Boom, boom, boom. Following closely behind, three incredibly powerful beings suddenly joined the battlefield. This time, a gigantic great ape-like being, resembling a humanoid, suddenly attacked the Golden Lion in the midst of the fierce battle. Boom! One of the ape-like creatures, with a hand as large as a mountain, suddenly attacked, instantly sending Shiki, the Golden Lion, who was unable to retreat from his defensive position, flying away. The three greatest calamities below are the ancient giant ape-like beings, who are also Zoan-type devil fruit users. In the blink of an eye, Shiki, who had initially held the advantage, was instantly at a disadvantage. He chopped off countless pieces of the Queen Serpent's scales. Shiki, the Golden Lion, possessed terrifying strength that could not be underestimated, slicing the entire enormous serpent, leaving it covered in blood. Maybe. At the Great Garden, people joined the battlefield, forming a 2-on-1 formation. Shiki the Golden Lion was even in danger, the shadow of death looming over Shiki the Golden Lion's head. Damn it, how hateful! Shiki, the Golden Lion, let out a furious roar, unleashing unprecedented and terrifying power. His peerless swordsmanship and the terrifying abilities of the floating fruit exploded to their limits. That's right. Trying to get away with something good from two powerful and dangerous beings all by yourself is simply absolutely impossible. Even because Shiki the Golden Lion was elderly and not present, the battle could not proceed further, directly putting him in mortal danger. The Queen, covered in blood, was consumed by a frenzied rage, vowing to kill Shiki the Golden Lion right here and now. Each of the one-eyed serpent-type creatures possesses terrifying abilities due to its ancient Zoan-type, incredible combat power, and boundless endurance. Shiki the Golden Lion is in danger. Across, the sky was filled with swirling blood mist. By taking the bat, which was truly a vampire in its true form, and constantly using the tactic of fighting to sustain the fight, Patrick Redfield was able to restore his strength and ultimately gain a significant advantage. Behind him, a sea of blood stretched to the sky, revealing the truly terrifying power of the Count's blood. Having fought alongside the three great calamities within King and possessing an almost immortal body, he was still nearly drained of blood by Patrick Redfield. This shows just how terrifying the vampire's abilities truly are. That's right. In this place, where everyone was terrified, a gigantic, mountain-like, human-faced Onagumo suddenly descended from the sky, its massive spider-like tendrils hanging from it, and joined the battlefield. This is a terrifying Zoan-type spider with truly powerful abilities. Every white spider silk he spits out is incredibly tough and unbreakable. Even the sharpest sword would struggle to cut through it. Fresh Flower Bridge Zero, bang! A massive, sky-high net enveloped Patrick. Descending from above, it was a huge, white, spiderweb-like net. Spider silk is incredibly strong and unbreakable. In this fleeting moment, Patrick Redfield is in danger. Damn it! Patrick! Redfield let out a sharp, agonizing scream. Suddenly, an adorable little animal emerged from within the body. It was a leopard. The leopard leapt swiftly upwards, daring to land just before the spider web fell, and with a single bite, it snapped, and it bit through a section of silk so tough that even a sharp sword couldn't cut it. Gurgle! The little leopard cub directly bit through the spider web and devoured it in one gulp. At that moment, a gap appeared in the web created by Zhang Jialaw. Patrick Redfield seized the opportunity, leaping high into the air, and, carrying the leopard, broke through the spider web. It's possible, but not right now. The three greatest calamities, King and Patrick, suddenly appeared from nowhere. Redfield, seemingly out of nowhere, struck down from above. The first danger hasn't been completely averted, and now we're facing another wave of danger. Almost instantly, Patrick Redfield found himself in a desperate situation. Right now, the entire Whitebeard Pirates crew found themselves in unprecedented danger. No squad change. I encountered Waterloo. 16 squad leaders, just like that. They encountered a terrifyingly powerful opponent. The Beast Pirates have completely exploded. This shows that they belong to the true Four Emperors forces, a terrifyingly powerful force. The pirates, having witnessed this scene firsthand, all gasped in shock. Indeed, the Four Emperors, the invincible forces of the New World, had been developing and expanding in the New World for so many years that their foundation is terrifyingly deep, completely incomparable to our pirate crews. The Beast Pirates. Every character who appears is a terrifying pirate who can cause chaos and upheaval in the world, especially those kings in the shadows, the controllers of the underworld, who are also subordinates of Kadu of the Beast Pirates. This is going to be an earth-shattering battle. Will the Whitebeard Pirates be in trouble? With such a shocking turn of events, someone within the pirate crew immediately rushed to use the 130 phone to spread the news of the situation. The New World. Somewhere, a gentle breeze blows, the waves are calm, and the vast expanse of the sea is clear and serene. One ship slowly approached the pirate ship above. Captain, we've just received news that the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates are locked in a fierce battle, and an incident has occurred. Ben Beckman, wearing a snail pattern shirt, exhaled a puff of smoke and slowly said, the Beast Pirates have always had hidden forces in the underworld, each with power almost on par with Kado's three greatest threats to the Beast Pirates. Just now, they all returned and joined the battlefield. The Whitebeard Pirates are in danger. Upon hearing the news, red-haired Shanks remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking deep down. This person, with their kind heart, perpetually smiling and approachable demeanor, and red hair, remains aloof and unfathomable figure whose inner thoughts are forever beyond anyone's comprehension. Even someone like Ben Beckman, considered the world's greatest pirate strategist, willingly became his subordinate. This couldn't have been achieved solely through charisma. Captain, are we going to go into battle? He grabbed this huge lucky chicken leg, took a bite of the greasy, juicy leg, then looked up, his green hat pulled down, his squinting eyes glancing towards the redhead, and asked. Red-haired Shanks suddenly laughed. It's possible to act as a battlefield observer for pirate crews. It's not just the red-hair pirates. The Blackbeard Pirates also secretly send people to observe and pay attention to the constant changes on the battlefield. The Beast Pirates suddenly acquired several incredibly powerful pirates, instantly changing the battlefield. This news quickly spread to the Blackbeard Pirates. The New World. A clap of thunder and lightning struck the desolate, remote island. Amidst the dense, towering trees in the jungle, Blackbeard and his crew advanced step by step. A group of people were struggling with ants in a highly poisonous jungle when they suddenly received a phone call. The Whitebeard Pirates are facing the greatest threat in their history. The Beast Pirates, lurking in the underworld, possess powerful individuals who have all returned and are now engaging in a final decisive battle with the Whitebeard Pirates. This news brought joy to the Blackbeard Pirates, who had been complaining about the giant ants. Oh ha ha ha, I knew there was no need to run away. Whitebeard is so arrogant and domineering. he'll be defeated sooner or later. Kado isn't Charlotte Linlin, is he? His immortal body and terrifying underworld abilities are all absolute advantages for Kado. Damn Whitebeard, we finally escaped from this deadly giant ant. All of this is because of Whitebeard. A group of pirates, including the Blackbeard pirates, were consumed by resentment after being bitten by an ant. Whitebeard, father, it might not be so easy to fall down. Ha ha ha, let's keep going. Before we reach this forest, we'll be at that place. Blackbeard Teach is essentially destroying everyone's ideas. He had followed Whitebeard for 20 years, so he naturally knew Whitebeard well. Leaving aside the Summit War, if Whitebeard were to take action, he probably wouldn't hesitate. Moreover, with Whitebeard's powerful reincarnation, how could he possibly underestimate his opponent like that? Captain, we shouldn't head east right now. We can still catch that hunter behind us. If we rush there now, we might be able to gain the greatest benefit. The Whitebeard pirates, along with Whitebeard himself, I'm afraid they're doomed. The entire Blackbeard pirate crew reacted in such a chaotic manner, expressing their displeasure. Blackbeard was clearly disdainful. He was extremely confident in his own judgment. He grinned, revealing to rows of gap teeth, how can you jump to conclusions so quickly? Not even a second later? The most intense for Emperor's War in history is currently taking place on the Eastern Island, the island of the Great East. Whitebeard saw the entire battlefield situation behind him. The Whitebeard pirates' situation is not optimistic, and could even be described as precarious. Whether it's the powerful legendary pirates, the Nong Squad crews, or the captains of the 16 squads, they are all in danger. Right now, there's only one way to completely eliminate the threat posed by the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard made it clear that the current situation for the Whitebeard pirates was not optimistic. They had to break through the enemy lines themselves. To capture the enemy, you must first capture their king. To kill the enemy, first kill their general. Whitebeard's eyes suddenly blazed with a blinding light. The first move to kill Kado will resolve all the current dangers. In their eyes, the only way to quickly free the Whitebeard pirates from danger was to kill Kado. As soon as Captain Kado dies, the morale of the entire pirate crew will plummet. The pirates will even panic and start fleeing. But considering the Whitebeard pirates on this side, their morale must have been greatly boosted. If the situation continues like this, they can absolutely reverse the current perilous situation. If Whitebeard hadn't been severely injured in the Summit War, the powerful Whitebeard pirates could have absolutely annihilated the Beast pirates. Even after the subsequent climactic battle, and despite Whitebeard's reincarnation and return to rebuild the Whitebeard pirates, and the addition of numerous powerful individuals, they would still face the same predicament as they did during the battle with the Beast pirates, falling into the 7-3 crisis. After all, the Beast pirates have reigned supreme in the New World for so many years, developing under their banner of power without interruption, possessing immense strength and resources that are absolutely not as simple as they appear on the surface. If Whitebeard hadn't killed Doflamingo and destroyed the artificial devil fruit factory, the Beast pirates would likely have become even more terrifyingly powerful in the future. Even so, the Beast pirates today burn, kill, and plunder, massacring towns and cities, stealing countless devil fruits, allowing powerful pirates under their banner to eat these devil fruits, thereby creating even more powerful pirates. These are the trump cards that the Beast pirates truly dared to use against the Whitebeard pirates. There's still a little bit left. How difficult would it be to kill Kado? For all these years, no matter how much Kado tried to court death, he never died. It's like squatting in Impel Down and breaking free from the shackles. It's like facing execution, and even the executioner's blade can be broken. It's like jumping from 10,000 meters high and still coming out unharmed. This is where Kado's confidence in his duel with Whitebeard comes from. He knew perfectly well that he couldn't possibly die. It's impossible to be killed. Even if you get injured, it's just a minor injury. Whitebeard might not look the same. Having died once at the Summit War, Kado's mindset became extraordinarily simple and straightforward. He was confident in his immortality, and that Whitebeard was someone he could kill. Kado wanted to risk serious injury to kill Whitebeard. Kado is immortal. That's not just a figure of speech. But how powerful was Whitebeard in the face of this? The ultimate state. Divine and demonic body. Immense power. Invincible physical body. Kado, you little brat, today, You will surely be cut down by my sword." Whitebeard no longer held back, waving his hand, and suddenly a crack appeared in the ground, and flames shot upwards. "Follow me!" A blade of fiery red light, like a divine dragon, shot out, swiftly circling in the air before returning to Whitebeard's hand. Having eaten the burning fruit, he acquired a life force attribute of fiery demon. This weapon is far more powerful than that of the other animal-eating demon. With his sword in hand, Whitebeard was like a tiger with wings. Own! The supremely powerful sword strike suddenly slashed towards Kadu. The elemental transformation of the blade, actively unleashed from Whitebeard's hand, unleashed a devastating slash that tore through the sky, cleaving through the layers of clouds as if the entire heavens were ripped apart. Countless dark clouds swirled outwards, and fiery streaks shot towards the sky, creating a magnificent spectacle with overwhelming force. This sword strike was like a divine fire descending from the heavens, a pillar of immense, muscular fire, tilting and falling from the sky, engulfing Kadu and pouring down upon him. This was an incredibly terrifying divine fire. Even the air was burned and distorted. The temperature was frighteningly high, and the temperature in all directions instantly increased countless times, becoming unbearably hot. How powerful is Kadu? Doesn't he know how terrifyingly powerful this divine fire that descended from the heavens truly is? However, Kadu not only had no choice but to either dodge or resist, but instead of retreating, he advanced, charging directly towards Whitebeard. Even more terrifying than the giants of the race, their colossal bodies hurtled towards Whitebeard in a flash, each step causing the ground to shake and mountains to tremble, creating a terrifying earthquake-like tremor. Kado's choice is truly a perfect one. If he had tried to dodge, Whitebeard's observation hockey would have definitely focused on him long ago. There would have been no way he could have avoided it. If he resists, the slashing attacks and divine fire descending from the heavens will possess boundless and terrifying power. Even if Kadu were immortal, he would still be severely injured and thrown into a frantic state of disarray, making his attacks pointless. Kadu might choose to launch a surprise attack on Whitebeard. So, if Whitebeard doesn't let go of this attack, which consumes an unknown amount of his power, then he will definitely have to share the burden of this level of attack and divine fire with Kadu. This was Kadu, making the best choice in that extremely brief moment. As expected of the four emperors. Boom, boom, boom. Kadu, in a flash, launched a surprise attack on Whitebeard, unleashing a devastating air-shattering punch, striking directly from behind. Whitebeard's fighting spirit soared, and like a dragon's claw, he raised both arms, suddenly thrusting them forward, sending two fists straight at Kadu. Crackling sounds. The two fought fiercely, blood gushing out like a raging storm, shattering the air into countless fragments. The two men clashed in the blink of an eye. The sky was ablaze with terrifying energy, a massive, muscular fire engulfing the two men's heads, pouring down with a deafening roar. The temperature was so high that even the air seemed to boil like a raging inferno, instantly engulfing the two of them. Whitebeard. There was no choice but to stop his sword attack. An incredibly massive pillar of divine fire, descending from the heavens, poured down. Almost instantly, an extremely deep hole appeared, and the geological strata, as fragile as tofu, collapsed and sank. The divine fire continued to fall from the sky. Anyone who approached that pirate-infested area, without exception, was instantly engulfed in a divine fire, vanishing as if vaporizing from the face of the earth in a flash. The scene was undeniably shocking, a sight that stirred the hearts of all who witnessed it, a life-or-death battle between pirates, leaving them utterly shaken. Throughout the vast Beast Pirates' eastern base, the temperature rose rapidly. Even the surface of the sea evaporated because of it, and the mist rose up in wisps. How terrifying were the places where Whitebeard and Kadu lived during the battle. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Even the pirates in the distance were terrified. They stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the shocking scene, their mouths gaping so wide they could fit chicken eggs. What terrifyingly high temperatures this? The flame of the blazing fruit. How does it feel even more powerful than Ace's back then? And that's just Whitebeard's battle sword. Such terrifyingly high temperatures and divine flames are continuously pouring down from the sky. Whitebeard and Kadu, are they trying to perish together? Impossible. How could powerful experts of their caliber be burned to death by flames? Even divine fire couldn't possibly kill them. However, they must be injured. Each pirate was filled with awe, feeling the temperature around them rise to an unsettling, dry heat. For a moment, they were deeply moved, each terrified as they gazed into the distance at the divine fire that continuously slanted down from the eastern island. Even from that distance, I still felt terrified. Boom! Suddenly, in the middle, a violent explosion rang out. Follow me! A cloud of dust and blood mist instantly rose into the air, engulfing the ground. Suddenly, a golden figure rose up from the thick mist, like a kite with a broken string, and was flung out. Golden Lion Shiki is defeated. Countless people became agitated. The incomparably powerful Golden Lion Shiki, who single-handedly fought to the notorious beast pirates, both top-tier pirates, ultimately failed. He was completely blown away by the human Volspow, his blood turning into a bloody mist that filled the air. His long, golden hair was disheveled beyond recognition, and a considerable amount of his golden hair even flew through the air. Everyone was utterly astonished. They stared in disbelief. The Whitebeard Pirates' #1 strongest member has been defeated. In a legendary era of great pirates, the man who almost ascended to the Pirate King's throne, the first pirate to escape from Impel Down, the strongest member of the Whitebeard Pirates' Nong Squad, a Paramecia-type Paramecia fruit user, Golden Lion Shiki, was defeated. Originally, the Golden Lion was fighting a formidable pirate of considerable power, and he held a significant advantage. Given enough time, the Golden Lion was even certain to kill his opponent. That's right. After another disastrously powerful pirate joined the battle, the situation completely reversed, becoming uncontrollable for the Golden Lion. Final. In the fierce and brutal battle inside, Shiki the Golden Lion was exhausted and couldn't defeat the two great pirates of the Beast Pirates. He failed. At the same time, everyone saw a huge, green, scale-like snake-tailed creature on the other side, violently flying out, spewing fresh blood. Following closely behind, the Great Calamity Queen, originally an enormous azure serpent, transformed into a human form. From the thigh down there, an entire thigh is missing. The blood was flowing profusely. It was absolutely horrific. Shiki, the Golden Lion, risked his life, severing one of the 3 great calamities of the Queen Snake's tail on entire leg. Roar! The Queen and another great pirate roared in anger, breaking through the blood mist and charging towards Golden Lion Shiki. They want to completely eliminate the Golden Lion. Shiki failed. Beardy whirled, his heart pounding with shock, suddenly unleashed an overwhelming surge of power. He pushed the limit of his Momo fruit ability, which possessed boundless potential, to its absolute peak. Ignoring the immense strain and exhaustion on his body, he slaughtered his opponent and charged towards the Golden Lion Shiki. 527 Beardy World has chosen to shoulder to rivals for the Golden Lion. Replace Shiki the Golden Lion and fight. Maybe. He had already expended an unknown amount of physical strength. Even if he could hold out for a while like Shiki the Golden Lion, he would ultimately be unable to withstand the exhaustion and would fail, possibly even facing life-threatening danger. Even with the possibility of death, Beardy World didn't hesitate for a moment. This is what he's proud of. As the proud successor to Whitebeard, he would never choose to back down. Before this era, let's call it the Whitebeard era. Beardy World, in a frenzy of rage, roared, vowing to write this era for Whitebeard, even at the cost of his life. This era will still be written by the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard will not perish. Own. The great battle continues. That's right. At the same time, suddenly, in the middle of it all, a violent surge of blood mist erupted, threatening to explode in an instant. Patrick was weakened. Redfield, along with another terrifying figure, simultaneously flew out from the blood mist filling the sky. That's another great disaster from the Beast Pirates. King Count Blood, facing 2 opponents at once, risked his life to slay King, one of the 3 great menaces. And he himself, similarly, was severely wounded and killed by another pirate of equally formidable power. Nearly died. It's noisy. Right now, everyone was buzzing with excitement. The second strongest member of the Whitebeard Pirates has been defeated. Taking on 2 opponents at once and managing to take down one is enough to prove the Count's bloodline is powerful. Perhaps he truly still failed. Following Shiki the Lion, the second strongest member of the Whitebeard Pirates, without a division, also perished. Thus, the situation almost instantly plunged the Whitebeard Pirates into a desperate predicament. Everyone is in a hurry. The Whitebeard pirates fought a battle against the Beast pirates, and it wasn't just a fight between two pirate crews. The more important the pirate crew is to the entire New World, the more dangerous it becomes. It's important to know that the Beast pirates previously carried out extremely brutal massacres, wiping out entire islands and towns. It's simply because a demon fruit is also, or perhaps a kind of treasure. As the Count's bloodline declined, all the pirate crews became increasingly uneasy. Can the Whitebeard pirates possibly withstand this? The Whitebeard pirates cannot afford to lose. Whether the entire New World can remain peaceful depends on whether the Whitebeard pirates can win this battle. Countless pirates exclaimed in astonishment. They didn't want to see the Beast pirates win. That's right. The Beast pirates currently hold a considerable advantage. How can we win? The only solution. Whitebeard, the god of war Kadu. In the midst of battle, once one side wins, the other pirate crew will absolutely be forced to flee. This is truly a miracle. We need Whitebeard to come up with some creative ideas. Can Father possibly win? The defeat of Count Blood, Golden Lion Shiki, and his group left Marco and the other squad leaders feeling increasingly tense and anxious. They wanted to help Whitebeard, but they lacked the strength. Their opponents were all incredibly powerful. B. How do you create miracles? Can my father really create miracles? Everyone was in a hurry. This is a world-shattering battle, reaching its most crucial moment. Kia, with his muscular build and towering physique, remained in the same spot, continuously unleashing an endless stream of intensely burning, crimson divine fire, causing the temperature in the air to rise steadily and the surrounding seawater to continuously evaporate. That's not all. Everyone could sense it again. Inside that incredibly muscular, blazing pillar of fire, Whitebeard and Kadu were engaged in an extremely fierce battle. A deafening, ear-splitting roar of battle was constantly echoing. The flames, shaken by the aftershocks of the battle, shot out in a dense, tangled mass resembling a fiery rain, creating a terrifying spectacle. That pillar of fire was far away in a local area, where no one was fighting anymore. The Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates were battling, constantly moving further and further away from that terrifying pillar of fire. Captain, should we quickly join the Whitebeard pirates and fight the Beast pirates? On the high seas, pirates were asking the captain if they could join the battle. It's just that. Human hearts are inherently selfish. Everyone was worried about the Whitebeard pirates, hoping they would turn the tide and win. But when it came time for them to join the battle, they backed down. We can't go. Besides, even if we did go, it would be like a drop in the ocean. It wouldn't change the situation at all. We can only hope the Whitebeard pirates will turn things around and create a miracle. This is essentially the official explanation given by the pirate crew and their captains. They had no option for reinforcements. Anyway, choosing to join the battle was highly likely to cost them their lives. The Whitebeard pirates were completely in a dire situation. At times like these, who would dare join the battlefield? To invite self-destruction and even risk the entire pirate crew's annihilation. One captain explained it that way. The dead are all selfish. When choosing a place with auspicious feng shui, don't even mention the living. If the Whitebeard pirates currently held the advantage, countless other pirate crews would undoubtedly choose to join the battlefield and collectively conquer the Beast pirates. However, at present, no one dares to step forward to attack the Beast pirates. They are merely watching the battle from afar. No one is going to be so foolish as to sacrifice themselves. Each pirate spoke in such a low voice. HMPH, a bunch of cowards who lack even the willpower. The Whitebeard pirates don't need a bunch of fools like you. But at that moment, a voice was heard. Everyone was startled and looked in the direction of the sound the king's son. Just then, a figure appeared, his hands enveloping an unusually long and ostentatious sword, coldly leaning against the deck of a strangely shaped pirate ship, and speaking in a cold voice. The extravagantly long sword tucked into his chest sent shivers down people's spines. The legendary sword, the Demon's Cry. The 7 warlords of the sea, Trafalgar Law. Someone let out a cry. The person speaking in a cold voice was none other than Law, who had personally witnessed Whitebeard's ruthless slaying of Kizura Trafalgar on Punk Hazard Island. Trafalgar Law, the world's greatest swordsman in the tournament, shone even brighter. His anatomy fruit ability displayed incredibly terrifying power, making his reputation spread far and wide. Even though he was a newcomer, no one would underestimate him. Until Trafalgar Law challenged Hawkeye, and after his defeat, he immediately disappeared. No one would have thought that Trafalgar Law would reappear at this time. Bang! The sea was churned up, and the Heart Pirates were rapidly heading east towards the island. Trafalgar Law, he's actually joining the battlefield at this moment. He wants to go help the Whitebeard Pirates. A madman, a complete madman. The Whitebeard Pirates clearly want to flee. They'll likely be wiped out on the eastern island, joining the battle now. Is definitely suicidal. 253. Many people were a little frightened. By this point, most pirates felt that the Whitebeard Pirates were doomed. Right now, the Whitebeard Pirates were constantly losing their lives, and although the Beast Pirates suffered equally heavy losses, they couldn't withstand the Beast Pirates' superior numbers, strength, and home field advantage. If only a miracle could happen, and the Whitebeard Pirates could win and annihilate the Beast Pirates, that would be absolutely fantastic. Waiting for a miracle is absolutely necessary. Otherwise, with the 100 Beasts pirate crew, I fear the entire new world will never have a day of peace in the future. The Heart Pirates could bring about a turning point. If there were more pirates like the Heart Pirates, perhaps victory would truly be possible. Many more people showed a look of awe. They were hoping for a small miracle to happen. Although they were afraid of death and dared not go to the battlefield, they still hoped for a miracle to occur. Even with the Heart Pirates joining, they couldn't change the course of the battle. Because the Whitebeard Pirates suffered such heavy losses in the Summit War and were subsequently hunted down by Edward Weevil and the Blackbeard Pirates a year later, the remaining forces, plus those joined after Whitebeard's return, were still no match for the powerful Beast Pirates. On the battlefield, things are as extraordinary as ever, so there's no need to be optimistic. Marco waited for a group of squad leaders, all of them practically insane, fighting recklessly. Fresh blood had already stained them blood-stained, and it was unknown how many lives they had taken. Marco, in particular, had quickly become insanely distraught, fighting with a frenzied disregard for his own life. I absolutely cannot allow my father to suffer any injury. Marco let out a long roar, his body continuously erupting with dazzling blue flames, forcing back the formidable pirates fighting him. Following this, the intense flames slaughtered each member of the Beast Pirates. Maybe following closely behind was another notorious pirate of the highest rank, who unexpectedly attacked. This was the same notorious pirate who had beheaded the Count. Marco, that's a different, stupid idea. This time, Whitebeard is destined to once again embark on the path of the Summit War and die again. This notorious pirate, a top-tier villain, not only possesses immense power and a vicious heart, but his intentions are even more sinister. He plots to make Marco worrying about Whitebeard, causing him to become emotionally unstable, thereby creating a weakness and ultimately killing Marco. Absolutely impossible. Father absolutely cannot lose everything. Marco let out a long, deafening roar, unleashing an incredibly powerful and terrifying force. He feared nothing, except perhaps his father Whitebeard, because he would absolutely never again experience the pain of losing his father, nor the torment he endured before the Whitebeard Pirates' downfall. Marco, don't worry, father. You said he's invincible, this time. Our Whitebeard Pirates absolutely cannot be annihilated. The honest and sensible George, suddenly encountering a formidable opponent, relies on prepayment for a disastrous pirate-level battle, charging straight ahead to attack. His tone was incredibly firm, his demeanor extremely calm. Even though his whole body was covered in blood, he still maintained an invincible confidence, because he was absolutely certain that Whitebeard, his father, would definitely win. That's right, we are absolutely certain that father can kill Kadu. May he emerge victorious. Vista, wielding supernatural swordsmanship, forced back the formidable opponent who had foreseen the impending disaster, taking a decisive and unwavering stance. Correct. Marco let out a long roar, unleashing a barrage of earth-shattering attacks, killing one by one the members of the Beast Pirates. HMPH, what a stupid idea. A group of dangerous pirates suddenly attacked, each one a formidable and dangerous character. Captain Kadu is an invincible being with an immortal body. In a one-on-one fight, Captain Kadu is naturally the strongest in the whole world. The Whitebeard era is over. That's right, Captain Kado has the title of the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. How could it be just an empty title? Bang! A powerful, invincible, and devastating group of pirates surged forward, completely surrounding Marco and the other captains. The Whitebeard Pirates' squad leader is dangerous. Own. But at this moment, a sound that drowned out all the other violent explosions suddenly echoed throughout the eastern island. The air, in vast swaths, transformed into vibrations, constantly swirling and pulsating, incredibly terrifying. The flames blazed fiercely. A column of fire exploded. At this moment, everyone became terrified. In an instant, everyone held their breath in unison, each one extremely tense, staring intently at the column of fire that had just erupted. Whitebeard fought Kadu in a battle. Who won and who lost? The outcome. Come out. The terrifying pillar of flames suddenly threatened to explode in the middle, transforming into a terrifying sea of fire that engulfed the entire island. There, amidst the intensely hot, blazing sea of fire, a colossal, godlike figure, awe-inspiring within, surged through the raging flames, flying outwards. A terrifying wave of energy pushed the distant flames aside. This figure, flying backward along its trajectory, created a vacuum, causing the raging fire to dissipate. That's Kato's body. Everyone was utterly shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. No one would have imagined that the one who was sent flying would be the one hailed as the strongest creature in the world, the strongest being on land and water. The king of beasts, Kadu. Own. A terrifying wave of sound erupted, followed by Whitebeard's incredibly awe-inspiring figure, 733, carrying boundless, sky-shattering power, launching a swift and unexpected attack. Even from a great distance, people could feel the terrifying, overwhelming aura. Whitebeard charged forward, his enormous, imposing figure possessing a speed like lightning. A deafening roar of swirling air echoed in his ears, and behind him, a raging sea of flames continuously reversed its course. Whitebeard suddenly clenched his fists, one hand glowing crimson with flames, a technique developed from the blazing fire fruit's power, a transformation of the blade origin. The other hand was imbued with a pitch-black, abyss-like armament hockey, an absolutely powerful hockey that reinforced his already terrifying fists. These were two fists capable of tearing apart the heavens. There are no unnecessary words. Whitebeard caught up and sent Kadu flying, his two fists extended like a clash of divine dragons, possessing boundless and terrifying power. He unleashed a punch enveloped in divine flames. Shiranui suddenly striking out, the air beneath Shiranui's fist instantly vaporized into a vacuum. The fist traced a crimson trajectory, and with a resounding crash, it landed on Kato's body. Bang! The terrifying divine fire, along with waves of air that vibrated in unison, instantly surged forth. An immense force fell upon Katu, causing his flesh to crack and his body to vibrate violently. Blood gushed out in an instant, only to be quickly consumed by the divine fire. The pungent smell of blood and burnt flesh made one feel as if they were in a dark apocalypse. Boom! Katu endured a terrible punch, suddenly letting out a long scream, but he was sent flying backward. Thinking he could unleash his full power in midair was utter nonsense. But he is, after all, the king of beasts. Although unable to unleash its full power, it can still unleash extraordinary destructive force. Katu let out a loud roar, and in the blink of an eye, he had no choice but to change his arm. His entire arm, resembling a giant snake, suddenly coiled around, distorting the air and emitting a sharp, ear-piercing hiss. In an instant, Katu directly confronted Whitebeard. That's right. Whitebeard unleashed a powerful, fiery punch, followed by another punch imbued with terrifying armament hockey, striking Katu at this critical moment. The overwhelming and domineering force caused Kato's entire body to tremble, and the punch he was about to throw involuntarily stopped, his momentum weakening. Just then, Whitebeard's powerful and domineering fists, striking out with lightning speed, were relentless. The third punch, the fire fist, landed in an instant. In a flash, Kato's flesh trembled, his skin shaking violently. Before blood could even gush out, he was reduced to charcoal. The fourth move, armament hockey, landed on Kato's flesh in an instant, blood and gore splattering everywhere, creating a huge gaping wound from which blood gushed out like a fountain, a truly terrifying sight. The fifth move follows and is struck. The explosion was deafening, like a clap of thunder. On Friday, power came crashing down. Like the sound of drums, a heavy, rumbling sound, it felt like an unparalleled shock, a violent impact deep within one's soul. Seeing this scene, all the pirates were involuntarily terrified. Whether it was the fierce battle raging on the island between the two great Four Emperors pirate crews, the newly joined Heart Pirates, or the hesitant pirate crews far away, all the pirates involuntarily stopped their movements. Their bodies stiffened in an instant, and everyone stared in astonishment. Whitebeard, like a god or demon, unleashed a series of powerful and domineering punches in an instant. His fists, imbued with divine fire and terrifying, abyssal energy, struck one after another. Every punch Whitebeard threw at Kato's godlike physique would burst into a flower of blood, or a huge blood hole would appear. Everyone was shaken and didn't know what to do. Such a terrifying and shocking image, just looking at it is enough to send shivers down your spine, make you break out in a cold sweat, and fill you with fear. What a terrifyingly powerful martial art! Every pirate was deeply moved as they stared at that awe-inspiring scene. With each punch Whitebeard threw, it was like a sledgehammer striking a drum, the sound of which reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Dong, dong, dong. The punch landed on Kato's body, accompanied by a thunderous roar like a lightning strike from the heavens, sending streams of blood flying. Dong, dong, dong. With each punch Whitebeard threw, the pirates who witnessed this scene couldn't help but feel a surge of tension in their hearts, as if each punch landed squarely on their chests, causing a tremendous tremor throughout the pirate crew. That's terrible. In the blink of an eye, Whitebeard threw approximately 32 punches. Each of these powers is as powerful and ancient as the divine hammer. Kato's whole body exploded. Fresh blood fell like a torrential downpour. The immortal body of Kia appeared, each with a terrifying, blood-red hole. Explosion. The sky. 32 divine powers. With 32 divine powers unleashed, cracks appeared in the sky, and the clouds rapidly split and swirled backward, a truly terrifying sight. The 32 hard-shaking punches struck Kato's god-demon body, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Fresh blood fell like a torrential downpour, many bundles of fresh blood exploding and flying everywhere. This is an unimaginable image, utterly horrifying. It causes a stir among those who hear it, shocks those who see it, and makes everyone tremble. This is incredibly destructive power. Everyone was deeply shaken, witnessing the most unbelievable battle scene in the world. Hailed as the strongest in the world fighting alone, hailed as the absolutely immortal king of beasts, Kato was repeatedly forced back, blood gushing out like a torrential rain. That man, call him Whitebeard. Everyone was utterly shocked by what they saw, a terrifying figure, that 14-year-old crescent moon-shaped Whitebeard. Every single person displayed an expression of extreme fear. 32 divine powers. That was Whitebeard in battle, combining the sword style to transform his abilities, integrating armament hockey, and the characteristics of his god-demon body to develop an invincible martial art. Whitebeard unleashed 32 punches, and Kato's body was torn apart, his flesh and blood rotting away until he was unrecognizable. Feeling delighted, Whitebeard was extremely comfortable. This shocking scene, witnessed by many pirates of the Beast Pirates, instilled extreme fear in each of them. Even the two notorious pirates who competed against Beer New World showed signs of fear. Along with Marco, Diamond George, Flower Sword Vista, and Sand Crocodile, the captains of the pirate crews engaged in fierce battles, inflicting devastating damage on the pirates. And all of them felt an unprecedented and terrifying pressure. A miracle. It's truly a miracle. No one could have imagined that Whitebeard would create such an unimaginable miracle, causing countless people to panic. Originally facing a desperate situation with the Whitebeard pirates, upon witnessing Whitebeard's father's victory, they were all shaken and their spirits were shaken. Each of them fighting even more recklessly, disregarding their own lives. Reconsidering the Beast Pirates. Originally, after several dangerous pirates from the underworld joined the battlefield, the Beast Pirates gained an absolute advantage, especially their captains. The Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses, with their powerful squads almost completely wiped out. We just have a few more moments to win. That's right. The entire Beast Pirates crew, numbering in the thousands, were absolutely astonished that their captain, the immortal captain, had been beaten to a pulp in battle with Whitebeard. Each member of the Beast Pirates stared in wide-eyed astonishment at their captain, Kato, the king of beasts. His body was covered in blood, his colossal frame even larger than that of a giant, with 16 terrifyingly gaping holes from which blood gushed out like a storm, and 16 horrifying charred fist marks where flesh and skin had been burned to ashes. The 12 terrifying wounds inflicted by the beast pirates were so horrific that even the pirates were utterly terrified, their hearts filled with fear as if they had seen gods or demons. Crisis is spreading within the beast pirates, and the queen, who had one of her legs severed by Shiki the Golden Lion at the risk of her life, was left with only one leg remaining. Seeing this scene, she was utterly shocked. Within the entire beast pirates crew, there might be someone whose strength rivals that of the three great calamities, but absolutely no one can match their status. The three great calamities are Kato's absolute confidence, utterly loyal to Kado. It's safe to say that Kado is the closest of the three subordinates. Right now, one of the three great calamities, Jack the Drought, was quickly cut down by Whitebeard with his sword. Another pirate, one of the kings, also risked his life fighting the Blood Count, slashing at the blood-colored bat below. Of the three great calamities, only one remains. Under such circumstances, the queen found it absolutely impossible to accept this scene, Kado being beaten into a bloody mess by Whitebeard, his body riddled with horrific blood holes and charred. Powerful fist marks. He can accept Kado's defeat. I simply couldn't comprehend what I was seeing, Kado. Nearly dead. Ahar. The queen let out a long, drawn-out howl, escaping the immediate battle. She needed to charge forward, risking her life against Whitebeard. Whitebeard, I will definitely kill you. The queen let out a long, terrifying roar, unleashing an incredibly powerful and frenzied attack towards Whitebeard. She carried with her a terrifying surge of energy, engulfing the heavens and earth, launching a swift and unexpected assault on Whitebeard. Wherever he went, the Whitebeard pirates were sent flying. He's risking his life in this one desperate assassination attempt. An unprecedented and terrifying destructive force erupted. Hiss! But right now, a terrifying, long stream of flames pierced through the air, 357 appearing as crimson as lightning, instantly striking straight ahead. Queen saw this line of swords moving at lightning speed, a long, blood-red streak of light. In an instant, her pupils widened, and she thought she had to dodge Whitebeard's sword strike. Just that. It's unavoidable. Whitebeard attacked. How could he possibly dodge? A blood-red flash of lightning suddenly appeared. Even outsiders couldn't clearly see how the bearded man, Chubai, made his move. They only saw a flash of red lightning suddenly appearing. Follow me, just a second after letting out a long scream, declaring she would definitely kill Whitebeard, the queen's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying stream of blood. His body was pierced by a chain of red lightning. Own. Only now has everyone finally seen it clearly. Catching the terrifying, blood-red, lightning-fast speed, it was Whitebeard's signature sword technique. Seeing this shocking scene, the sword pierced through the queen's body, the entire hilt of the sword's eye and through her body. You want to kill me? You're still far from capable of that. Whitebeard's voice echoed, the so-called three great calamities. You'd better go reunite with them in hell. The domineering, powerful sword pierced through the queen, then, ending the cycle of power, propelled her body backward. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the sword thrust pinned the ferocious queen deep into the earth's crust. In an instant, countless rocks and earth flew outwards, and a bottomless pit appeared in a flash. But the sword beneath the queen had long since lost all signs of life. Death was inevitable. This, the three most powerful queens of all calamities, killed by Whitebeard in an instant. The one who had just declared he wanted to slay Whitebeard, claiming to be Kato's powerful revenge against the queen, was instantly annihilated by Whitebeard. Wherever the queen passed, countless pirates were powerless to resist. Before they could even get close to Whitebeard, they were brutally killed by him with the force of his sword. Everyone was utterly astonished. For a moment, everyone looked at Whitebeard with eyes as if they had seen a god or demon, each one revealing an unparalleled shock and fear. Is this the true strength of the Whitebeard? 32 powerful punches against Kado. A single sword strike killed the three greatest calamities at the forefront. Kill, kill. Suddenly, in the middle of the beast pirates, someone, seemingly carrying a beast, roared angrily at Whitebeard and charged towards him. I am the captain seeking revenge. Thousands upon thousands of members of the beast pirates, enraged, roared in unison, ignoring their opponents and charging towards Whitebeard. As if spurred on by the Queen's death, or perhaps driven by their unwavering loyalty to Captain Kadu, every member of the Beast Pirates, their eyes blazing with boundless rage, charged towards Whitebeard. Thousands of us, surely we can kill one Whitebeard, can't we? There were pirates roaring with anger. Self-proclaimed pirate crew, Beast Pirates Group, providing support. Retirement. But at that moment, a crimson bolt of lightning flashed from the Queen's corpse, shooting rapidly towards the person who had just spoken. This person is a dangerous being with immense power. Perhaps in this fleeting moment, he spun around rapidly, his body moving left and right to dodge, trying to avoid that terrifying, blood-red bolt of lightning. That's right. How could his speed possibly match Whitebeard's sword-wielding speed? A blood-red flash of lightning, in just a blink of an eye, instantly killed this notorious pirate. For a brief moment, fresh blood fell like a torrential downpour. A chilling, bloody stench, like a torrential downpour, fell upon the faces of the numerous members of the Beast Pirates who were charging towards Whitebeard. Almost simultaneously, the faces of all the Beast Pirates changed drastically, turning pale and powerless. Everyone, don't be afraid, just kill Whitebeard. That will be the victory for our Beast Pirates. A formidable pirate of immense power stepped forward, letting out a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth. Countless ocean waves surged backward, and countless ice and snow swirled across the ground, sending dust and debris into the air, a scene of extraordinary exaggeration and terror. This is a truly disastrous pirate. Within the Beast Pirates, there was also an extraordinary power of attraction. As this person roared in anger, the originally terrified members of the Beast Pirates, as if greatly encouraged, instantly overcame their fear and simultaneously displayed a frenzied, life or death expression. Thousands of pirates simultaneously charged towards Whitebeard, ready to kill him. The situation is developing on an extremely large scale. Kill, kill, kill. The Beast Pirates let out a long roar. The Whitebeard Pirates, along with their crew, also launched their strongest counterattack. However, the Beast Pirates, driven to madness and disregard for their own lives, still broke through the enemy lines. Thousands of pirates simultaneously charged towards Whitebeard. Own. Like an apocalyptic tsunami, countless screams of murder, countless roars of rage, countless sounds of suicidal charge shook the heavens and earth, launching a surprise attack on Whitebeard. All of you are my opponents. Facing thousands of pirates, Whitebeard showed no fear whatsoever. In fact, he even let out a carefree roar, "I'll kill you all. I alone am enough." Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, the elemental transformation of the blade appeared in Whitebeard's hand. Whitebeard suddenly made a circle with both hands. This supremely powerful sword, with a single downward turn, directly created an incredibly fierce storm. Change 1. A storm is coming. Second transformation. A raging storm, engulfing the entire land and sky, caused terrifying waves to surge from the distant sea. 3 transformations. 9 transformations. The storm tore through the clouds in the sky, and countless rocks, snow, and ice surged up from the Earth's surface, carrying with it an immense destructive force. In an instant, it swept away all the Beast Pirates, who were charging forward in a desperate attack. Thousands of pirates were engulfed by an incredibly massive and violent storm. Within the whirlwind, thousands of pirates screamed in terror, but their voices were destined to go unanswered. No matter how desperately they struggled, it was all in vain. Own. Suddenly, in the midst of an incredibly violent storm, a terrifying flame erupted. It transformed into a force capable of burning all flames. A storm. A heart-wrenching scream emanating from the flames of the storm came from those pirates who had just declared their intention to kill Whitebeard. Heartbroken amidst the agonizing screams, the raging fire mercilessly consumed them all, counting in thousands of pirate crews of the Beast Pirates. Without exception, they were all burned to death. Whitebeard alone vs the Beast Pirates, tens of thousands of pirates. Just one trick. The Beast Pirates, with their suicidal pirate charge, were instantly annihilated by Whitebeard. This is where Whitebeard is truly terrifying. Such a magnificent scene left even the pirates far away utterly astonished. They were all terrified, their eyes wide and mouths agape. One person fighting against tens of thousands. Such a heart-stirring situation, I fear, would leave even the most powerful beings on this vast ocean feeling shaken and incredulous. Especially that fire. The storm, it only made countless pirates more agitated and terrified. It was utterly frightening. On the eastern side of the island, those pirates who hadn't yet managed to target Whitebeard at this moment saw Whitebeard's companion unleash a terrifying, all-consuming, blazing inferno of the 8 deserts. Everyone's faces turned pale, their limbs felt weak, cold sweat streamed down their faces, and their bodies even began to tremble. Gods and demons. Whitebeard, he's not human, he's a god, a demon. Run away! The remaining members of the Beast Pirates crew cried out in fear. They began to flee frantically, thinking they wanted to escape from the eastern island, to get away from Whitebeard's place, to escape the terrifying shadow that enveloped them. The original Beast Pirates, whose morale had been boosted, were now completely terrified by Whitebeard's single move. And no one dared say anything about Whitebeard's crew being involved. Such a fanciful idea, such foolish talk. This guy is running away from the Philtrum, and he's even one of those notorious pirates of the 637th rank. Even a pirate as powerful and formidable as him was utterly terrified at this moment. He's also running away frantically. It's just that. How could Whitebeard possibly give him a chance? With the sword in his hand, he suddenly threw it out. Almost instantly, the elemental transformation of the blade, with terrifying speed, turned into a red lightning bolt, piercing through the air and instantly striking this formidable pirate. At this moment, the only thought in the minds of the Beast Pirates was run, 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 run. Whitebeard single-handedly defeated thousands, winning without a fight. This kind of aura, so powerful and majestic, struck fear into the hearts of all the Beast Pirates, making them afraid to engage in battle again. That's right. The Whitebeard Pirates are especially jealous. They had their formation broken once by the Beast Pirates, and they absolutely would not allow it to happen a second time. We cannot reveal any enemy. Kill them all. Eliminate the Beast Pirates. Right now. The entire Whitebeard Pirates unleashed their final, terrifying power. The Beast Pirates, possessing pirate crews, left behind no survivors. None would escape unscathed, all quickly beheaded, leaving no living witnesses. Just like the Beast Pirates initially massacred towns and cities, the Whitebeard Pirates completely wiped out the entire Beast Pirates, leaving no one alive. The battle is once again reaching its climax. Coming from the Whitebeard Pirates, the Beast Pirates were annihilated in a spectacular fashion. Finally, the enthusiasm completely boiled over. The fighting is incredibly fierce and relentless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like the sound of heavy breathing, it echoed from deep within the pit where Kadu was. Kadu, the king of beasts, is not dead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The extremely intense and heavy whistling sound indicated that Kadu had suffered incredibly horrific injuries. The sound, like a delayed thunderclap echoing in the clouds, mingled with his breathing, causing everyone who heard it to tremble. Kadu, he's not dead. Seeing such a chaotic scene of pirates, filled with terror, no one could have imagined that Kadu, whose body had been shattered by the 100 beasts, would still be alive. Really? No matter what, you can't kill him. He was utterly annihilated by Whitebeard's 32 divine powers, yet he's still alive. Is this the powerful life force of Kadu, the king of beasts, an immortal being? Is this really unkillable? Everyone was terrified. Kadu, he's still alive. Meanwhile, those who had fled with the Beast Pirates were all thrown into a state of shock. They wanted to stop their escape, turn around, and fight their way out to reunite with their captain, Kadu. Slaughter them all to pieces. A woman in full jewelry, Sir Crocodile, with his imposing posture, suddenly let out a long roar, and a sandstorm erupted in an instant. Kill, kill, kill. The Whitebeard Pirates were completely unaffected by Kadu. Each member let out a resounding roar, filled with boundless passion, and unleashed their final, devastating attack. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Kadu was like a god or a demon, crawling out from that deep pit in the earth's layers. His enormous body was gushing with fresh blood. But on Kado's body, those 16 fist marks and 16 blood holes weren't any of them massive wounds that would make anyone's face turn pale. Whitebeard, I will personally, completely annihilate you. Kadu paid no attention to his own injuries. At this moment, his entire body was gushing with fresh blood, and even as he spoke, blood flowed from his wide mouth. Those blood-stained holes in Kia's body weren't just for show. They were genuine, valuable items. You want to kill me? Whitebeard strode forward, his chest puffed out towards Kadu. Whitebeard's voice echoed through the heavens and earth. You'll just have to wait until the next life. Right now you have only one path, death. Whoosh! When Whitebeard attacked, blood gushed from Kado's body like a fountain. Kadu, accept your death. Whitebeard's voice was like a thunderclap, shaking the heavens and the earth. Whitebeard launched a frenzied attack, raining down a torrential downpour on Basha like a madman, each blow sending a stream of blood flying. Crackling sounds! But at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A fierce storm instantly raged. Thunderclouds spread everywhere, lightning streaked across the horizon, illuminating the heavens and earth. And then a deafening roar of thunder resounded. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning raged fiercely, wreaking havoc across the heavens and earth. One of the four emperors, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, the king of beasts. Kadu, give up. The sky was filled with destructive silver lightning, the heavens were pitch black, and the atmosphere was suffocating, giving people an invisible sense of oppression. Kadu, hailed as the immortal Yonko, was completely defeated by such a terrifying weather phenomenon. Own! A silver flash of lightning streaked across the horizon, illuminating the heavens and earth. That Whitebeard, that godlike, handsome figure, shining brightly. The other hand, wielding a sword, shone even brighter under the silver lightning, displaying an unparalleled and awe-inspiring presence. At the sword position below, it was Kato's corpse. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain, continuously spewing forth. Fresh blood stained the wounded ground everywhere, dazzling and blinding under the silver light. It's noisy. At this moment, everyone was in complete uproar. Seeing Kadu, the king of beasts, die was truly a shocking event. To die under Whitebeard's overwhelming swordsmanship, to die amidst such a storm of thunderclouds and devastating lightning, was deeply unsettling. Kadu is dead. Whitebeard, 32 divine powers shattered Kadu. 12 supreme slashes completely killed Kadu. Some were filled with such admiration that they felt as if their souls were trembling together. This is a shocking and terrifying sight, a terrifying scene, and an image that ignites intense passion. In such a situation where people's blood was boiling, the Whitebeard pirates erupted once again. Amidst the extremely fierce shouts of killing, the Whitebeard pirates annihilated the entire beast pirates, leaving no lasting consequences. This is Whitebeard before the battle began, having already established the rules. Against their enemies, the Whitebeard pirates showed no mercy, leaving no loose ends, lest they be resurrected by the spring breeze, causing endless trouble in the future. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whitebeard, having taken Kato's body, drew out his sword. Kato's blood had long since dried, his enormous form resembling a towering mountain. Father Marco waited for the captain's shift, and although everyone was seriously injured, they all looked incredibly excited. Circling around Whitebeard, Whitebeard waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, then stomped his foot and walked towards the Golden Lion, Blood Count, and other critically injured, nearly dying men who were being carried on stretchers by the medical team. Is it possible to survive? Whitebeard sat down, stretched out his hand to grasp the Golden Lion, and said in a low voice, "The Golden Lion wasn't dead, but he was on the verge of death. Unless he possessed a heaven-defying technique, there was no way to save him. He fought two formidable pirates alone, single-handedly severing one of the queen's thighs that was already an extraordinary feat of strength. He nearly died on the spot, even after being treated by the medical team. Their efforts only temporarily halted death. They couldn't prolong his life." Kim SPT's face showed not a hint of sorrow or regret. He spoke with a resolute expression. "To defeat the invincible Kadu, this battle, even if it costs me my life, is not something to be ashamed of." Everyone couldn't help but tremble, following Whitebeard, to witness Whitebeard's father writing the letter that will define this era. Enough to be proud of. Death is just death. Why grieve? At this moment, Countess Cao Qihong also spoke up. As soon as he opened his mouth, fresh blood gushed out uncontrollably. Cough, cough, cough. This caused him to cough violently. Follow in my father's footsteps and write the history of this era. Even if it means sacrificing myself, it's still something to be proud of. Despite his extremely severe injuries, the pirate spoke with a resolute and determined demeanor. These things, the Whitebeard pirates, the pirate crew, who followed Whitebeard to fight a battle without regret, even in death. Fresh Flower Bridge. Even the originally cold-hearted Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but become tense, as if something deep inside them had been stirred. Perhaps we can find a way to save them. Just then, a voice broke the silence. Trafalgar Law approached, speaking with utmost seriousness. Surgical biomedical death. Trafalgar Law. The pirates exclaimed in shock. Law had joined the battlefield earlier, but as a member of the Heart Pirates, he couldn't really be of much use in such a terrifying battle. So he didn't attract much attention. Now he's the one to step forward. Trafalgar Law, with his exceptional medical skills, even saved Luffy, who was on the verge of death. Whitebeard nodded. Time was of the essence. Saving lives was paramount, and without much explanation, under Whitebeard's orders, the medical crew took the Golden Lion and all the severely wounded, nearly dying pirates to Trafalgar Law's pirate ship for treatment. Father. A moment later, Marco flew back from deep within the eastern part of the island. He had just been away on a trip, and Marco looked somewhat excited. A treasure tree. It's enormous, enough for us to build a pirate ship even bigger than Moby Dick. Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. This is the true victory in this battle. Ha ha ha. Father, I discovered countless treasures and riches in Kato's lair. This guy is far more wealthy than we imagined. Those who followed Marco back to the pirates hurriedly reported their findings. Father, I've discovered a very special object. The ice switch said seriously, a red signpost, a historical text. The final point recorded on the raftel is the 4 red stones, known as the historical main text signpost. There are a total of 4 redstone historical main text signposts in the world, each stone recording a point. Knowing these locations, when the 4 points are connected on a map, the final island, Raftel, will appear in the center, the ultimate treasure of One Piece. The historical text further illustrates the greatest mystery surrounding the pirates in history, a mystery that remains unsolved and unclear for 100 years. Furthermore, historical texts are closely and inextricably linked to ancient weapons. Ekizen, being a fan of Whitebeard's maritime adventures, naturally felt interested in the unanswered mystery surrounding the pirates. However, his interest was limited to mere curiosity, and he immediately said, "Just finish storing the main text of 497. Don't worry too much about it. Everyone will follow Father's instructions." Bua nodded and said, as they spoke of the victorious outcome, everyone couldn't help but anxiously look towards Kato, who was now completely dead. May God have created a miracle and killed Kato. Otherwise, this battle of ours would have been in danger. Everyone was in a state of utter dismay and lamentation. This earth-shattering battle, as it entered its final stages, witnessed a shocking turn of events. The Beast Pirates' underworld power returned, and several notorious pirates joined, plunging the Whitebeard pirates into a desperate situation. Fortunately, Whitebeard ultimately killed Kato, and with a wave of his hand, eliminated a major threat, averting the crisis and unleashing a vengeful spirit from their desperate predicament. Finally, they annihilated the Beast Pirates. "Father, are you all right?" Each pirate couldn't help but ask questions in a solicitous manner. Marco, especially the group of squad leaders, swallowed hard. They wanted to ask their father if he was injured, but they knew their father's strong and domineering personality. Even if he were injured, he wouldn't reveal it. "It's nothing." Whitebeard waved his hand. After his battle with Kato, his blood and energy were surging, and he had also endured Kato's frenzied attacks, naturally suffering significant injuries. However, with the system within him, after the battle ended, Whitebeard directly consumed his mental energy to heal his wounds. Everyone still remained skeptical. Not only is father perfectly fine, but his body is also in better shape than any of us. The boat doctor then opened his mouth and spoke, his voice trembling. As the head doctor, he naturally wouldn't say anything wrong. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. He secretly praised his father's physique, saying it was truly incredible. Whether it was strength or regenerative ability, he surpassed everyone else. "Father is fine, so we can rest assured." Marco looked at Kato's godlike, demonic body. "How should we deal with this guy?" "Kato, let him take it from here." This eastern island is his grave, Whitebeard said in a low voice. He didn't particularly like the weather and environment of this island, and even if he occupied it, he wouldn't live there. Looking at Kadu, whose body he himself had shattered and whose flesh had been pierced, yet who still stood proudly, Whitebeard decided that Kadu, in this icy, snowy eastern island, would eventually turn into a stone statue. As for the others, throw them all into the ocean. Without hesitation, the Whitebeard pirates, with their remaining pirates, set about reaping the rewards of their victory and handling battlefield matters. The beast pirates were annihilated. This news, which shook the entire world, quickly spread throughout the globe. The whole world was in an uproar. Whitebeard returns in a dominant fashion, rising to the top of the four emperors, radiating an invincible aura. After sweeping through the four emperors' grandmothers, he then slays the four emperor Kadu. This time, it's a real head-on battle to wipe out a Yonko pirate crew. Completely annihilate the 100 Beasts pirate crew. Whitebeard's earth-shattering battle, displaying terrifying power, further shocked the entire world. Creating miracles are not. Even miracles can't begin to describe how powerful Whitebeard is. To take Kadu, who was considered immortal and loved suicide, and forcefully beat him to a pulp, to brutally kill him. What a shocking and momentous event this is! If Kadu knew that a fight with Whitebeard would result in death, he might even choose to commit suicide. The New World. Somewhere in the sea, the Red Hair Pirates' main pirate ship was speeding at full throttle, their target being the eastern island, maybe. Following along, the Red Hair Pirates received the latest news. Whitebeard vs Kadu, Whitebeard Pirates vs Beast Pirates. This earth-shattering battle has come to an end. It ended so quickly. Many members of the Red Hair pirate crew were utterly astonished and bewildered by this. They were all members of the Four Emperors faction, so naturally they understood best just how terrifying the battles between the Four Emperors factions truly were. In their impression, this level of combat, even if it lasted for months, wouldn't be surprising. It was absolutely unexpected that this battle would be completely over in just a few short days, reaching the 4.0 mark. The battle is over. Too fast. Red-haired Shanks was also slightly shocked. He considered himself one of the few relatively powerful individuals on this vast ocean, and even he was startled. He sighed. Whitebeard killed Kadu, and the Beast Pirates were completely wiped out. And all this in such a short time. Unbelievable. The fact that the red-haired man, so calm and composed, uttered the words unimaginable gives an idea of just how shocking and awe-inspiring the outcome of this battle must have been. The chubby man with the chicken thighs gaped in astonishment, his ears wide. Captain, are we still going to the East Island? The New World, new naval headquarters. Because of the vast distance between them, Whitebeard, who harbored intense hatred for Akainu, chose to remain silent and not participate in the battle. Even I am astonished. Akainu stood by the window, gazing into the distance towards the eastern islands. Whitebeard, to have defeated Kadu in such a short time. Could you really have brought him back? Akainu chose to abandon this plan for two reasons. Firstly, he felt that the Whitebeard pirates were no match for the Beast Pirates. Yet Whitebeard had, in a very short time, killed Kadu and annihilated the Beast Pirates. Secondly, the Marine Headquarters Island was quite far from East Island, and by the time they arrived, it would likely take at least a month or more, by which time the battle would have long since ended. Akainu couldn't help but think of the Summit War, that single strike of 11 swords that sliced through thousands of elite Marines, a feat Whitebeard had accomplished. Kia, with a white, crescent-shaped beard, the men came back together. Before the time of Marine Admiral Sengoku, who designed the Summit War, he spared Whitebeard's life, but he didn't expect the Whitebeard pirates to escape. 1 year later now, with Whitebeard's powerful return, Akainu, as the fleet admiral, faced Whitebeard for the second time, only to find himself repeatedly at a disadvantage, never gaining any advantage over him. We must think of a way to eliminate Whitebeard, otherwise, the consequences will be endless. Akainu felt a headache coming on. The Golden Castle had once presented a heaven-sent opportunity, giving them an absolute advantage over the Navy. Yet the final result was still a defeat. The losses were unprecedented and catastrophic. Thinking about this, Akainu felt a surge of discomfort. I sincerely urge you. There was a frantic knocking at the door. A canoe frowned, "Go inside." A Marine rushed in, hastily reporting, "Marshal, we just received a request for assistance from the C-650 to branch. The Whitebeard pirates have attacked the C-650 to base." Boom! A canoe's coffee cup shattered in an instant, countless shards of glass flying everywhere. A canoe's voice, filled with rage, rang out, "The Whitebeard pirates attacking base C-652. C-650 to base is a key naval base in the New World, a large-scale warship manufacturing base. In particular, the naval headquarters is a key base for manufacturing naval warships. Ginseng is being strictly protected, a powerful military force. But who would have thought that after just annihilating the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates, they would choose this moment to attack base C-652? This is the first time the Whitebeard Pirates have officially signaled to the Navy to launch a proactive attack. What does Whitebeard want? Does he think he can provoke our Navy? That's utterly outrageous. Lawless and unrestrained. A canoe's eyes emitted an even more sinister and terrifying aura. Whitebeard. Along with the Whitebeard Pirates, it seems they're really tired of living. A canoe stood up, his eyes filled with seething lava, looking as if he were about to spew fire. The Marine who came to report the news, upon seeing a canoe's eyes, couldn't help but tremble all over, a wave of fear naturally rising within him. Excellent. The Whitebeard Pirates. Then prepare for a full-scale war, a canoe said with a gloomy look in his eyes. One can be patient, but one cannot be submissive. Even a canoe was completely taken aback, never expecting that Whitebeard would be so reckless as to seize such a crucial naval base. That's incredibly audacious. This undoubtedly shows a canoe's murderous intent has been made up. Begin. Making comprehensive preparations for war, a canoe was truly enraged this time. He decided to mobilize all his forces, summoning the Marines of the Four Seas, preparing a comprehensive strategy, and forcefully annihilating the Whitebeard Pirates. This wasn't simply a military operation, but the largest-scale military action ever undertaken to eliminate pirates in history. Very fast. The news that the Whitebeard Pirates had proactively launched an attack on the naval base spread, once again sparking a global sensation. How many years? No pirate crew has ever taken the initiative to attack and seize a naval base. The Whitebeard Pirates did it. A powerful attack to seize a crucial naval base, a key base for manufacturing warships. Very fast. There were as many as 127 shocking news stories circulating. The Whitebeard Pirates obtained the world's largest treasure, the adamantium, from the Beast Pirates. Not only that, the Whitebeard Pirates brazenly took over a naval base. For the time being, the whole world was in an uproar. The Whitebeard Pirates not only annihilated the Beast Pirates, but also forcefully seized important naval military bases. This caused a global sensation. Whitebeard is too powerful, too domineering. First, kill Auntie, then eliminate Kadu. Now, let's attack the naval base. As expected of Whitebeard. For such a major event, I doubt there's a second man besides Whitebeard who would dare to be so domineering and forceful. The pirates were all in a state of shock and disbelief. No one had imagined that the Whitebeard Pirates, who had just annihilated the Beast Pirates, would launch an attack on the naval base just days before the storm had passed and before the situation had fully recovered. This is a provocation against the world government. This is a provocation against the naval headquarters. People couldn't help but sigh. Only Whitebeard could be so domineering. The rain and wind are heading towards Hua Manlu. For a brief moment, the entire New World was enveloped in an atmosphere of instability and tension. A world-shattering war is imminent, and people are filled with apprehension. The Whitebeard Pirates have moved east on the island. The snow was pure white after the fierce battle. The night filled with purposeful attacks on Didong Island was once again covered in a layer of snow. The freezing cold and snow have plunged this icy, snow-covered eastern island into a state of utter desolation and lifelessness. This day, a pirate ship with an ordinary appearance but an extraordinary aura landed on the eastern island. Bang! The pirate ship stirred up the waves crashing against the eastern shore of the island, creating a cascading sound that splashed onto the water. which would freeze solid in an extremely short time. This is the best image of the island remaining after the battle. Tap, tap, tap. A group of people jumped from the deck of the ship, landing on the icy ground. The moment their feet touched the ground, they were immediately buried deep in the white snow. This group, led by the one-armed middle-aged man with an eternal smile, was headed by a person from the first dimension. It was after spending a long time at sea that they arrived from the slow-moving red hair. Pirates. So cold. Catching the thick green hat that had just fallen to the ground, he couldn't help but tremble slightly. Yasip teased, "You're so thick-skinned and sturdy. Are you still afraid of the cold?" Following everyone's gaze, what came into view was Kadu, dead but not falling, his colossal figure. It was quite chaotic because it vibrated. What a huge physique! A figure resembling a god or demon, now completely frozen, a solid layer of ice enveloping this colossal body, even more awe-inspiring than that of a giant. Captivating and inspiring people's hearts. What shocked people even more was that Kato's corpse was covered with fist marks and bloodstains, a total of 16 deep fist marks. 16 terrifying blood holes. Even though the body had long since stiffened and frozen, those horrific scars, fist marks, and bloodstains still shook people's hearts beyond compare, making them involuntarily recall the terrifying scene when Whitebeard initially imprinted these wounds and scars onto Kato's body. What a terrible and devastating force. I advised you not to provoke Whitebeard. The red-haired man looked up at Kato's corpse, his usually gentle expression showing a hint of shock. Whitebeard can bring the dead back to life, especially when it seems so simple on the surface. The redhead said nothing more. He once again regained his usual gentle and approachable expression, completely devoid of the imposing aura befitting a powerful individual. But this seemingly gentle person is actually one of the 4 emperors who rose to power in the New World. Rumors say that Conqueror's haki has been amplified to its strongest level. No one knew just how terrifying his true power was. Many looked down on him, and many challenged him, but the result? His position as the 4th emperor remained incredibly secure, to the point of being terrifying. This individual, despite his appearance resembling a true man, possesses a level of power that could easily be listed among the 10 unsolved mysteries of the pirate world. Let's go! The redhead turned around, his hand tightly gripping his clothes, without looking at Kato's corpse again, and boarded the pirate ship. The chubby man, his face constipated, said, "You came all this way, did nothing, and now you're leaving." Yasip kicked the chubby guy. "Do you still want to spend the night here with Kadu? Let's go. We can take it all." The Whitebeard pirates have already taken everything, except for this corpse. The red-haired man, who had already boarded the deck, turned and said to everyone, the red-hair pirates arrived unnoticed, but were spotted leaving. The red-hair pirates didn't leave after that. On the shore, Absalom, who had been transparent, returned to his normal state. Achoo! The freezing temperature made him involuntarily sneeze, followed by a shiver. "It's too cold, damn it. Why did those damned red-hair pirates suddenly appear here? They made me waste so much time freezing on the shore." Absalom looked up at the towering corpse of Kadu, his heart pounding, his face filled with joy as he muttered, "Finally, this trip wasn't in vain." Kado's corpse? It's really here. Take out your phone, it's a duplicate. Very fast, from the other end of the phone came a sinister, maniacal laugh. Hehe. Kado's corpse? Perfect. Not long after, a pirate crew is passing through the eastern part of the island. A shocking discovery. On the vast expanse of ice and snow, there were 2 rows of enormous footprints. Even in the midst of the icy, snowy landscape, these massive footprints couldn't compare to the immense weight of the ice and snow. They truly looked like the footprints left by gods or demons. Kadu. The body is missing. Yes, good. This news quickly exploded across the New World. Could it be that Kadu is also a kind of being capable of bringing the dead back to life, just like Whitebeard? Someone said that in astonishment. How is that possible? In this world, not everyone can be like Whitebeard. This point has encountered a lot of opposition. It's possible. It's a shadow clone free user, Moonlight. Moria must have done it. He stole Kado's corpse. Finally, someone said, trembling slightly. A single stone stirred up massive, towering waves. For a brief moment, countless pirates became agitated. Moonlight, Moria, stealing Kato's corpse. What exactly does he want? Akainu has been incredibly busy lately, around this time. Because of the Whitebeard Pirates incident, various events followed one after another, causing the Marines to become even more chaotic. Several days had passed since Whitebeard captured the naval base. The more composed Akainu became, the less he resembled his initial self, who would have charged headlong into a furious battle with Whitebeard on the front lines. Instead, he began continuously deploying military forces, truly planning a momentous and earth-shattering operation. Since the last time Akainu failed to capture Whitebeard at Golden Castle, his prestige within the Navy has indeed declined considerably. This has brought Akainu a lot of trouble, but it has also made him more composed and level-headed, his cunning and resourcefulness increasingly resembling that of Sengoku. With his profound cunning and powerful adaptability, Akainu is even more terrifying than Sengoku in his ruthless and resounding nature. The East Sea forces are the weakest. However, we still need to draw some forces from them to work for me. Akainu, in his predecessor as admiral, had personally overseen the statistical work on pirates in the 4 major sea regions. Although it consumed considerable manpower, resources, and finances, its effects were remarkably significant. Akainu could easily obtain information about any activity from the pirate crews in the 4 seas, and the recent findings showed the following results. Since the powerful return of the Whitebeard pirates, pirate crews from all 4 major sea regions East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue have been pouring into the New World. This weakened the 4 seas pirate forces, and Akainu seized the opportunity to have the 4 seas Marines conduct a large-scale, frenzied extermination of pirates, achieving considerable success. As a result, the 4 seas Marine forces were freed up. Not only that, but Akainu, after his defeat in the Golden Castle incident, issued a death order whether it was the Marine headquarters or the 4 seas branch. They all had to begin large-scale mobilization. This is the second large-scale mobilization following a previous summit war. The original naval forces suffered heavy losses, but received a massive replenishment, even when a large number of pirate crews invaded the New World, and the 4 seas Marine forces were idle. Akainu still issued a strict order, a large-scale mobilization. The cost of such a large-scale mobilization is unimaginable, and how terrifying it would be. Naturally, this met with considerable opposition, from vice admirals down to third-rank soldiers. Many Marines couldn't understand Akainu's ideas. This is also the terrifying Akainu later on. He is unparalleled, and even though there was no shortage of voices opposing him within the headquarters, he remained powerful and resounding, suppressing everyone's arguments, destroying pirates, plundering their wealth, using war to sustain war, and openly mobilizing support. No matter how the world sees him, Akainu remains utterly tyrannical, and now, having achieved incredibly dazzling results, their naval forces are unprecedentedly powerful. On one occasion, Akainu even summoned the entire naval forces of the 4 seas to the New World for his use. He wants to carry out a large-scale military action unprecedented in history, destroy the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, many Marines who opposed Akainu suddenly realized, in Satori's eyes, how terrifying Akainu was. Akainu had long since begun planning this large-scale operation. Even without the Whitebeard pirates' takeover of the naval base, that spark that ignited the attack, Akainu would still be at his peak, launching this large-scale military operation. Reporting to the Marshal, we have just received an urgent request for assistance from Mount 125 base. Just as Akainu was making a phone call to give orders, a messenger soldier rushed in, so anxious that he even forgot to salute Akainu, and hurriedly spoke. MT-125 base is the most powerful naval base in the New World, possessing the strongest military force. Even the Whitebeard pirates, who occupied base Z-652, must be many times more powerful. Just the headquarters of the lieutenant general level powerhouses alone numbered approximately 4. The demons were indeed powerful imposters, and there were more than a dozen of them. There are also a few powerful individuals who have made a name for themselves in the New World as some kind of naval supernova, gaining considerable fame. Another urgent request for help. Unexpected, extraordinarily unexpected. MT-125 base. Akainu dropped the small cell phone from his hand, frowning. What's going on? Don't tell me. It's the Whitebeard pirates up to their tricks again. Reporting to the Grand Marshal. We've just received urgent news. MT-125 base has suffered the most serious attack in its history. It wasn't the Whitebeard pirates, but the king of beasts, Kadu. The messenger, his face trembling with emotion, reported the news. Even he himself could hardly believe it. Kadu is dead. How could they possibly raid the Mount 125 base, Kadu? Akainu raised an eyebrow. The Mount 125 base being attacked was very unsettling for him. Troubles and problems just keep coming one after another. He could know perfectly well that Kadu had died at the hands of Whitebeard. However, with Whitebeard's resurrection in the background, Akainu also misunderstood. Are you sure it's Kadu himself? Or is it a remnant of the beast pirates? None of them can fail to achieve the ability of bringing the dead back to life. This kind of ability is like cabbage. Can it be sold wholesale? It has been confirmed that Kadu attacked the Mount 125 base. Without waiting for the messenger's reply, a powerful voice rang out, followed by a dignified old man wearing a doghead hat. Lieutenant General Garp. The messenger stood upright, hastily bowing in greeting. The person who arrived was the heroic Marine Garp, who had disappeared after the great battle with Whitebeard, but was actually banished from the Marine warship Kobe and was rescued using observation hockey. But Garp was severely injured and had lost an arm, which, for the Iron Fist Garp, was undoubtedly a devastating blow. This also means that even though Garp's injuries have completely healed, he is no longer able to return to the open sea to fight. He can only work at Marine headquarters in a role similar to a trainer, nurturing new recruits, with only one arm remaining. The other side bearing a ferocious scar that marked the beginning of his perilous battle with Whitebeard, a near-fatal escape from death. Garp maintained his usual relaxed demeanor. He grinned. No need to call me Vice Admiral anymore. Call me Uncle Garp or Inspector. Either is fine. The messenger's body trembled, and the adoration in his eyes intensified into a fervent frenzy. Lord Garp, again. Driving so leisurely, so calmly and easily accessible. Even after suffering injuries of that magnitude, Lord Garp remained as composed as ever, truly a hero of the Navy. Garp didn't look at the messenger's face, which was filled with adoration, but instead turned to Akainu and said in a loud voice, "It's Moonlight Moria, a Paramecia user of the Shadow Fruit, who stole Kado's corpse. That deposed warlord of the Seven Seas, Moonlight Moria." Akainu was quite impressed with the so-called weakest of the 7 warlords of the sea, and before the Summit War, he specifically organized a roundtable conference to discuss stripping Gecko Moria of his title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In Akainu's impression, that Moria guy was just weak. Not worth mentioning, Akainu didn't understand much about the Paramecia Shadowfruit ability, only knowing that Moria, that useless guy, had a branch of zombies that, in Akainu's eyes, were as weak as chickens. I never imagined that such a worthless person would steal Kado's corpse. Akainu had recently been busy devising strategies to deal with Whitebeard, which is why he hadn't received any information about Moria beforehand. Garp, on the other hand, had obtained relevant information. Mother, this worthless piece of trash dares to ride roughshod over the Navy. It seems the Navy's silence is allowing those pirates to become increasingly arrogant. Akainu's face turned slightly dark. He was labeled a worthless piece of trash by him. Yet he manipulated Kado's corpse to destroy a crucial naval base. This is just as unpleasant as being bitten by an ordinary mosquito and then contracting avian flu. Send Uryakugu to take down the useless Moria. Akainu took a deep breath, then decided to speak. Garp shook his head dismissively. You figure it out yourself. I have another matter to attend to here. In a distant new world, originally the strongest naval force base, on such a large island, it was now a scene of utter devastation, a chaotic mess, filled with gunpowder smoke. And all the buildings had long since been destroyed, collapsing onto the ground and becoming ruins. Military fire bases were all uprooted. And artillery pieces were not destroyed either. Boom, boom, boom. For naval base officers, all lieutenant generals of the rank of base officer were engaged in an extremely fierce battle right on the island. Hee. The particularly resounding laughter, sharp and piercing, penetrated the smoke of battle and reached the ears of many still struggling sailors. Gecko Moria, with his monstrous 6-meter-tall body, appeared in the sight of many Marines. Moria spoke, revealing a wild, unrestrained smile. Kadu thoroughly enjoy the feast of battle. He exterminate all the Marines. Boom, boom, boom. Kadu, his body riddled with holes, unleashed an incredibly fierce attack with unwavering expression. The terrifying destructive power mercilessly obliterating the stubbornly resisting Marines. Fresh Flower Bridge 0, for powerful vice admirals, officers of the base, ultimately perished at the hands of Kadu. He is so comfortable. It's been so long since I felt this good. Gecko Moria laughed maniacally, lamenting the destruction of his pirate crew that year. Except for his own desperate escape, all the other crew members were wiped out. Unexpectedly, the wheel of fortune turns, and today Gecko Moria has obtained Kado's corpse. Subdue Kadu and engage in battle. How incredibly satisfying and refreshing is this? I still have to thank Whitebeard. Moria grinned like a devil, resembling a mischievous little demon, with Kado's corpse. Who in this world can stop me, Moria, from rising up? Hey he he. Moria is expanding. He claimed that once he obtained Kado's corpse in this world, apart from Whitebeard, no one would be his match. If only we could obtain a truly powerful illusion of a shadow, how perfect would that be? Moria thought to himself, feeling a little excited. I'm practically invincible now. How about I capture a devil fruit user right now? Cut off his shadow, fuse it with Kado's corpse. Hey, then even Whitebeard won't be a match for me. The more Moria thought about it, the more his ego expanded. He felt that very soon he would surpass Whitebeard, become famous throughout the world, and become the strongest being in the Grand Line, the Pirate King. Thinking back, I still feel a little excited. Who to choose? Demons are indeed powerful. Of course, Loki types are the strongest, but Paramecia types aren't weak either. Hehe. Having obtained the Devil Fruit ability of the Shadow Clone, Moria could then utilize this Shadow Revolution technique to gain the same abilities as a Devil Fruit user. By giving up his Kado abilities, he once again achieved an increase in power. Moria, you're being too arrogant. Just then, a low, deep voice suddenly emanated from the island on the shore. Terrifying sound waves, like identical vibrations, stirred up a commotion. Follow me. A burly, powerful warrior, riding on Gepu, rushed forward. Huh? Moria was startled, turning his head to look. His eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't recognize the person who had arrived, yet he could sense an aura emanating from them that was no less powerful than that of a Marine Headquarters Admiral. Moria, unable to conduct a thorough 550 investigation, expanded his power for safety reasons, leaping onto Kado's shoulder and head. Only then did he look towards the newcomer. Who are you? A Marine Headquarters Admiral. The newcomer's voice was like a late-night thunderclap, a buzzing sound echoing as he spoke, each word like a sonic boom. You can call me Ryokugyu, the mysterious new Admiral Ryokugyu of the Navy Headquarters. Moria's eyes lit up, not with fear but with joy. Even her gaze towards Ryokugyu sparkled. Are you a true Devil Fruit user? Ryokugyu's eyes showed disgust. You're really taking a reckless gamble. Hehe. Someone brought me a pillow when I fell asleep. How perfect. With the shadow of a Marine Headquarters Admiral, I'm about to become world champion. Moria laughed heartily, his arrogance growing even more pronounced. Own, Ryokugyu attacks with extreme force. No nonsense whatsoever. They directly stormed through Moria and came straight in. His entire colossal body, resembling the head of the Ox Demon King, possessed an incredibly terrifying destructive power tearing through the air. Countless swirling white streams of energy stirred behind Ryokugyu, and his speed was extraordinarily terrifying. Not only does he possess incredible strength, but he also has supernatural speed. With such strength, he truly lives up to the title of Great General. Perhaps seeing Ryokugyu's immense power, Moria not only showed no anxiety, but instead displayed a look of joy. It's destiny. No one can stop me from taking my invincible steps. No one could stop Moria's expansionist ambitions. Own Moria, standing at Kado's feet, suddenly launched an attack. Let's have an epic duel with Ryokugyu. The air was torn apart in swaths, creating a vacuum, and countless ruined buildings were buried in dust in the battle, ceasing to exist. The ground was struck and rocks flew in all directions, shooting outwards. creating a momentary shower of debris and rocks. A deafening roar, like a thunderclap exploding in the sky, reverberated throughout the entire island base. Ken ket ket. Terrifying cracks appeared one after another as the fighting on the island continued. Each pit, whose bottom was imperceptible, was formed by the sounds of fighting and explosions. The entire island was experiencing intense shaking from within, similar to a terrifying earthquake. No, because the shadow isn't strong enough. I feel like Keido can't beat Ryokugyu. Moria quickly escaped, leaping onto a half-tilted building. He left Keido to fight Ryokugyu alone. However, as the battle progressed, it became increasingly clear that under Ryokugyu's overwhelming power, Keido was at a disadvantage. Relying solely on his physical strength and instinctive fighting style, that's not what Moria wanted either. If it were him, he would smash Ryokugyu, capture Ryokugyu, and steal Ryokugyu's shadow. It seems only by using my own abilities can I develop that move. Moria, after losing to Luffy, participated in the Summit War, narrowly escaped being eliminated by Doflamingo, and fled to the New World. There, he desperately developed the Shadow Fruit, and in that year, created the ultimate Shadow combined attack. He was confident that, by combining Kaido's corpse with his own, he could unleash his most powerful newly developed technique to its fullest potential. So, firstly, I'm definitely going to be the champion. Moria let out a long, majestic roar. Follow me. Moria's shadow, emanating from his body, was the exact same shade of black as him. Moria, suddenly, countless shadows surged from the ruined structures, frantically engulfing Moria's shadow. Moria's most powerful move before this, the gathering of shadows, countless densely packed shadows which he had previously stripped from the Marines, intending to use them to reinforce his zombie army numbering in the thousands, all rushed madly towards Moria's shadow. And Moria's shadow, at an incredibly exaggerated speed, kept rising. Almost instantly, it transformed into a gigantic shadow clone, similar to those of the giant race. While the gathering of shadows continues, the shadow clones are also constantly growing larger after arriving in the New World. Moria's strength had obviously increased many times compared to when he was in the Devil's Triangle. Hehe, the shadow of the gathering place. Let's go crazy and enjoy the revolutionary shadow. Moria gesticulated wildly and laughed loudly. Hearing Kaido's voice, Ryokugyu suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, forcing him back, then turned and ran towards Moria. Right at the moment Kaido attacked, in the blink of an eye, an unimaginable scene unfolded. All that could be seen was a gigantic shadow cluster, identical to Kaido's Moria's shadow clone, merging back into Kaido's corpse. Boom boom boom, the brand new Kaido, with every movement of his hands and feet, possessed an incredibly destructive force. Simply by moving his feet, the ground itself cracked. 3.0 this one. Seeing this scene, even the usually calm and composed Ryokugyu couldn't help but be shocked and turn pale. This is what real fighting is all about. Moria grinned broadly. At this moment, he truly had the right to be arrogant. His hair, as fiery as pine, swayed with his loud laughter, the corners of his forehead also bobbing. Moria laughed, revealing his sharp, skillful teeth, looking quite dignified. Although this move consumes a lot of energy and doesn't last very long, it's enough to defeat you. Hehe. Ryokugyu, the shadow of a Marine headquarters admiral, belongs to me now. Boom boom boom, the battle was terrifying, the destructive power immense. Wherever the zombie Kaido and Ryokugyu passed, almost everything was destroyed beyond recognition. Countless dense cracks crisscrossed the ground, and the island's structures had long since ceased to exist. After Moria used the ultimate combination technique, the zombie Kaido's power received an incredibly terrifying boost. Even Admiral Ryokugyu, for the time being, found it difficult to resist and temporarily fell into a disadvantageous and passive situation. It's possible that Moria, after being defeated by Luffy, has somehow recovered and his strength has increased significantly compared to before. Although he still relies almost entirely on his devil fruit abilities, his taijutsu is only a mediocre 5 in terms of combat power. Therefore, even though the zombie Kaido completely restrained Ryokugyu, Moria still didn't dare to personally confront Ryokugyu. But why, at this particular moment, did he suddenly get such incredibly good luck? During Keidu and Ryakugyu's battle, the ground suddenly cracked open and seawater surged in, conveniently sweeping Ryakugyu into the fissure. Moria practically seized a great opportunity, quickly ordering his subordinates, who were not actually faking their abilities, to twist the sea prism stone handcuffs and shackle Ryakugyu. Hehi, the shadow of a Marine Headquarters Admiral. What is perfection? This is perfection. Moria has completely expanded this time. In Kato's hands, the corpse was severed, obliterating the Admiral's shadow. The strongest zombie is born. Exhilarating! Moria exclaimed excitedly, gesticulating wildly. A perfect zombie subordinate, absolutely devoted and powerful, and also immortal and indestructible, truly an invincible being. I want to be the strongest in the whole world. Master, this world championship is a momentous occasion worth celebrating. I feel we must announce it to the whole world, letting everyone know how powerful and invincible you are. He insisted on bringing a group of henchmen to hide on an island outside Absalom, his face full of devilishness, and made the proposal. That's right. Moria wholeheartedly agreed with Absalom's suggestion. We must let the whole world know. I am invincible. Moria suddenly stopped, lowered his head, and inquired, do you have any way now to quickly let the whole world know about my power? Of course there is. As a freelance writer, Absalom naturally had more ideas to add. His eyes darted around, attacked the Navy headquarters. Plan? Idiot! Moria, gripping the large, shadowy figure of a man, suddenly struck Absalom on the head, nearly smashing him in. Are you stupid, or am I stupid? Attacking the heavily guarded, fiercely firepowered Marine headquarters. Even with their overwhelming numbers, the Marines could easily kill us both. Absalom winced in pain. If that doesn't work, try another method. Master, if you hit me like that, you'll smash my head. Moria looked up at the scissors pointing towards Absalom, and suddenly felt a pang of bad luck. Tell me quickly, what's the best solution? Absalom suddenly gave a big slap, laughing. There's a brilliant plan. Master, haven't you always wanted to defeat Whitebeard? Perfect, this time we'll challenge Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard's pirate crew is very large, with countless strong fighters. If Master wants to establish an invincible image, he'll have to fight Whitebeard one-on-one. I previously published the news in the News of the World that the Master wants to fight Whitebeard alone. Let the whole world know this news. That way, the Master can go fight Whitebeard alone, and the Whitebeard pirates won't interfere out of fear. First, the Master can then easily and successfully defeat Whitebeard. That's not all. We can also invite some on-site media to broadcast a live report. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. After Absalom finished speaking, even he believed it. He had seen images of Moria defeating Whitebeard, countless reporters and writers holding up their phones to interview Moria, and even images of him interviewing Moria's only trusted confidant. Just imagining it is a little exciting. That's a brilliant idea. Moria clapped his hands in praise. Go quickly and give the news report. Spread the word that I'm the champion. I have to go find Whitebeard now. Naval Base C-652 is a special island base responsible for manufacturing warships. The island is home to countless skilled shipbuilders. In fact, it could be said that almost all of the most skilled shipbuilders in the Navy are located on this island. Favor, they've all been captured by the Whitebeard pirates and are being used to build a super-sized pirate ship. Using Adam's tree as a guide, one can conquer the New World, unafraid of the storms and colossal creatures. A row of buildings inside. Father, this is partly related to your report. Marco approached while enjoying a body checkup from a group of beautiful nurses. Whitebeard chuckled and said, does that person want to challenge me? Marco was astonished. His father already knew before he even said anything. He couldn't help but be delighted. Father, your observation hockey has become so profound. Whitebeard could not in agreement. Marco's heart trembled. As expected of his father, all three colors of hockey had been upgraded to an incredibly terrifying level. Father, Gecko Moria obtained Kato's corpse and also the shadow of Marine Admiral Ryakugyu. He crafted it into the strongest zombie. He wants to challenge you. After recovering from his shock, Marco spoke seriously. Oh, Whitebeard, without a problem. downed a bowl of fine wine, ignoring the group of guards checking his body, and laughed. That idiot Moria, so lucky to have taken the shadow of the next admiral. Achieving the rank of general, is that considered good luck? My father only seemed surprised by the shadow of the Marine Admiral, and didn't mention Cato's body at all. Marco's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at his father, Whitebeard, with even more adoration in his gaze. He seemed lost in thought. Father, all of this, it's all you're doing. Cluck, cluck, ha, ha, ha. With his white, crescent-shaped beard that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers, Whitebeard laughed. You understand. Simply killing that Cato kid is too easy for him. Marco shuddered at the thought. At the same time, according to Moria, the group took action. The world, within reach, began paying attention to the news of his challenge to Whitebeard. I heard Gecko Moria used Cato's physical body to create the strongest zombie. He wants to challenge Whitebeard. It must be true. All the major newspapers have published the headlines. The entire journalistic world is reporting on this. Big news. He actually dared to openly challenge Whitebeard at this moment. Even if Moria ultimately fails, he'll still have something to be proud of. We're not necessarily going to lose. I heard Moria not only obtained Cato's corpse, but also the shadow of Admiral Ryokugyu. As soon as this was said, there was a momentary chorus of astonished exclamations. A Navy headquarters Admiral's shadow. My God! Unbelievable! Very powerful. Within the world's sphere of influence, all the major and minor pirate crews are involved in the Moria Challenge to Whitebeard event. With the media adding fuel to the fire, this matter quickly garnered the attention of countless pirates worldwide. Many people even started heading to Whitebeard's island, wanting to see the battle firsthand. If it were just Moria challenging Whitebeard, many pirates would probably disdain even watching the battle. Perhaps Cato's corpse, combined with Admiral Ryokugyu's shadow, would create the strongest zombie, capable of challenging Whitebeard, a battle worth anticipating. Moreover, recently, the naval forces of the four major sea regions east, south, west, and north have all moved simultaneously, plunging the entire world into chaos. The wind rises and the clouds gather. The waves are constantly rippling. Moria challenging Whitebeard is just the beginning of a major wave. The real battle is coming. Almost every pirate knew that a truly earth-shattering battle, a battle unlike any before, was about to begin. New world, new naval headquarters. Boom! From the marshal's office, a loud crashing sound suddenly echoed. Many Marines followed, hearing the roar of Admiral Akainu. Damn Moria! Even the usually calm Akainu couldn't help but erupt in furious rage upon hearing the news that Ryokugyu had been killed by that worthless Moria. One of them was defined by the Round Table Conference as the weakest and most useless of the 7 warlords of the sea. Akainu has once again lost a Marine Admiral, Ryokugyu, who hadn't even reached the level of a famous admiral in the New World, also received his lunchbox because of a good-for-nothing like Moria. It could be said that the Navy was the most reclusive in history. General, of course, the most isolated person right now, besides Akainu, could be no one else. He believed Ryokugyu alone was enough to take down Moria, so he specifically sent Ryokugyu to cause trouble for Moria. The surprising result was that Ryokugyu was killed by Moria instead. After the tragic fall, Akainu gradually regained his composure and began to consider the bigger picture. According to Akainu, Moria's own strength was still too weak to withstand a single blow. What was truly difficult to deal with was the zombie he controlled. Cato's physical body, combined with Ryokugyu's shadow, was something that this idiot Moria couldn't possibly obtain. Fresh Flower Bridge, Fresh Flower Bridge. For now, Moria wants to challenge Whitebeard. This story speaks volumes about the situation, and while it's difficult to say for sure, it could also be considered bad. This event happened too quickly. Akainu thought to himself, if Moria challenged Whitebeard and even just followed suit a little, it would be a tremendous opportunity for Akainu. In the battle between Whitebeard and Moria, both of them are bound to get injured. He could have seized the opportunity when Moria challenged Whitebeard, dispatched thousands of Marines from all corners of the sea to base Island C-652, surrounded the Whitebeard pirates, and then captured them all in one fell swoop. Maybe this event happened too quickly. A few days ago, He mobilized the Four Seas Marines and began his journey to the New World, his main target being Whitebeard. However, from the Four Seas to the New World, and then to the C-650 to Base Island, this journey could easily take more than just a few days to complete. Are you really going to let this opportunity slip away? Akainu was unwilling to accept this. Whether it's Whitebeard or Moria, they are both the people Akainu wants to eliminate most right now. To let Akainu just stand by and watch this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity slip away was truly unacceptable. Damn Moria. That idiot is really making things difficult for me. The remaining naval forces and troops had no way of reaching the area. Akainu now has only one option left to think of: to go to the battlefield himself. If it had been before, Akainu would have undoubtedly exploded with rage, charging forward to hate Whitebeard and Moria. But now, the more composed Akainu appears, the clearer his mind becomes. If news of his personal involvement in the battlefield leaks out, and Whitebeard and Moria were to join forces, Akainu might not be confident he could eliminate both of them simultaneously. This is not a good solution. If only Sengoku were here right now. Unfortunately, Sengoku was killed by Whitebeard. Akainu felt a headache coming on. Let me think about it a little more. White clouds drifted across the sky, swirling and dispersing, and sunlight pierced through the clouds for miles, illuminating the sea. A gentle sea breeze swept across the water, and pirate ships sailed slowly across the sea. It was absolutely a pleasant day. Right ahead is Whitebeard's island. On a pirate ship, several pirates, armed with binoculars, were observing a large island ahead. That's right, I heard Gecko Moria is coming soon. The battle is about to break out. Someone exclaimed that another earth-shattering battle is about to begin. It's something people have been eagerly anticipating. These small pirate crews all came to watch the battle after hearing news reports about it. 2 years and 7 months Gecko Moria publicly challenged Whitebeard. This is a major event. To be able to witness Whitebeard in action firsthand, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Some people, their eyes filled with adoration, said, and many others followed suit, heading towards the scene to watch Whitebeard take action. Everyone firmly believes that, over time, the number of times Whitebeard will be seen taking action will decrease because Whitebeard has become a legendary champion. Even Kaido was defeated if it weren't for Moria using the Shadow Fruit ability to steal Kaido's physical body, coupled with Admiral Ryakugyu's shadow. This incident might not have attracted much attention. Suddenly, amidst the many pirate crews, there was a commotion. Everyone simultaneously looked to the other side, where a massive pirate ship stood, with Kaido stiffly on the deck. However, the zombie Kaido's appearance was somewhat peculiar at this moment. His mouth was gagged by a needle and thread. Moria the zombie isn't afraid of sunlight either. His biggest weakness is salt. Once the zombie is given salt, its shadow will immediately dart out, making it impossible to control the zombie. Therefore, Moria decisively conceded and left Kaido's mouth open. That way, he wouldn't be caught red-handed. At this point, the zombie Kaido possesses an immortal body and the combat power of Admiral Ryakugyu. Ryakugyu was also very strong, but he was unlucky enough to fall into a sea pit and was captured by Moria's subordinates. There was a bug in the previous chapters. Moria took away the shadow that created the zombie, but it couldn't have the shadow's true demon fruit ability. I made a mistake here because Luffy's tough skin fruit ability and Or's body stretching look like tough skin fruit abilities, but in reality, the zombie's body stretches along with the shadow. Sorry, as expected, they finally arrived. On the island, Marco waited for a group of squad leaders, all of them anxiously looking towards Moria's pirate ship, each with a strange expression on their faces. We are eagerly anticipating a great battle. We've been waiting with bated breath. There were pirate reporters carrying projectors and mobile phones, launching live broadcasts, and draft writers had already begun monitoring the island's weather and meteorology, preparing to make early statements about the battle-related news. Come closer. Everyone was in a state of tense commotion, staring intently at Moria's ships without blinking. East Moria, the pirate ship, docked ashore. Hey, the Whitebeard pirates have many squad leaders. Are you here to welcome me? Moria stood in front of Kaido and spoke. He deliberately raised his voice so that the many pirates watching around him could hear him. At this moment, Moria's expression was extremely arrogant, his face full of a look that begged for a beating, which was truly unpleasant to look at. "Moria, do you want to die? How dare you challenge my father?" George's powerful voice rang out. "I'm not afraid at all of Kadu and the zombie Moria. Hey, I've come to fight Whitebeard one-on-one. The whole world knows that I want to fight Whitebeard alone, not against your Whitebeard pirates." Moria was not afraid. He knew that in front of everyone below, the Whitebeard pirates would definitely abide by the rules. Such shameless behavior. And you can talk about it as if it's perfectly natural. That's truly strange. Vista and George, the diamond swordsman, both stepped forward. "Do you think pirates would care about your so-called one-on-one debate? You're too naive. You're really making fun of me." Sir Crocodile, dressed in women's clothing, glared at Moria as if he were an idiot. "Wait until we skin you alive. Then we'll see if you dare challenge us again." Moria narrowed his eyes. Fighting the entire Whitebeard pirates alone wasn't what he wanted, although he was very powerful. He probably wasn't powerful enough to single-handedly fight the entire Whitebeard pirates. He felt invincible in the whole world, as if he were the only champion fighting alone. Therefore, he deliberately published news reports in major newspapers about his solo fight against Whitebeard. This made the challenge the center of attention. Firstly, to let the whole world know of his strength, and secondly, to challenge Whitebeard to a one-on-one fight. Moria tried to remain calm, pointing to the large crowd watching the battle and loudly declaring, "Many pirates, world news reporters, and writers from major newspapers are probably all here watching. I want to fight Whitebeard alone. Surely Whitebeard doesn't dare come out to meet me, doesn't dare fight me one-on-one. 4.5 la la la." Whitebeard came from the island, his face full of disbelief as he looked at Moria, laughing heartily and saying, "I heard you wanted to challenge me." Many people watching the battle couldn't help but feel a surge of tension and anxiety. A world-shattering war was about to begin. It's not by chance that each one becomes expected. Of course. Seeing Whitebeard approaching, Moria couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was confident he could win the battle alone, his self-assurance overflowing. "Whitebeard, you'd better prepare yourself for defeat. I will completely defeat you." Ha ha ha. Whitebeard laughed heartily. "You little brat, you think you can defeat me? What a foolish idea. Even if you had been cultivating for 900 years, you still wouldn't be my match. 900 years of ascetic practice. That's a bit of an exaggeration." Someone burst out laughing. Someone looked completely bewildered. The key question is, can Moria really live for 900 years? Didn't you hear? Whitebeard is cursing Moria, calling him a 1,000-year-old bastard. Someone explained it that way. Moria heard this. His eyes widened instantly, and he pointed at Whitebeard, shouting, "Whitebeard, you're calling me a black turtle again." Ha ha ha. A group of squad leaders laughed heartily, their faces beaming with joy. Moria's face was full of dark lines. That damned Whitebeard, he just knows how to silently hurl insults at people. How hateful. I must defeat Whitebeard, defeat him in front of everyone. No laughing allowed. Absolutely no laughing. Moria stomped his foot angrily. "Whitebeard, I want to fight you one-on-one." Seeing Moria stomping his feet in a fit of rage, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. "We want to fight. We want to fight." Moria wants to go berserk. She's certain to unleash an unprecedented and terrifying 12-force attack. Everyone secretly thought that this battle would definitely be extraordinarily fierce because Whitebeard had provoked Moria's nerves, and the latter would surely go berserk and seek revenge against Whitebeard. Hurry up and fight. It's going to be an incredibly spectacular battle. Guaranteed to be spectacular. Countless pirates became excited. With Admiral Kadu, the strongest zombie from the Marine headquarters, pitting his power against Whitebeard's ultimate battle. This is no less spectacular than the original battle between Kadu and Whitebeard. It's going to be an exhilarating fight. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Let's fight! Every pirate felt their blood boiling with excitement, immediately witnessing an earth-shattering battle. Watching the fight from such close proximity, this kind of super-level battle made them uncontrollably ignite their passion. Moria feels very powerful. He has to be strong. Kato's corpse plus the Admiral's shadow. If he's not strong, who is? That's really powerful. Whitebeard, you have to try harder. You can't lose to Moria. On the deck of the ship, the transparent man Absalom, his face full of excitement, said to Moria, Master, you must believe in yourself. You are very strong. You will definitely not lose to Whitebeard. Moria, hearing what everyone was saying, was very excited and even slapped Absalom across the face. I've always been very confident. Whitebeard is just a nobody. Let's see how I'll beat him up. Absalom's face flushed crimson, his eyes glaring at Moria. Utterly wrong. Why did you hit me? And hit me in the face. You shouldn't hit someone in the face. Doesn't my master know that? Bang! Moria became even more excited, giving Absalom another slap across the face. I'm just too excited. Thinking about defeating Whitebeard so soon, I can't help but get excited. So happy. So you got carried away, and then you rewarded me with a slap. Moreover, it's a slap in the face, even if you're more interested. You don't need to hit me in the face. Whoa. Absalom's face was covered in tears. Why did he have to hit him in the face? Bang. Moria slapped Absalom across the other cheek, so excited. I can't hold back. No, I can't hold back. I have to fight Whitebeard one-on-one right now. I feel a surge of primeval power burning intensely within me. A primordial, powerful force burning. There was no need to hit me in the face with such force. Oh. Absalom covered his face with one hand, his cheeks swollen even more. His teeth almost knocked out. He looked distressed, wrong, and tears streamed down his face. Yes, it hurts. They're not very quick-witted when they talk. My little universe is about to explode. Moria was incredibly excited, and just as he was about to slap him, he unexpectedly discovered that his loyal subordinate Absalom had fallen onto the deck. Who hit him? Who attacked my subordinate? I want to fight him one-on-one. Falling to the ground, Absalom wept. Oh, it was you who hit me. How can you renege on your debts so quickly? Absalom, rest assured. My master is so strong, so invincible. He will definitely avenge you. Moria was overly excited. His inner universe was about to explode. He looked at Whitebeard. After I defeat Whitebeard, I will avenge you. Whoever dares to challenge you, I will definitely knock him down. No, I want to knock him down 10 times over. Oh, Absalom's tears were almost flowing like a river. Clearly, you were the one who attacked me, and yet you want revenge for me. How can I get revenge? No need to be moved. As such a powerful master, avenging you is just a matter of half a minute. Rest assured. Moria thought Absalom was moved to tears, so he gestured wildly. However, as such a powerful master, before avenging you, let's first deal with a small problem. Defeat Whitebeard. Rest assured, it won't take long. Half a minute is all it takes to defeat Whitebeard. Without waiting for Absalom to complain, Moria, along with the zombie Kadu, jumped onto the pirate ship. Landing on Moria Island, that expanding microcosm completely exploded. Its aggressive momentum directed straight at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, I could defeat you in half a minute. Before Moria could finish speaking, a huge fist suddenly slammed towards him. 1 hour later, before Moria could react, he was sent flying with a single punch. Moria let out a pain cry and was sent flying backward, but he quickly ordered the zombie Kadu behind him to catch him. Tap, tap, tap. Even Moria Kadu couldn't help but be thrown back several steps by the impact before finally managing to regain his balance. Ow. Moria, covering his eyes with one hand after being punched, his face contorted with frustration and annoyance, went utterly humiliated. He had just been boasting and bragging, claiming he could defeat Whitebeard in half a minute, only to be sent flying by a single punch from Whitebeard the very next second. He hadn't even seen how Whitebeard had attacked properly. How embarrassing. This is too humiliating. No, I must regain my dignity, Moria thought to himself. I must teach Whitebeard a good beating, beat him to a pulp. No, I can't beat him like that. I have to capture Whitebeard alive, and then turn him into a zombie subordinate like Kato's. I'm so smart. Moria couldn't help but laugh, having Whitebeard, the strongest super powerful pirate, as his subordinate was quite exciting. The more Moria thought about it, the more excited he became. No, I can't hold back. Ah, too excited. My little universe is about to completely explode. Whitebeard, come and become my loyal subordinate. Hey hee hee. Moria gestured wildly, waving his hand and commanding the zombie Kadu, go. Whitebeard is in your hands. Boom boom boom. The zombie Kadu suddenly lunged towards Whitebeard. The ground is shaking, extremely violent shaking. Kadu possesses terrifying physical strength, coupled with Admiral Ryakugi's powerful shadow, making this nearly perfect, invincible zombie. Once it launches a fierce attack, each strike is earth-shattering. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel anxious and nervous. The strongest will compete. BHCF, the passion is burning. Whitebeard vs the strongest zombie, Kadu. Everyone was incredibly excited. Own. Just as Kadu was about to attack Whitebeard, a crimson fire dragon suddenly burst forth from Whitebeard's hand, carrying raging flames that swept over the zombie Kadu like a river of fire. The blazing flames instantly engulfed the zombie Kadu. Flames shot upwards, the flames blazed like a vast lake, engulfing Kadu in them. Oh my god! With just one exchange of blows, the zombie Kadu let out a blood-curdling scream. Without any contact, impact, or attack, the zombie Kadu choked back a pathetic scream. Continuously retreating, they followed, then turned around and ran. What? Everyone was stunned. No one ever imagined that the ferocious zombie Kadu would turn around and flee the moment they faced each other, basically. Not even the hem of Whitebeard's robe was touched. Things happened too quickly. Many people were so amazed that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. There's absolutely no one here. That's right. Whitebeard's sword is made from the flame fruit, allowing him to transform his weapon into an elemental form. And Moria's zombies are precisely countered by flames. So that's how it is. Someone let out a cry, and only then did everyone understand. Moria the zombie has two weaknesses known to very few people, one being salt and the other being flames. I forgot to remind the master, Whitebeard's sword technique has acquired the blazing fire fruit ability. Absalom was also terrified. In Golden City, he had witnessed Whitebeard's sword technique and the blazing fire fruit ability. He slapped his forehead, muttering in distress, "What a mess! Utterly chaotic! How could I have forgotten this?" Seeing Kado's instinct to flee, Moria himself was completely bewildered. He turned his head and angrily shouted at Absalom, "When did Whitebeard acquire the blazing fire fruit ability? Why didn't you tell me such important information sooner?" Absalom rubbed his face, which had been swollen from Moria's earlier beating, and forced a smile that was even uglier than crying. "Forget it. Forget. And yet you're saying that? Isn't it reasonable to be afraid? That's completely unreliable. Why would there be such unreliable subordinates? This is outrageous." Moria's face was full of dark lines as he muttered to himself, "This time I'm going all out, completely going all out. How am I going to end up like this? What?" Moria turned his head, his face full of flattery as he looked at Whitebeard, cautiously saying, "Whitebeard, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I unintentionally disturbed you." Whitebeard ran towards Moria. "Do you remember what you said earlier?" Looking in Whitebeard's direction, Moria suddenly had a strange feeling. He felt incredibly small, while Whitebeard seemed to grow larger and larger, an unstoppable height. Moria involuntarily trembled, backing away repeatedly. What was I saying earlier? Just passing by. Yes, just passing by. I'll be passing by here in half a minute. I'll leave now. I won't disturb you. Sorry. Moria turned around and ran away. He runs faster than a rabbit. Crack. Little did he know that Whitebeard would act even faster, like lightning, a punch landing on the back of Moria's head. With a loud bang, Moria lunged forward. For a brief moment, rocks and debris flew everywhere, and dust rose in all directions. When the dust settled, everyone saw Moria lying on the ground with his mouth full of mud, Whitebeard stepping on Moria. Too weak. TSK. Everyone involuntarily gasped for air. Things are changing too fast. Just moments before, Moria, with his aggressive demeanor, accompanied the zombie Kadu, swept through the strongest military force at a naval base, and even defeated a Marine headquarters admiral. earning the title of Admiral. Upon arriving at the Whitebeard Pirates Island, they were even more arrogant and unruly, basking in their own glory. That posture, it's truly invincible, the strongest posture in the whole world. Who knows? Upon facing him, Kadu, the strongest zombie, instinctively fled. Moria, however, couldn't even withstand Whitebeard's next punch and was directly knocked out with one blow. This is too dramatic, isn't it? Mom, good job, but fake. Riding a horse, what a disgrace. The White Crane, the strongest zombie, holds the title. Having just been filled with enthusiasm, preparing to witness an earth-shattering, passionate battle, everyone was suddenly overwhelmed with disappointment. Moria is just too weak. Knocked out by one punch, his martial arts skills, how weak are they? How embarrassing, this Moria. Surely he's not sent from heaven to be a clown, is he? Everyone raised their hands to their foreheads and sighed. Is this a good way to talk about fighting spirit? Was the result of the horse riding just a ridiculous knockout punch? Disappointing, so disappointing. Absalom's face darkened even more. What a disgrace. You said you'd defeat Whitebeard in half a minute. And you got knocked out by Whitebeard with one punch. Master, how can you be such an idiot? Moria is too weak. How weak are we? Knocked out by Whitebeard with one punch. There's absolutely no one here. Spare my life, spare my life. Moria was begging for mercy. He couldn't help but beg for forgiveness. Whitebeard stomped on him, nearly breaking his spine, causing him to grimace in pain. Moria never imagined that his confident approach to challenging Whitebeard, along with the invitations from numerous pirate crews and news outlets, would lead to a battle that would bring him fame throughout the world, shake the Grand Line, and ultimately elevate him to the pinnacle of his career, the era of the Shadow Revolution. Then, they formed a million-strong zombie army, swept through the New World, and conquered the holy land of Mariagua. Ha ha ha, just thinking about it still excites me a little. But then, knocked out by Whitebeard with one punch. All these things, these imagined images, have shattered into pieces. Right now, all we can do is beg for forgiveness. Whitebeard shook his head. You're too weak. You're still doomed to die. Moria's whole body trembled. It was over. This time it was truly over. He suddenly remembered Whitebeard's consistently domineering style, his ruthless methods of eliminating enemies completely. No enemy had ever escaped unscathed from Whitebeard's hands. This time, he feared he was truly going to die. Lord Whitebeard, 10 million won is the price for sparing my life. Moria could only beg for forgiveness. He didn't want to die. Even the usually decent George couldn't help but speak up. Moria, what reason do you have to make your father spare your life? That's right. Why? Treasure? Whitebeard doesn't seem very interested in treasure, and besides, I don't have any either. Beautiful women. I've never heard of Whitebeard having a taste for such things. Barry's wealth. The Whitebeard pirates replaced the Golden Castle and practically owned all the world's wealth, now controlling over 20% of the world's riches. Would he be inferior to me in this respect? Like a Barry? Obviously, Whitebeard wasn't short of money. Moria wept. He truly couldn't think of a reason why Whitebeard would spare him this one time. Perhaps he didn't want to die. Just spare my life, and I'm willing to serve the Whitebeard pirates. I'm willing to join the Whitebeard pirates. Moria almost cried as he spoke, all his pirate pride and captain's arrogance vanishing in the face of his desperate need to save his own life. I'm very strong. No, I mean, my zombie army, Kato's zombies, are very strong. Moreover, I can continuously create zombie armies. In the future, even conquering the holy land of Mariagua wouldn't be a problem. Fresh Flower Bridge Zero? Cut! Many of the captains scoffed disdainfully. You think you can trample Mariagua, or even a naval base, and still be lucky to crush it. A canoe alone can easily defeat you. The zombie canoe. Yes, I, Whitebeard, don't need a weak, incompetent little brat like you. Whitebeard suddenly stomped his foot, making loud cracking sounds, almost stomping Moria's ball out. Whitebeard lowered his head to look at Moria, who was foaming at the mouth, and sighed, too embarrassing. I guess I'll just have to kill him. Boom, boom, boom. At that very moment, unexpectedly, the entire island suddenly shook violently. Suddenly, a huge, protruding lump appeared in the middle of the ground. What's going on? An earthquake? No, there's someone underground. Boom, boom, boom. The upper layer of the earth rose up in a massive, bulging mass, suddenly moving at incredible speed towards Whitebeard. Bang! It was slow to say, but happened very quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. The mound of earth that had risen up instantly shattered, and a gigantic figure emerged from beneath the ground. The air was filled with flying debris, and the violent tremors then subsided. It's Kadu the zombie. The moment he appeared, he suddenly unleashed a powerful, domineering punch towards Whitebeard. Another diamond earth annihilation flame. Whitebeard's body moved, dodging Kado's zombie punch, then turned to block, suddenly unleashing a powerful punch. Countless energy blasts exploded around his fist, like a long line of flying projectiles. This is an extremely terrorist act. Whitebeard threw a punch, just wanted to test Kado's zombie strength. Don't be too weak and disappoint me. Ba ba ba. Streams of energy rapidly surged out from behind Whitebeard's fist. The white airflow creates an incredibly spectacular scene. Facing Whitebeard's punch, the zombie Kado likewise unleashed a punch. This punch contained Kado's terrifying physical strength, combined with Admiral Ryakugyu's boundless fighting power. With a single punch, the clouds in the sky suddenly trembled, cracking and being swept away. East, the two fists clashed in an instant. At that moment, the air seemed to vibrate in a way that pulled the two people behind it in a swirling, backward motion. The terrifying sound waves, simultaneously pushing the air outwards and reaching far into everyone's ears, caused their blood to churn and their eardrums to ache. Kado's single punch gave Whitebeard a sudden feeling of a worthy opponent, a true hero. But before that punch had even fully landed, Whitebeard had already thrown another. Grandfather. The punch struck out in the blink of an eye, an incredibly powerful armament hockey instantly enveloping the fist. The combination of a godlike body and supreme armament hockey, unleashed in a single instant, caused the heavens and earth to transform, the wind and clouds surging, the sky seemingly cracking open in a magnificent display. Whitebeard's fighting spirit soared. He absolutely didn't need his sword, relying solely on his physical strength to confront the monstrous Kadu head-on. Boom! 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 In an instant, Whitebeard and the zombie Kadu unleashed their three most powerful punches. The air swirled like a rapidly fleeing serpent, recoiling and rushing outwards. The island was born amidst incredibly violent tremors. It was as if the entire island was surrounded by the sea, stirred up by successive tsunami-like waves, and amidst the surging waves, there was an even more terrifying roar. Such a terrifying scene, it left people stunned and trembling. It can even make your scalp tingle. That's terrible. This is real combat. My God, why do I feel like the fusion of Admiral Kado's zombie shadow is in no way inferior to Kadu himself in terms of destructive power? It's terrifying. Perhaps the improvisational fighting style is much weaker. This is Kado's corpse. After all, it was already damaged by Whitebeard. But zombies don't feel pain or get injured, so naturally, it can compensate for a lack of skill. This sudden turn of events actually surprised quite a few people. Moria himself took the opportunity to escape. Luckily, Kado's order to hide in the underground chamber extinguished the fire, saving my life. Moria frantically fled, quickly reaching the pirate ship, his heart filled with fear. He had just narrowly escaped death. Having just boarded the ship, Moria was in a dilemma. Currently, he only had two options. The first was to run away and escape, abandoning the zombie Kadu. However, Kadu was clearly Moria's favorite, and he absolutely couldn't bear to part with him. The second thing is, even if you could stay and fight to the very end, you wouldn't be able to defeat Whitebeard. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sound waves from Kia's battle echoed in Moria's ears, further terrifying him and sending chills down his spine. This is too terrifying. Is this the true destructive power of Whitebeard? As the battle between Whitebeard and the zombie Kadu dragged on, Moria felt an increasing chill run down his spine. Moria just wants to escape right now, but he really can't bring himself to let go of the zombie Kadu. If you miss this opportunity, you'll never get your hands on such a powerful, invincible zombie body again in this lifetime. The corpse of ores that was obtained from the land of snow that year was completely incomparable to this ancient corpse of Kadu. Moreover, by some fortunate coincidence, he even obtained the shadow of Admiral Ryakugyu. What do we do now? Moria was terrified, completely terrified. Escaping. It's equivalent to achieving everything in this time, All for nothing, clearly a cause for celebration. Later on, there will be no chance to obtain the corpse of Kadu, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Nor will there be any possibility of obtaining the shadow of a Marine headquarters admiral. Not logging in. That's equivalent to death. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Moria was filled with regret. He absolutely should not have been so arrogant. Wanting to challenge Whitebeard to a one-on-one fight to prove his own strength, he invited the world's great pirate crews and the world's press to witness his power, to witness the terrifying, invincible power of the shadow fruit. The result was that he ended up shooting himself in the foot. Moria was utterly despairing. He realized he was simply no match for Whitebeard. Even if he were given several of the strongest zombies, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Whitebeard. Because Whitebeard is truly terrifying. At this moment, it wasn't just Moria who was amazed. Those watching the pirate battle from afar, along with the group of journalists and editors whom Moria had invited to be his successors, were all equally impressed. 680. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle has completely escalated. Whitebeard's demonic body truly demonstrated terrifying destructive power. The attack was incredibly fierce and domineering, its destructive power utterly terrifying. The air was shattered, the sky cracked, and the ground was already riddled with countless dense fissures and fissures. East, a loud bang suddenly erupted, and Whitebeard unleashed his most powerful punch, landing it on the zombie Kadu. Following the deafening explosion, the air rippled and vibrated, and the zombie Kadu was sent flying outwards. His feet ripped through the ground, sending countless rocks and debris flying, and a deep gash rose in all directions. The zombie Kadu, carrying a terrifying wave of energy, was sent flying outwards. Whitebeard, seizing the advantage, charged forward, his colossal body hurtling towards Kadu. His godlike physique possessed not only unparalleled destructive power, but also incredible speed. Whitebeard caught up with the zombie Kadu, suddenly leapt up, and unleashed a punch, aiming directly at Kado's head. This one punch will inevitably shatter Kado's zombie head. Stop right there. At this moment, Moria, who had already summoned the Shadow Mage, a type of Shadow Mage fruit ability, and the Shadow Mage almost simultaneously, rushed towards Kadu and Whitebeard. East. Without exception, Whitebeard's punch landed squarely on the Shadow Mage's body. Almost instantly, Moria's Shadow Mage exploded, but Whitebeard's punch slowed down slightly as a result. Own. Following that, Whitebeard's fist struck Moria's body, and countless swirling streams of energy instantly erupted, scattering in all directions, wreaking havoc. Moria's body, meanwhile, vibrated like a drum, stirring up a powerful surge of energy. Hiss! Moria spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body slamming into the zombie Kadu, sending Kadu flying out with him. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. No one expected Moria to make such a move. To resist Whitebeard's powerful and domineering punch was practically suicidal. The unwavering determination to make people cling to life and fear death, like Moria's, would lead to such a shocking action. And Whitebeard's incredibly powerful punch, a feat unmatched by any other, only further increased the admiration of countless people. One punch shattered the mage's image, and the remaining force sent Moria flying, spitting blood into the air, sending Moria and Kadu flying along with him. How incredibly infuriating is this force? Moria's move is unbelievable. Whitebeard's punch is even more incredibly powerful. This, followed by 3 events in reverse, turned into a breathtaking and thrilling battle. Originally, many people watching the battle were disappointed, but now, besides fear, they feel it's simply unbelievable. Cough, cough, cough. The flying object, thrown out of Moria, created a deep crater. The mage's image quickly shattered into fragments of shadow, returning to his body. He crawled out of the crater, covered in blood, coughing up blood incessantly, his spirit weak. The zombie Kadu, who was behind them, also crawled out. Moria, severely wounded by Whitebeard and coughing up blood, looked at him with an expression devoid of resentment, filled with reverence, profound respect. Crack! Moria suddenly knelt down on one knee before Whitebeard. Looking up at Whitebeard, Moria, with a respectful expression and a trace of fresh blood on his lips, spoke. Whitebeard, I, Moria, swear to die with you. In this battle, the new world will surge. I will never betray you. Moria opened her mouth, and what she said caused a stir among everyone. No one would have thought that, After such a difficult escape, Moria would choose to save the zombie Kadu. Even fewer would have imagined that Moria, who was ultimately severely wounded and coughing up blood by Whitebeard, would choose to swear an oath and follow Whitebeard. I understand Moria is paying the price for serious injury, not only to keep the zombie Kadu, but also to make his intentions clear to Whitebeard. Moria is definitely not the kind of person who clings to life and fears death. So that's how it is. Everyone was amazed and full of admiration. That's okay. Even Whitebeard didn't expect Moria to ultimately make such a choice. That punch just now, Whitebeard threw it without any hesitation. If Moria's physique were even slightly weaker, the only way to withstand the attack would likely be death. Moria, knowing full well the high probability of dying under those circumstances, still made such a choice, truly demonstrating Moria's determination. Actually, this was unexpected for Whitebeard, and it's somewhat different from the original text about Moria. Could it be that Moria, the cowardly and self-sacrificing person hiding in the Devil's Triangle, changed his personality after the Summit War? That's good. At least in Moria's eyes, Whitebeard looked at him differently. Leaving aside his own strength for the moment, with the zombie Kadu joining the Whitebeard pirates, he was definitely a major fighting force. Alright, Moonlight, Moria, after today, you are a member of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard nodded and said, if you perform very well, you will be allowed to join the Airborne Division. Moria's body trembled. The Whitebeard Pirates. I finally joined this super pirate crew that's awe-inspiring in the Grand Line, known and understood by everyone in the world. Until now, even Moria had never imagined this outcome. I am willing to sacrifice my life for the Whitebeard Pirates. Moria had never spoken so formally before. This is him from his previous trip to the New World, after his entire pirate crew was wiped out by Kado's crew many years ago. And now, after so many years, he has once again become a member of a pirate crew. That year, they almost annihilated Moria Kado's group, but through a series of fortunate coincidences, they became Moria's subordinates. Moria himself became a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, a subordinate of Whitebeard. Moria, you've joined at just the right time. Crocodile, standing on a distant high ground, said menacingly, his arms crossed. I still want your head to exchange for the qualification to join the squad. Moria was stunned. Only now did he realize it was sand. Crocodile was different. He was extremely surprised to see only sand. Crocodile, his face full of disbelief, sighed and said, you are a woman. Are you looking down on me? Sand. Crocodile held a constantly swirling sandstorm in her hand, emitting sharp, whistling sounds. With just a flick of her wrist, the terrifying sandstorm would immediately strike Moria. Even if he were to restore her to her original form as a girl, Sir Crocodile, with his hot temper, would rather resort to physical violence to resolve the issue. He would absolutely not use his mouth. Moria had been knocked out of his mind by a single punch from Whitebeard. How could he possibly dare to provoke Sir Crocodile? However, his bowing and pledging allegiance to Whitebeard, always showing respect, didn't mean he was afraid of others. He simply turned away and ignored them. Moria's heart was still troubled. Why had Sir Crocodile become a woman? Many pirate groups, invited by Moria to watch the battle from afar, now had bewildered expressions on their faces. No one could have imagined that this battle, this process, would be so convoluted, so unpredictable. No one could have imagined that Kadu, this most loyal and incredibly powerful zombie subordinate, would eventually become a member of Whitebeard's crew. I thought Moria had stumbled upon a huge advantage, but I didn't expect that in the end he would still end up in Whitebeard's pocket. Before, Kadu revered him as one of the 4 emperors. After his death, he became Whitebeard's subordinate. Truly, there's no one like him. The 4 emperors and is dead. The 4 emperor Kadu has turned into Whitebeard's zombie subordinate, leaving only Whitebeard and Shanks. With Shanks' consistent non-confrontational personality, who in this world can stop Whitebeard? Even if Red Hair had a desire for dominance, he couldn't possibly stop Whitebeard's path to becoming the supreme ruler. To be honest, the Red Hair pirates are the least noticeable of the 4 emperors. As a 4 emperor, they're just too ordinary. Everyone was discussing loudly with all sorts of opinions from different levels, but generally they all revolved around Whitebeard and the Whitebeard pirates. The addition of Kadu, a zombie with superhuman combat power, to the Whitebeard pirates added another great general to their crew. Even though Kadu, the zombie, was no match for Whitebeard, no one dared underestimate him. After all, the blazing fire fruit only had one ability, and the rest of his small flames couldn't possibly defeat Kadu. Apart from his flame and slightly weaker sea flame abilities, Kado's zombie-like fighting style has no other weaknesses. Their fighting spirit remained as strong as ever, inspiring fear in those who witnessed it. New world, new naval headquarters. Beyond expectations, within reason. After hearing about the Moria incident and the news that Moria, along with the zombie Kadu, had joined the Whitebeard pirates, Akainu appeared unusually calm. Although he felt a little uneasy inside, he didn't show any signs of distress. This really didn't suit his consistently hot-tempered nature. The calmer Akainu appeared, the more terrifying he became to others. Of course, Akainu's calm and composed demeanor wasn't solely due to a change in his cunning. It was because he commanded the Four Seas army, and because he was orchestrating a monumental undertaking. That cunning, wicked Akainu, you old dog? Someone like that, deep down, angrily cursed Akainu, adding the word old to show Akainu's terrifying composure. Akainu, who was always ruthless and cunning, has now become calm, composed, and even sinister, making his methods even more terrifying. Even the five elders, who had been shouting at Akainu, were becoming increasingly pleased with him. Only now can we consider it possible to win the position of Marshal. This is the highest assessment the five elders have of Akainu. With the Navy headquarters' busy schedule, Moria's final incident was quickly overshadowed by other events. Akainu's plan, however, was being carried out in a way that was not entirely accurate. I heard that the navies of the four major sea regions east, south, west, and north under Akainu's summons have begun to gather in the New World. The Navy is probably about to make a major move. Everyone knows that the number of naval troops from all four seas has been mobilized on a massive scale this past year. Fresh Flower Bridge Zero? Currently, the Navy, whether in terms of personnel or the level of military strength it possesses, far surpasses any period in history when it served. What is this concept? Unprecedented in history. Let's talk about the scale of the Navy right now. The Navy's power was overwhelming, and the surrender of pirates to them caused widespread panic. But the rising winds and surging clouds of this new world are so vast and powerful that they strike fear into people's hearts. That's not right. The naval headquarters announced to the outside world that they were holding an important conference, which is why they gathered naval forces from the four major sea regions to come to the new world. It won't be that simple. There are even more clueless people involved here. I suspect this large-scale naval expedition to the New World is aimed at the increasingly powerful Whitebeard pirates. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, trouble can come from your mouth. For a moment, many pirate crews were filled with anxiety. On the island, others knew that Akainu had summoned the Four Seas, targeting the Whitebeard pirates, and Whitebeard himself naturally understood what was going on. At this time, there weren't many members of the Whitebeard pirates remaining on the ice island. Even Marco, awaiting his turn as captain, hastily left the island after the Moria incident was resolved. They all headed towards the major islands, preparing for the next super battle. Whitebeard's super pirate ship is also constantly accelerating its development, with construction continuously nearing completion. Located on that shipyard island is a set of super-grade giant dragon bones, the main structural components of a pirate ship, serving to demonstrate just how inspiring this supernatural pirate ship will be once successfully built. Whitebeard's pirate ship, a Grand Line flagship, a super-powerful pirate ship that will shake the world, is about to be born. Not far from the island, pirates looked up at Whitebeard, who had occupied the naval base. Looking at that colossal, gigantic dragon bone, everyone's hearts were shaken beyond compare. Beneath the enormous dragon bone, the person was as insignificant as an ant. Whitebeard, I'm afraid he wants to create the world's most powerful hockey pirate ship. During the climactic battle, after the Moby Dick was destroyed, Whitebeard's cry, "The New World can no longer bear my ship," still echoed in everyone's ears, as if the climactic battle was still vividly before their eyes. Looking up at the enormous, sky-obscuring dragon bone before them, they naturally imagined the breathtaking image of a pirate ship successfully built. This is a ship capable of withstanding Whitebeard's pirate crew. Everyone was in a state of excitement, inwardly filled with admiration. In the world of pirates, there exist several pirate ships with incredibly supernatural hockey abilities. Those other ships, known as the strongest pirate ships in existence, without exception, all carried pirate crews that instilled fear in them. Whitebeard built this one entirely crafted by his guardian Adam, a supersized object that will undoubtedly become the world's most powerful pirate ship in terms of hockey. Time flies incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, a very long period of time passes. From the mainframe to the entire hull structure, then to the ship's hold, and finally the weapons and artillery awaiting equipping, everything was completed. The most powerful pirate ship in history has been born. This is a gigantic object, roughly the size of a small island. The entire Whitebeard pirates, including 16 divisions, can all live on this one massive vessel. Each division has its own separate room, and even Moria, one of the elite zombies in the army, has been assigned there. The pirate ship was divided into 4 decks, and Moria's zombie army was located on the bottom deck, the first deck. The second floor is arranged for each team member. The third tier was set up for Sir Crocodile to await the arrival of stronger squad members. The fourth and very last floor is Whitebeard, the squad leader, not a squad leader. Each floor was equipped with food storage, weapons depots, artillery, and a control tower. The entire hull of the ship was crafted from the precious Adam tree, and the ship's walls and deck were reinforced with refined steel. The entire ship was built by the finest shipbuilders, and the reinforcing steel components were crafted by the world's best blacksmiths. Not only that, this supernatural pirate ship not only relies on sails for propulsion, but also possesses an advanced steam propulsion system, and its hull is fitted with sea prism stone, allowing it to travel in the calm belt. All of these things were personally assigned by Whitebeard. Even the artillery shell loading boats, originally simple and crude circular in shape, were improved to the ultimate linear design. Whitebeard, who was a former Special Forces soldier and eventually served as an undercover agent, was naturally extremely familiar with all kinds of ammunition. With just a few minor modifications to the exterior and internal structure of the cannonballs, their destructive power could be greatly increased. These cannonballs were incredibly destructive, easily surpassing even the best naval artillery shells by several streets. Furthermore, Whitebeard had arranged manpower, especially a large-scale manufacturing operation. Even the guns used by the Whitebeard pirates were redesigned and improved by Whitebeard himself, resulting in rapid-fire guns. This is a world-class pirate world that exists like no other. World pirates possess guns, but they only fire one shot. And the Whitebeard pirates' guns have all been replaced with automatic rifles. On a large scale in warfare, it is absolutely possible to gain an overwhelming advantage. These numerous improvements undoubtedly struck fear into the entire Whitebeard pirates. Every member of the Whitebeard pirates, including those outside the division and even the division leaders, was deeply moved by the sophisticated firearms that Whitebeard had developed. When this news spread and the rest of the world's pirates learned about it, the entire world was terrified. The ultimate improvement in cannonballs. What does it actually look like? Rumors say the destructive power has increased many times over. That sounds terrifying. A rapid-fire gun, once loaded, it can fire continuously. Unbelievable. The whole world is in an uproar. Even Vegapunk, the world's greatest scientist, who was considered 500 years ahead of the world in terms of intellect, couldn't create a rapid-fire gun. And Whitebeard himself designed this unimaginable weapon. It's truly unbelievable. Many people compare Whitebeard and Vegapunk. This is enough to prove that the rapid-fire gun incident that killed 363 people is no less significant than a major news event. Even among the Marines, rumors began circulating that the Whitebeard pirates possessed incredibly advanced weaponry, rapid-fire guns with destructive power several times greater than cannonballs, making them super-large pirate ships capable of navigating the calm belt like warships. Absolutely unbelievable. Oh my god, the Whitebeard pirates. They've got control of the warship manufacturing center. Countless sailors were shaken. New world, new naval headquarters. Akainu, who was busy at the time, received this news and immediately raised his chin, his eyes blazing with an overwhelming killing intent. The Whitebeard pirates, the Four Seas have all assembled in the new world. I'd like to see for myself just how powerful the Whitebeard pirates' improved cannonballs truly are. A powerful, confident aura emanated from Akainu. Akainu, fundamentally didn't believe that the Whitebeard pirates possessed so-called improved weapons that could play a significant role in this war. In war, the decisive factor isn't you weak little pirate kids, Whitebeard. Akanu's eyes revealed unwavering confidence. This time, he summoned the Four Seas forces to the New World with unprecedented self-assurance and composure. It should be known that the 4 elite Marines have almost all gathered in the New World. How incredibly infuriating is this force? Especially those guns. Can they be changed? Akanu raised his head, looking towards the Whitebeard pirates' location on the island. This time, I not only want to wipe out your Whitebeard pirates. Akanu's decision to mobilize the Four Seas east, south, west, and north ahead of the deadline is not solely aimed at eliminating the Whitebeard pirates in the New World. Akanu exuded an incredibly powerful and terrifying aura. He didn't even use a fraction of his strength, simply standing there. And the temperature around him automatically rose to a level that made people feel uncomfortably hot. Buzz, buzz, buzz. By chance, the flies, frightened, flew up. As they flew, they were instantly killed by the high temperature and fell to the ground. During the fall, they were all melted away. You can see just how terrifying the temperature is in Akanu's surroundings. This comes from the power of lava. Complete a smaller goal first. For example, destroy the Whitebeard pirate crew. Once again, we'll take the entire world's pirate crews and wipe them all out. This is Akanu's ultimate goal. He wants to destroy the Grand Line by taking over the pirate crews. You arrogant pirate gang, your lives should be ended. That simple statement conveyed Akanu's unwavering determination and confidence in this particular event. On the vast blue ocean, warships sped along, each one bearing the head held high and chest puffed out, a picture of elite naval soldiers. Weapons in hand, honorary naval ranks on their shoulders, and their towering figures, every part of them exuded the pride and honor of a naval soldier. Coming from the Four Seas east, south, west, and north, the elite naval forces have all assembled in the New World. The New World Grand Arena is about to unleash a storm. A single training exercise unleashed a super powerful storm across the entire New World Grand Line. The world's weather is changing. The originally arrogant pirate crews in the New World, after witnessing firsthand those warships, that fleet, and those elite Marines, all began to restrain themselves. The storm has begun. It can't be stopped. The Whitebeard pirates. That's not it either. Given Akanu's appetite, how could he limit himself to just one pirate crew? This time, I'm afraid even our small pirate crew will be in trouble. People were shocked. In the new world of pirates, everyone is filled with anxiety. Even those famous pirates in the new world couldn't help but show signs of fear because they had received more accurate information this time. The assembled forces of the Four Seas in the New World included a number of powerful individuals of the rank of Vice Admiral from the Navy headquarters that were enough to make one despair. Lieutenant General. The Navy is a core force, and one that is also extremely desirable. Even though those veteran Vice Admirals, most of whom were killed by Whitebeard, could. This one large-scale mobilization across the Four Seas, after filling unclear gaps, even recruited a number of Vice Admiral-level Marines that caused a sensation worldwide. Furthermore, Akanu valued talent, primarily promoting anyone who passed the Marine Corps' Vice Admiral examination. Regardless of whether they were veteran or rookie, as long as they possessed the ability and passed the examination, they would be awarded the rank of Vice Admiral by the headquarters. This is also where Akanu is terrifying. He strongly recommends and boldly hires talented and capable individuals. This also gives Akanu an immense advantage. These new Marine Vice Admirals become Akanu's greatest strength. Countless warships and countless sailors are bustling about, gathering at the New World Naval Headquarters. A crucial conference was held, Akanu's plans before the battle. At the same time, the New World rippled incessantly on the surface of the sea. Huge waves surged upwards, their crests crashing against the surface of the sea, causing the entire surface to vibrate. Occasionally, monstrous sea creatures appear, their enormous heads emerging from the surface of the ocean. This is the most dangerous part of the New World, the Grand Line, the most perilous stretch. All pirates in the world, let the pirates head towards the Grand Line. Bang! Vast and powerful on the sea, a gigantic sea king-type creature, enraged, emerged with a massive head. It opened its blood-red, gaping maw, revealing two rows of sharp, jagged teeth, and suddenly bit down on the pirate ship that was advancing across the sea. crackling sounds. In the next instant, this gigantic sea king, its eyes wide open, was filled with terror. That thing has bitten through countless pirate ships with its fangs, completely shattered. This gigantic Neptune-type creature was instantly terrified and fled for its life. Double quotes. Another blind-headed Neptune-type creature. Compared to the petty pirates on the ship, a member of the Whitebeard pirates, with a wide grin, said, "It's just a matter of building a small boat out of leftover shipbuilding materials, but even a giant Sea King-type vessel could make a desperate escape." Another member of the Whitebeard pirates taunted, "It fled to Joe. Obviously it was clever, but it might not have fled because of this pirate ship, but because, after seeing the local ship owner." A group of Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but turn their heads in unison, looking behind them, each with a look of pride in their eyes. They were behind them. Whitebeard, the captain of the ship, that colossal vessel, was slowly advancing, carrying enormous waves with it. There is a unique colossal creature in the world. As it sails, the ships on either side stir up to enormous waves. Even the so-called king of the seas, the Sea King, would have no choice but to flee for its life in the face of such a colossal vessel. Because it is the myriad of things, harmonious and magnificent. Whitebeard's pirate ship. Wherever it passes, all things are in harmony. The entire universe, all things, are but dust. Whether it's a pirate crew, a naval base, or any other organization, wherever my pirate ship passes, I will raze it to the ground. This is harmony. The army marched out in harmony, leaving not a blade of grass untouched. Like a mobile island, a colossal entity of myriad forms, harmonious and magnificent. Each deck section between the gaps was identical, exactly alike. Adam's tree, a block of wood, covered a layer of unusually solid, refined steel, radiating a cold, metallic sheen. Just a fleeting glance was enough to cause an unparalleled emotional shock. "Father, must we really set off for that place this time?" Marco, who had just flown over from afar with rings of blue flames, said very solemnly. Although it was a question, there was undoubtedly a hint of excitement and overflowing passion in his voice. "La la la la, we should also take a look at little Akainu, you little brat." Whitebeard laughed heartily, his fearless and magnanimous attitude instantly infecting everyone on the ship. Everyone's spirits were lifted by that. "Let's settle this with Akainu." "That's right. We should settle our scores with Akainu properly." Ever since Whitebeard's reincarnation, Akainu has been pulling the strings behind every war and every battle. Like a wild dog, it clung tightly to Whitebeard, refusing to let go. World Government, Marine Headquarters, Akainu the Brat. Perhaps they didn't return without targeting Whitebeard multiple times. The Whitebeard Pirates, the Marine Headquarters, and Akainu all share an irreconcilable feud. Having dealt with Kaido and his beast pirates, it's now Akainu's turn. Targeting the World Government, targeting the Navy Headquarters, all the revenge will begin with Akainu. All personnel, get ready for battle. Sitting upright on the esteemed throne of Whitebeard, Zhongqing spoke, his voice resounding like thunder. It was whispered into the ear of every member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone was suddenly struck by a shiver. Everyone was shocked by the screams. "As a father, I fight. Let's fight, Whitebeard Pirates. Kill Akainu, trample the Marine Headquarters." Each sound, emanating from the depths of the soul, rose high, shaking the clouds and dominating the sky. Whitebeard waved his hand to stop them. The perfectly synchronized voices ceased, and everyone fell silent, watching Whitebeard. It's like the same rigorous, iron-blooded military training. All of this is because, while Whitebeard was creating the Universal Harmony artifact, he subjected all members of the Whitebeard Pirates to rigorous training, following the highest military standards. The entire arsenal of firearms has been upgraded to automatic firing. Cold weapons only made the best weapons ever created. Not only that, but they also acquired a considerable number of devil fruits, allowing the Whitebeard Pirates to gain even more devil fruit abilities. These things could make the Whitebeard Pirates participate in the battle, giving them the strongest and most loyal force. This made the already battle-hardened members of the Whitebeard Pirates even stronger, significantly increasing their combat power. These are just superficial enhancements. The Whitebeard Pirates, following Whitebeard's instructions, conducted a massive, world-shaking, combined ability training program related to armament hockey. However, this is an extremely confidential skill set, one of the trump cards the Whitebeard pirates used to deal with the world government? Shiki, the golden lion, are you ready? Whitebeard smiled, turned his head to look at Shiki, the golden lion, whose injuries had completely healed, and asked a question. Shiki, the golden lion, raised his head and puffed out his chest, proudly declaring, of course. The universal harmony, even though it's many times larger than my previous pirate ship, it still can't defeat me. Fresh Flower Bridge. The Shiki's floating fruit ability allows him to make an entire large, neatly arranged island float into the sky. All things harmony and grandeur naturally. It's not a problem. Very good. Whitebeard nodded, his crescent-shaped white beard displaying his absolute confidence. He turned to look at Beardy World on the other side. World, what about you? Beardy World, the old man, never lost his composure. Following Whitebeard, he became even more resolute and composed, as if regaining his youthful, resounding fighting spirit. He roared, of course not, 10 times the speed, no problem. Whitebeard nodded in satisfaction. In addition, you'll need to control that cannon. Whitebeard was simply the most advanced, most destructive, and incredibly powerful creation of a superpowered fortress. In particular, Beardy World, a place of advanced technology and engineering, is a hidden fortress of the earth. Given the current strength of the Whitebeard pirates, they can only build one machine. That's enough to prove how difficult it was to build that kind of fortress machine. Without exaggeration, its destructive power is absolutely the best in the world. Of course, Beardy's world-shattering fruit ability allows him to enlarge the fortress 100 times, accelerate cannonballs 100 times, and make the cannonballs 100 times more powerful than the SSJ-1. This is his confidence. Rest assured, one shot will be enough to breach the Marine headquarters. Everyone understood clearly that a bombardment of the Marine headquarters was predetermined to prevent a powerful individual like Akainu, capable of withstanding cannon fire, from deploying personnel to respond. Now, I declare to the whole world, the Whitebeard pirates will crush the Marine headquarters. Akainu, you little brat, clean your neck and wait to be killed. As Whitebeard's voice faded, the Whitebeard pirates officially declared to the world that all members of the Whitebeard pirates would storm the Marine headquarters and crush it to the ground with the azure sea and sky, and a gentle, salty sea breeze sweeping across the ocean's surface. One feels utterly content and relaxed. This is the place that symbolizes the cause of peace, the new naval headquarters. The original New World Marine G1 branch, following Akainu's predecessor as Marine Headquarters Marshal, intensified its crackdown on New World pirate crews, demonstrating Akainu's unwavering commitment to justice, and relocated Marine Headquarters to the New World, swapping places with the original G1 branch. As a massive military island, serving as the headquarters of the world's most powerful navy, even the surrounding seas are peaceful and calm. Even in the wild pirate world of New World, there wasn't a single blind pirate crew that dared to cause trouble near the Marine headquarters, let alone confront the Marines. Bang! Originally, the sea was calm and still with gentle waves. Then one by one, warships appeared, fleet after fleet continuously emerging from all directions. Warships of varying sizes rushed towards them. These individuals came from all four corners of the world, east, south, west, and north, and were recruited by Akainu to form an elite naval force. Each of these warships carries a formidable naval force capable of inflicting devastating damage. The sheer number of warships, unprecedented in history, was a magnificent sight, shaking people's hearts beyond compare. This was an unprecedented naval operation. In the history of the Navy, there had never been such prosperity, such power, or such a large naval force. Even from afar, a pirate's distant view, seen through binoculars, would send shivers down one's spine. Seeing so many naval warships would send chills down one's spine. This unprecedented naval force was terrifying and utterly shocking. Not to mention pirates, even the naval forces, seeing such a large military force assembled, felt an unparalleled shock. Unprecedented. This word, absolutely, contains not the slightest element of exaggeration. Great deeds in prosperous times, Akainu ushered in a golden age for the Navy. The whole world was shaken by this, but at the very moment when the Navy was gathered in unprecedented numbers, a shocking piece of news, like a tsunami, swept across the world with lightning speed. Leaving no time to react, the Whitebeard pirates have officially declared war on the Navy. The Whitebeard pirates are heading straight for Marine headquarters. This news, undeniably like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky, shattered the new world, stirring up colossal waves that shook the entire globe. Hurry! No! This is outrageous! Declaring to the whole world, we're going to fight a battle with the Marine headquarters. What hockey! Besides Whitebeard, I doubt anyone else in this world would dare to be so arrogant. Write a double copy. The whole world was completely shaken. Whitebeard was truly insane this time, displaying enough hockey, according to historical records. No one has ever dared to officially declare war on the Marine headquarters. Especially under such circumstances, with a thriving Navy, with an unprecedented naval force. Assembling the New World Navy headquarters at this very moment, the Whitebeard pirates declared war on the Navy headquarters. The current strength of the Navy headquarters is absolutely unprecedented. In history, it is also absolutely the strongest moment. And don't forget, the Whitebeard pirates were also at their strongest at that time. Golden Lion, Shiki, Beardy World, Patrick Redfield, they were all super powerful pirates on par with Pirate King Roger. The 16 division captains under Whitebeard's banner, Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, and the Zombie Kadu. Any one of them, even in the New World, was a super powerful pirate, as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. Not only these, but even more super powerful pirate crews also joined Whitebeard's banner. That's terrible. At that time, when people saw Whitebeard under the banner of the great pirate crews rushing towards the Marine headquarters from all directions at full speed, they were once again violently shocked. It turned out that all these declarations of war were real. A terrible battle is coming again, the Whitebeard pirates. How dare they provoke our Marine headquarters at this time? The naval headquarters on the island, along with elite naval units from all four seas, were all in a state of commotion. Humph! No matter how powerful the Whitebeard pirates are, they're absolutely no match for us. Naval officers of the rank of Rear Admiral and Lieutenant General all have absolute confidence in this naval force. They're not being delusional. It was a genuine feeling of the terrifying military power unleashed after the assembly of the Four Seas Armed Forces, a kind of self-confidence stemming from the depths of one's heart, a firm belief in this unified naval force. The Whitebeard pirates, this time, it's nothing short of. They're digging their own graves. 3.7. The elite naval squad all became incredibly confident. How could an army assembled from all four seas be intimidated by a mere pirate crew? Come on, let's fight. Let's make the Whitebeard pirates much more aggressive. Not a single sailor retreated. They were infected by the officers' confidence. They were moved by the combined strength of the four sailors. A steadfast confidence permeated the heart of each and every sailor. They yearn for a battle against the Whitebeard pirates. Only then can we truly showcase the invincible, unstoppable power of the Navy. I didn't expect the Whitebeard pirates to take the initiative to attack. In the naval headquarters, within a simple, unadorned building that shone with a dazzling red glow, the large naval meeting room was filled with officers from all four seas, from majors upwards. As only those with the right to attend were eligible, the gray-haired chief of staff, Suru, spoke with a voice tinged with surprise. Everyone's hearts raced as it vibrated. The Whitebeard pirates chose to launch an attack at this moment. Surprise was surprise, unexpectedness was unexpected. But it didn't cause many naval officers to change their expressions, because inwardly they were even more certain that the Navy would win this battle. Whitebeard. He's getting more and more crazy. 14. Akainu sighed similarly, but on his dark face, a smile, seemingly from the depths of his heart, appeared as he spoke. However, Akainu, who was usually so cautious in his speech, looked rather unsightly when he smiled. It was somewhat more unpleasant to look at than to cry. Akainu was originally impulsive, but after being repeatedly defeated by Whitebeard, he became increasingly calm and frighteningly composed. Conversely, Whitebeard gave the whole world an unparalleled sense of wild, reckless power. Whitebeard was incredibly arrogant. Anyone who provoked him, anyone who dared to provoke him, Whitebeard would take the initiative to strike and crush them. That's the fourth emperor's ant. The four emperors' Kadu is the same. The situation at the naval headquarters is currently the same. Whitebeard's overwhelming power caused a global sensation, and at the same time, it made Akainu secretly chuckle. The more furious he becomes, the greater our chances of winning. Akainu said that the New World Naval Headquarters is like an impenetrable fortress. Not even a fly could dream of getting in or out. And once Akainu assembled the elite for Seas Marines, they possessed an incredibly formidable fighting force. Even if the Whitebeard pirates were to enter the Marine headquarters, they wouldn't stand a chance of getting out. Whitebeard knows full well that we've gathered the elite troops from all corners of the world, yet he still chooses to challenge us at this time. I fear this battle won't be simple. A white-haired old man sitting alone spoke heavily. His voice wasn't loud, but his brief words sent a shiver down people's spines. The old man continued in a deep voice, "This battle requires caution. Don't underestimate the enemy." Ba. Many naval officers' eyes, in a flurry, fell upon the old man who had just spoken. Upon realizing the old man's identity, many naval officers couldn't help but show a sudden change in expression. Commander-in-Chief. Coming from the 4 naval commanding officers' quarters, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. That's correct. This white-haired old man, with his short hair and radiant demeanor, is none other than the former naval marshal, now the supreme commander of the entire army, and is known by the nickname Cyborg. Below the highest echelons of government lies the ultimate power, the one who wields it. Commander-in-Chief of the entire army. Many naval officers never imagined that this campaign would require the commander-in-chief to personally attend. People say they don't know, but ever since the previous Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku died at the hands of Whitebeard, Kong the Ironbone has been in charge of the Marine headquarters. Akainu is behind the man. It's him, Kong the Bone. Naturally, this time, we don't just have to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu's eyes revealed unwavering confidence and an iron-willed killing intent, completely uninhibited. I will make sure Whitebeard and his entire crew, everyone, perish in this war. Akainu's powerful aura sent shivers down everyone's spines. That's right, this time, we must ensure that every member of the Whitebeard pirates falls. We cannot give them any chance to rise again. Even Kong, with his unwavering resolve, spoke with such conviction. On one occasion, during the Summit War, Whitebeard died on the spot, and the Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses, leaving only a few survivors. No one had ever thought of it. A year later, Whitebeard, along with his once again powerful pirate crew, intends to launch a world-shattering war against the Marine headquarters. This time, they want another summit battle. Whether it's the Marine headquarters or the Whitebeard pirates, they all think the same way. Another summit battle is underway. The Marine headquarters must completely wipe out the Whitebeard pirates this time, and the Whitebeard pirates. It's clear they want to find the Marine headquarters, kill Akainu, and crush the Marine headquarters. Otherwise, Akainu, along with the Marine headquarters, would relentlessly seek out trouble for the Whitebeard pirates. Since Whitebeard's reincarnation, Akainu has relentlessly pursued Whitebeard since the 800th anniversary of his death, once, twice, 3 times. That completely enraged Whitebeard. Given Whitebeard's personality, how could he possibly ignore Akainu, even if Akainu was stabbing him in the back? Previously, Kaido, this huge threat, hadn't been dealt with, but now things are different. Kaido has left, leaving only Blackbeard hiding in some unknown dark place. Whitebeard suddenly wanted to take on Akainu. Whitebeard either doesn't act at all, or when he does, it's always with thunderous force. Akainu, along with the Marine headquarters, is not worried at all. They face this battle with absolute confidence. No matter how much the Whitebeard pirates strengthen, this time, the Marine headquarters will definitely be able to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu's gaze swept over each Marine officer present, and the confidence he displayed in them greatly pleased him. Go ahead and kill the remaining members of the Whitebeard pirates. As for Whitebeard himself, I will naturally take care of him. The New World. A storm cloud enveloped the island above. The notorious Blackbeard gang was resting against a barren rocky mountain. Behind them, the corpses of grotesque, gigantic beasts piled up like mountains, their fresh blood staining the ground red. Captain, what kind of godforsaken place is this? Jesus, the champion of the fight, Burgess, gasped for breath, complaining bitterly. His body was covered in wounds of varying depths, blood staining his clothes. He didn't know if it was his own blood or the blood of the Weno beasts that had died under his fists. To escape Whitebeard's revenge, Blackbeard Teach led the Blackbeard pirates to a desolate and deserted island in the New World. They endured much hardship, and the various Weno-like creatures of the deserted island proved a difficult challenge for the Blackbeard pirates. The beasts on Weno Island are a massive, incredibly destructive force, and also very difficult to kill. And with just one move, the entire small island, teeming with wild beasts, unanimously turned against the Blackbeard pirates. Although the Blackbeard pirates eventually slaughtered all the beasts, they also suffered a great deal. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard Teach grinned like a madman, revealing a mouth full of missing teeth. His smile was a mixture of toughness, cunning, cruelty, and greed. Beneath his rough exterior lay a chilling madness that sent shivers down one's spine. The game has only just begun. What's this little bit of suffering compared to that? Lafitte, with his expression unchanged and his mouth twitching, thought to himself, following such a madman of a captain, I really can't say anything. Sanuan Wolf, his face filled with rage, said, Damn Whitebeard. Why don't we just fight Whitebeard's pirate crew? We could have just killed Whitebeard. Why did we have to run around everywhere, avoiding him like we're hiding in Tibet? This is the most annoying thing ever. The Blackbeard pirates have clearly recaptured the territory of the Yonkos and result, first, Whitebeard and Blackbeard's entire crew have defected. And they even want to avoid Tibet, according to Blackbeard. It's not yet time to fight Whitebeard to the death. The time is not right. When might the best time be? This made the other members of the Blackbeard pirates extremely frustrated. They were also Yonko emperors, and they could have easily defeated Whitebeard, but instead, they had to flee when Whitebeard arrived. It was simply a great humiliation. Let the whole world mock us. Moreover, the escape route seemed rather desolate, filled with all sorts of wild beasts roaming the deserted island, causing the group to suffer greatly. Captain, it seems we've received some bad news. At that moment, Van Auger, with one eye covered by an eye patch, rushed over from the other side of the island. Although his face showed little sign of urgency, his voice carried a hint of suppressed anger. Blackbeard grinned like a madman, ha ha ha. Bad news, ha. It's something to look forward to. At this point, what could possibly be called bad news? Isn't the current situation already bad enough? Is there any other bad news compared to the current situation where all the staff are struggling to return damaged goods? Van Auger's mouth twitched. The Whitebeard pirates are going to attack the New World Marine headquarters. This news, like a sudden clap of thunder in a calm sky, struck terror into the hearts of the Blackbeard pirates' aggressive members. Katerina, the older woman with the muscular build, gritted her teeth and snarled, Damn Whitebeard pirates! A group of Blackbeard pirates were seething with anger, gnashing their teeth. Damn it! To avoid a direct battle with the Whitebeard pirates, the Blackbeard pirates were constantly on the run, struggling to the extreme. What were the results? As a result, Whitebeard and his pirate crew basically ignored Blackbeard's pirate crew. Instead, let's go attack the New World Navy headquarters. Didn't you see? Naked, they didn't look, they didn't see at all. As always, the dying man, Q, also aggressively said, How hateful. He still doesn't respect our Blackbeard pirates, Whitebeard. How hateful. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard Teach burst into loud laughter, his head spinning, but his smile held a cruel and brutal undertone. Everyone could see that Blackbeard Teach was also very annoyed. However, Blackbeard wasn't filled with resentment, but rather with excitement. An unusually high level of excitement, even a vague sense of madness, can drive people to act impulsively. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Blackbeard let out a long, drawn-out scream. Buzz buzz buzz, with Blackbeard's punch, the air vibrated violently, creating a spatial shockwave, a terrifying shockwave of power. He had completely mastered it. This terrifying force was so destructive that it seemed even the slightest movement would be enough to shatter this deserted island. Buzz buzz buzz, Blackbeard, with another fist, unleashed a pitch-black, abyss-like surge of dark energy that sent shivers down one's spine and made their hair stand on end. Holding a large barrel of Vasco whiskey, Shad, instantly sobered up, said, Captain, you're not planning on joining the battle between Whitebeard and the Marine headquarters right now, are you? Do you want to participate in this battle? Lafitte's face was expressionless, yet filled with terror. the outcome will likely be disastrous. Everyone knows that, like a praying mantis catching a cicada while a sparrow lurks behind, the Blackbeard pirates are the sparrows. On one side is the Whitebeard pirates, and on the other is the Marine headquarters. Being the sparrow isn't going to be so easy, because standing tall at the pinnacle of the world for 500 years, with such profound internal workings that no one can fathom the world government, it has never once made a move. Moreover, there are other New World powers lurking behind the scenes, watching intently. Blackbeard was clearly showing signs of madness. He was a gambling fanatic, a maniac who loved gambling more than anything. Life or death is determined by fate. If you are afraid, you will lose. Come here. Let the storm come even more fiercely. Ha ha ha. The Blackbeard pirates each had a raging tsunami of emotions within them. Blackbeard, the star of the coin teach, was insane, far exceeding their normal understanding of Blackbeard. Even a madman like Blackbeard, who emerged from the 6th floor of Impel Down, couldn't compare to this kind of gambling-obsessed frenzy. The captain is absolutely perfect. What else could possibly be done? New World Marine Headquarters. We, the Blackbeard pirates, are here. Kill Whitebeard. Thinking about it still fills me with excitement. This is going to be a life or death chess match. And bring me a barrel of fine wine? One day, in the pioneering New World, the Blackbeard pirates, under the leadership of Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, Lafitte, Van Auger, Jesus Burgess, Poison Q, Katarina Devon, San Juan Wolf, Vasco Schott, Avalo Pizarro, and several other squadron captains, along with Blackbeard's fleet, set sail for the New World Marine Headquarters, the New World Naval Headquarters. On this day, the weather was clear and sunny, the sea eerily calm. In the vast headquarters square, countless well-dressed, tall, and proud sailors stood guard in an orderly fashion beneath the warm sunlight. Originally AG-1 branch base, now the naval headquarters. It brings together military forces from the 4 seas east, south, west, and north along with the existing naval headquarters. He is hailed as the strongest player in the team's history. Among the top officers inside, there was also the best naval marshal, the current naval commander-in-chief, Khan, who held the position of Governor General, overseeing Akanu's tactical guidance and pre-battle arrangements. The Marine Council made the final decision to fight fire with fire. The Whitebeard pirates had released a malicious threat intending to invade the Marine headquarters. Akanu and Kong Kong unanimously decided to capture the entire invading Whitebeard pirates crew right at Marine headquarters. That's not all. Akanu went to great lengths to invite the world's press, along with major magazines, to the 920th Marine Regiment's small town to witness the battle. They were asked to write a report, to provide an initial report on the tragic outcome of this Whitebeard pirates attack. Even more direct, Akanu personally arranged for the phone camera to be taken in the New World. Major trading ports, the Red Line Sanctuary Mariagua, the Sabaudi Archipelago major ports, the former Marine headquarters, Justice Island, etc. Large island ports are all equipped with projection teleporters, connecting to the new Marine headquarters, conducting live teleportation broadcasts. This time, I want the whole world to fully understand the reality even a pirate crew as powerful as the Whitebeard pirates in front of the Navy still has one outcome: utter defeat. Justice will surely dispel all evil. This is Akanu speaking at the Uehara conference. Also, give all the naval personnel at the headquarters a dose of the tranquilizing pill to boost their confidence. The 4 Seas Army is no joke. The Grand Marshal will personally take down Edward Newgate. And we, from the 4 elite Marine groups, must completely annihilate the entire Whitebeard pirates. This is our greatest honor. Moreover, it will be broadcast live. The whole world can see our magnificent and majestic posture. I'm risking my life, and I want to shine brightly in this great battle. All the sailors are filled with burning passion. To be able to let the whole world witness their passionate, frenzied, and reckless war-throwing actions for a naval officer. This is a tremendous honor. Moreover, the people they are about to fight are none other than the Whitebeard pirates. Once again, they will conquer the New World, becoming the strongest pirate crew in the entire world. If one can achieve such glorious victory in battle, they are destined to become famous throughout the world. Countless Marines, their fighting spirit resounding, their blood surging with excitement. This is where Akanu's brilliance lies, with just one simple action. he subtly mobilized the morale of the entire army. At this point, Akainu had already acquired the cunning of a true admiral. The naval headquarters is located on a small island town. People come and go in a constant stream. These are all people the Navy has hired to write reports and drafts. The Whitebeard pirates have made such a bold declaration, intending to invade the Marine headquarters, which is as solid as an iron wall. Unbelievable! Coming from the world of journalism, the editor-in-chief, without explaining, said, "Why are the Whitebeard pirates so proactive and blatant this time? Don't they fear the power of the world government at all? Besides, it seems like the Whitebeard pirates have no reason not to come to the Marine headquarters, do they?" This is also what everyone else is skeptical about. During the Battle of Marineford, it was because the Marine headquarters had taken Ace hostage. Because of their deep-seated loyalty and the fact that Whitebeard valued his son so much, Ace had no choice but to go to Marineford. But this time, why is it for this reason? Perhaps Whitebeard wants revenge? Someone said in astonishment, if that's the case, it could be considered a reason. Revenge against the Navy, of course, should be done at the Navy headquarters. That's the most domineering and satisfying way to do it. It's just too dangerous. Perhaps it was Marshal Sakazuki who repeatedly targeted Whitebeard, completely enraging him. Since Whitebeard's resurrection, under Sakazuki's command, the Navy has repeatedly targeted Whitebeard and his pirate crew. Given Whitebeard's domineering and unrestrained personality, how could he easily forgive such a thing? Some people have speculated in the same way. The ultimate battle, coming to Golden Castle, the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy's old feud, all of this combined is enough to enrage Whitebeard. But at this crucial moment, they're actively seeking out the Navy headquarters. What a crazy move! They are hesitant. I feel like this trip to the Whitebeard pirates is a one-way trip, Many drafters felt this way. Your current Marine headquarters, with its assembled forces force, is at its strongest point in history, the peak of its power. The Whitebeard pirates. It's impossible to defeat them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. But at this moment, the calm surface of the sea was suddenly shattered by countless fireworks exploding, creating a deafening curtain of water that filled the sky. The seagulls that had been peacefully soaring over the tranquil Uehara Sea were startled and fled in panic, flapping their wings in terror. Everyone was astonished and amazed. The Whitebeard pirates are coming! Originally, the sea was calm and tranquil, with gentle blue waves lapping against the surface, when suddenly, one after another, aggressive pirate ships appeared. They all displayed the same pirate flag. The pirates on the white flag with their crescent moon-shaped beards were incredibly dazzling. The Whitebeard pirates, they are coming. At this moment, everyone suddenly trembled. No one had ever imagined that the Whitebeard pirates would arrive here so quickly. At this moment, whether it was the naval headquarters staff in the small town or those watching the live broadcast of the battle on the pirate islands around the world via projection phones, they all simultaneously felt a tremor. Is the final decisive battle about to erupt completely? Someone said, visibly moved. That's right. Whitebeard and Akainu are really fighting. A terrifying battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Marines has erupted. The awe-inspiring battle, once it began, erupted like a flood and was unstoppable. Under the banner of the Whitebeard pirates, each of their pirate ships simultaneously opened fire on the Marine headquarters, unleashing a barrage of countless cannonballs. Each of these projectiles possessed power far exceeding that of any cannonball anyone had ever encountered before. Boom, boom, boom. For a brief moment, the entire naval headquarters was in turmoil, the deafening roar of cannon fire echoing intensely. Seeing this situation, every pirate island and every marine in the world was deeply shaken. The Whitebeard pirates' cannon fire is incredibly powerful. It's beyond imagination. Inside the Navy, those warships, one by one, confronted the pirate ships under the Whitebeard pirates' flag. The perfectly equipped warships, with their previously invincible and powerful artillery, were this time under the relentless attack of the Whitebeard pirates' ships, suppressing firepower against warships. What kind of shocking and infuriating event is this? Isn't that terrifying? The Whitebeard pirates, under the banner of a pirate ship with firepower, can also suppress warships. What kind of concept is this? That's a really effective way to scare people. Seeing this situation, many writers in the small town, journalists, and editors of all kinds became frantic and panicked. That's terrifying. Even before Whitebeard, the captain of the ship, appeared, he was already able to suppress the warships with his firepower. The Whitebeard pirates' improved cannonballs are incredibly destructive. At this moment, everyone clearly saw just how terrifying and awe-inspiring the power of the Whitebeard pirates' improved cannonballs truly was. Each artillery shell fire generated power far exceeding that of a normal cannonball by several times. Not only has its power increased exponentially, but its range has also been improved, increasing its distance significantly on the sea. One by one, the Whitebeard pirates, under their pirate flags, unleashed a barrage of terrifyingly destructive cannonballs. Each cannonball fired inflicted heavy damage on the warships engaging the attack. Under the intense barrage of artillery fire, flames blazed into the sky, and warships suffered varying degrees of damage one after another. Who knows how many naval soldiers who confronted them perished beneath the artillery fire. Even the warships were blown up, constantly being destroyed. Marshal, the battlefield is extremely unstable, a vice admiral urgently reported, his expression extremely tense. Such a state of mind shouldn't have appeared on the face of a vice admiral of the headquarters. Being promoted to vice admiral was proof of his strength and extensive battlefield experience, yet facing the Whitebeard pirates was causing this vice admiral to show such inappropriate emotions. Marshal, the Whitebeard pirates' cannonballs are several times more powerful than the Navy's. Not only that, right now our army can only passively endure the attack because the Whitebeard pirates haven't even entered our artillery firing range yet. Fresh Flower Bridge 0, so noisy, right now. At the officer's residence, a commotion erupted. For the first time ever, the warships, with their powerful firepower, were forced into a passive, defensive position. The Whitebeard pirates' fortresses have such incredible range. It's terrifying, vibrate, an unparalleled shock. Along with urgent, every single naval officer frowned, their hearts turning with an unparalleled shock. Like a tsunami, the Whitebeard pirates had incredibly long-range firepower. The pirate ships were far away, and using their fortresses' superior firing range, they fired at the warships, but the battleship's artillery range was too close. It could only passively endure the attack. Isn't it possible to stop those cannonballs? Akane's expression turned somewhat grim. He turned to look at the vice admiral beside him. Just cannonballs. How could they possibly shake our army? Reporting, Marshal. This lieutenant general was specifically in charge of the frontline battleships, so he had the clearest understanding of the current battle situation on the battlefield. He swallowed hard and uttered a sentence that once again shocked the entire audience. The Whitebeard pirates are firing those strangely shaped cannonballs. They are unstoppable. Because once it's blocked, it will explode right there. Our troops attempted to block the naval artillery fire, but all were killed. Upon hearing this, Akane's expression changed drastically in an instant. It wasn't just Akane. The expressions of all the Marine officers present changed simultaneously. They were all shocked and terrified. Before transmigrating, the soul with the title for 399007 was a former Special Forces soldier who had infiltrated a drug lord's ranks. He was proficient in various types of cannonballs, fortifications, and guns, although in the pirate world, under the conditions, he couldn't manufacture the most terrifying type of cannonball. Perhaps, with the help of the devil's abilities, they could create cannonballs with power far exceeding that of this world. The range of the fortress's firepower increased several times, and the cannonball's destructive power also increased immeasurably. Those specially shaped cannonballs were designed to explode instantly upon impact with any obstacle. It's not like those simple cannonballs from the pirate world either. Our swords and knives meant to cut through cannonballs. Without any hesitation, you strike down with your sword, and at the same time, the cannonball explodes instantly. The terrifying power of that explosion will kill you on the spot. 2 years? No. What about using your fist to knock away a cannonball? It doesn't exist, regardless of whether you use armament hockey or rely on brute force with your bare hands. If you attempt to block a cannonball, it will explode on the spot. Therefore, the Navy has sacrificed countless elite naval officers. Blocked. A massive explosion occurred on the spot. and casualties were made on the spot. If left unchecked, they would be left to the destructive onslaught of artillery fire, their bombing from a distance, and your navy can only passively endure the attacks. At this moment, all the officers present were slightly terrified, becoming agitated, and their scalps tingled with fear. How hateful! A general from the East Blue, clenching his fists so tightly his fingernails were almost digging into his flesh, exclaimed, "Damn Whitebeard pirates! How dare they create such an exaggerated cannonball? Damn it! If they have the guts, let's fight them head-on." The vanguard of the Whitebeard pirates, which had just been dispatched to engage them, consisted mostly of East Blue Marines. The battle had barely begun, and their navy had already suffered incredibly heavy and devastating losses. Rumors say this was improved by Whitebeard himself. How terrifying! A lieutenant general felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and a chill run down his spine. Extremely long range, terrifying destructive power. The cannonball was unstoppable. All of these things originated from Whitebeard's hands. Unbelievable! Many officers were simultaneously terrified. I hadn't appreciated Akanu's improved cannonball before, but now I truly see the effect and power of cannonballs. Akanu's original words were venomous, and no matter how much Whitebeard improved his cannonballs, he couldn't influence the outcome of this battle, not even stir up the slightest ripple in the fighting. Their navy held an absolute advantage in military strength, a complete crushing victory over the Whitebeard pirates. This type of a large-scale combat, which determines victory or defeat on the battlefield, with key left and right flanks in the fighting, should undoubtedly be the main force composed of lieutenant generals or higher. That's right, the reality is that Akanu brutally slapped him. A resounding slap, Whitebeard, simply by improving his cannonballs in this one way, inflicted heavy losses and caused immense suffering on the Marines. If Whitebeard's pirate ships were to act recklessly in the distance, sooner or later all of the Navy's warships would be sunk. Up until now, the Whitebeard pirates have taken advantage of the opportunity to invade the main base on the island, and the losses on the Navy's side will be extraordinarily heavy. The battlefield, both left and right, couldn't possibly be any less crowded, because Whitebeard's improved cannonball projectiles are truly terrifying. When artillery shells increase in destructive power to a certain level, combined with their extremely long range, they can absolutely dominate the battlefield. Therefore, the Navy urgently needs to resolve this enormous problem. Akanu, who had originally underestimated cannon fire, now faced unprecedented trouble simply because of a small action by Whitebeard. The entire Navy was plunged into an unprecedented crisis. This is the consequence of disrespecting Whitebeard. Even the smallest gesture cannot be taken lightly. Otherwise, the consequences could be unpredictable. Then take this artillery barrage and aim it at the Whitebeard pirates. Akanu's heart was seething with rage. His face was extremely grim, and even the border guards watching him felt a faint, terrifying tremor in their hearts. Withstand the intense artillery fire. Press down with full force. This is the only fighting method. But this form of invisibility is equivalent to weakening the naval forces, clearly resulting in the loss of not only those naval personnel who are sacrificing themselves in the process of the clash. Marshal, if that's the case, our army will likely suffer heavy losses. The lieutenant generals spoke anxiously and worriedly. We've suffered heavy losses. Besides that, what better solution could there be? Why not let me sit in my small boat, get close to them, and devour them? These words came from a high-ranking lieutenant general of the headquarters, whose strength, when compared to other lieutenant generals of the headquarters, was absolutely top tier, a general with near-infinite power. Humph! Sending the strongest fighter to deal with Whitebeard's weakest soldier. Is this what Whitebeard wants to see? Akanu snorted coldly, feeling a sense of humiliation at being deliberately insulted. Shouldn't the Vice Admiral be sent in a small boat to destroy those pirate ships far away by Whitebeard's ship? Surely Whitebeard wouldn't fail to realize this point. As Akanu once said, all of this was within Whitebeard's predictions. He deliberately humiliated Akanu. If his opponent were someone else, Akanu might not hesitate to use any means necessary. But against Whitebeard, Akanu might not act that way, because Whitebeard would undoubtedly secretly hold back, using more difficult tactics, deliberately setting traps, waiting for a canoe to fall into them. This isn't just humiliation. Once a canoe sends its top combatant to deal with the long-range enemy soldiers, the main base's island forces will be greatly weakened. If the Whitebeard pirates' top combatant lands at the base, the consequences would be unimaginable. If we withstand the intense artillery barrage, we'll clearly lose our troops. Sending our top combatants will leave our base undefended, as expected of Whitebeard. What a cunning trick! Kong, who had been sitting silently to one side, finally spoke up. His voice was slightly hoarse and filled with intense anger. Even the Marine Admiral Kong, like Whitebeard, was somewhat intimidated by his tactics. It's impossible not to be scared. With just a small trick, Whitebeard caused immense suffering and heavy losses to thousands of elite Marines. Even having each naval officer sitting there would inevitably give one a headache. Basically, there is absolutely no solution to this. This is Whitebeard. Indeed, he is extraordinary and certainly not someone an ordinary person could contend with. It's as if a canoe, ahead of schedule, assembled the Four Seas Marines, gathering countless elite Marines, a force unprecedented in history. Yet, they were completely overwhelmed by Whitebeard's firepower with a single clever maneuver. It's utterly illogical and unreasonable. Whitebeard. He's actually a little scary. Konganu was already an extraordinary old man, and perhaps the older he was, the more formidable and composed he became. After all, he was no ordinary person, someone who could serve as the Admiral of the Navy headquarters and, even after retirement, could still serve as the Supreme Commander of the Navy. The term old man couldn't possibly describe him. His methods and his mind are both incredibly terrifying. To be precise, the term immortal would be the most fitting description. Commander-in-Chief, do you have any good solutions? Many naval officers' gazes shifted from Akainu to Ironbone Kong, the former Marine Admiral and current Supreme Commander. Everyone was anticipating that Lord Ironbone Kong could devise a foolproof strategy, albeit at a great cost, to dismantle Whitebeard's schemes. If Koza says so, then it's easy to do. No one ever thought that Kong would say something like that. Former Marine Headquarters Admiral Koza, who was competing with Akainu for the position of Fleet Admiral, left the Marine Headquarters after his defeat. They reached some kind of secret agreement with BLACKBERD... at the Golden Castle during that battle. Koza once again shattered everyone's glasses and attacked Whitebeard. The final result was that Koza, severely wounded, fled and never reappeared in anyone's sight. Akainu, in particular, never expected that Kong would mention Koza at this moment. Of course, if Koza were here, it would be much easier to do. His freezing ability was truly remarkable. During the Ice Age, he could completely freeze the surface of the sea, preventing any of Whitebeard's pirate ships from advancing. This would make him a prime target for the Marines. It's just extraordinarily regrettable that Koza can never return. We can't possibly place our hopes on someone who's no longer a naval officer, can we? Akainu was extremely unhappy internally, but he didn't show it. He became even more composed and controlled, especially in front of everyone. He couldn't possibly reveal his displeasure. Just as I said, charge forward at full speed and engage the Whitebeard pirates in close combat. No matter how powerful their cannons are, they will be rendered useless. Kong suddenly fell silent. He said nothing more. This was a tacit acknowledgement of Akainu's approach. There is also no other solution. Very fast, Akainu issued the order to leave. The vanguard, one warship after another, accelerated wildly, fending off the Whitebeard pirates' incredibly fierce artillery barrage, charging forward at full speed towards the Whitebeard pirates. Time quickly slipped away in the tense atmosphere below. After receiving Akainu's orders, the warships forcibly breached the battle lines, and in the process of killing, they lost countless elite Marines, and even countless warships. Finally, with such devastating losses, the Vanguard fleet charged into the range of the enemy's artillery fire. This allowed the Navy to retaliate with artillery fire against the Whitebeard pirates, and the resulting counterfire significantly reduced naval casualties. Following closely behind the Vanguard were the remaining warships, which were also being maintained below the Vanguard, and they surged into the firing range. Follow me. The naval warships were getting closer to the Whitebeard pirate's ship, opening up close-range combat. Strictly trained naval forces clearly hold a significant advantage in close-quarters combat. He achieved extraordinary feats. Upon receiving this news, Akainu, who was commanding in the square, waited for a high-ranking military officer, who excitedly revealed a long-awaited smile. The achievement is relatively good. When a lieutenant general gave such a report, the wrinkles on his face finally smoothed out, revealing a smile. Surely, the Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses, didn't they? Ha ha! Finally, I was able to teach the arrogant Whitebeard pirates a lesson. Another lieutenant general, similarly, spoke menacingly. A certain vice admiral from the West Sea couldn't help but flatter. Marshall's idea is truly exceptionally effective. In close combat, those lazy pirates are no match for our elite naval forces. Even Akainu couldn't help but smile. I'm not exaggerating. The Whitebeard pirates have suffered far greater losses in terms of pirate ships and personnel than our navy, right? It's rare for Akainu to speak in such a tone. People could even see a very pleased expression on Akainu's face. Reporting to the Marshal, news has come from the front that they have destroyed 3 pirate ships of the Whitebeard pirates, the King's ship of Zhao, and countless pirates. The messenger first relayed the news to Akainu. This gave Akainu an unusually exhilarating feeling. Having been suppressed by the Whitebeard pirates' firepower, they can now finally feel proud. This is a very refreshing situation. The naval officers in the group all excitedly revealed beaming smiles, as if they had finally gotten what they wanted, maybe right now. Another messenger rushed in, frantically reporting, "Marshal, the latest news has just arrived from the front lines. After confirmation, all the pirates on the Whitebeard pirates ship that was destroyed, as well as those on the newly appeared Whitebeard pirates ship, are all zombies." As soon as this news broke, in an instant, even Akainu, who was inside the marine officer's office, had his smile completely freeze on his face. Akainu's smile froze on his face in an instant. Kia's expression was very sharp, and it twisted even more intensely in an instant. The Navy exhausted all its forces, withstood the overwhelming firepower, and suffered heavy losses before finally approaching Whitebeard's pirate ship. And it was all zombies. What kind of situation is this? Using overwhelming firepower to suppress the Whitebeard pirates' warships. Are they all zombies? Damn it. The lieutenant generals, who had just begun to smile triumphantly, immediately gritted their teeth in anger. Their expressions were incredibly varied and full of emotion. They were laughing heartily just a moment ago. The next second, possessing a stiff smile, possessing a distorted, refreshing expression, transforming into resentment, enraged by Whitebeard's teasing. No one ever imagined that Whitebeard would have zombies as his vanguard. The Suicide Squad, no mistake. It's exactly a zombie suicide squad. That's right, the zombie soldier said. We're the vanguard. Why didn't we realize it right away? There was no shortage of officers expressing their incomprehension. Even Akainu found it difficult to understand. Zombies have rigid faces. You can tell they're real at a glance. 700 because zombies can wear makeup. Having been promoted to Lieutenant Colonel, Hina suddenly spoke up, saying that as a woman, she naturally knew how to apply makeup. The officers inside, a group of high-ranking officials, were all on the verge of fainting. Makeup. It's as simple as that. With such petty tricks, he managed to toy with the entire Navy in the palm of his hand. Whitebeard, those 3 words, as if possessing some kind of hypnotic power, struck terror into the hearts of those who heard them. At this moment, all the Marines deeply understood the fear that Whitebeard instilled in them, using only zombie troops, by inflicted heavy losses on the Navy. In comparison, the Whitebeard pirates suffered virtually no casualties, while the Navy suffered heavy losses, with countless warships sunk and countless elite Marines killed in the desperate charge. Where did the Whitebeard pirates get so many zombies from? Everyone knows that Gecko Moria pledged allegiance to Whitebeard under his banner. The thing everyone doesn't understand is, how did the Whitebeard pirates manage to gather so many zombies in such a short time? And to fuel Moria's power, don't forget, the Whitebeard pirates have completely taken over Guild Tesoro's assets. The man in the righteous coat and Kobe's navy hat reminded them they probably gathered the corpses from the Golden Island after a battle, along with the corpses of the beast pirates. TSK. After thinking it through, all the officers couldn't help but gasp in shock. This sparked a war. The Navy can be said to have failed completely. Uncomfortable, annoying pen. After inhaling the cold air, the entire group of naval officers fell silent. Even Akainu and Kong, the Iron Bones, would never have imagined that Whitebeard would resort to such tactics, so ferociously defeating the formidable Marines. When two armies clash, the very beginning of the engagement is extremely important. It relates to the morale of both armies. If this situation continues, the morale of the Whitebeard pirates will suddenly increase dramatically, while the morale of the Marine headquarters Marines will be severely shaken. As the Navy paid a heavy price for destroying the Whitebeard pirates, the news that this zombie army was involved reached the ears of others. This once again caused a stir. The entire small town below, which possessed both an editor and a manuscript writer, was in an uproar. Whitebeard. His schemes are beyond comprehension. To pay such a small price and cause such devastating losses to the Navy. It's unbelievable. Everyone was shocked right now. Everyone can see why Whitebeard could call himself an era. Why he could write an era, Whitebeard of the modern era. Not only did he possess unparalleled combat power and the strength to sweep across the New World, but he also had extraordinary tactics, manipulating the entire naval headquarters in the palm of his hand. Thinking about this, everyone couldn't help but frantically consider that if Sengoku were still alive, perhaps he could have reduced the losses to the Marine headquarters and perhaps even competed with Whitebeard. No wonder. Whitebeard probably killed Sengoku first. If Sengoku had been left alive, perhaps this battle wouldn't have been so easy for the Whitebeard pirates. Someone sighed and said, "Hiss." Everyone gasped once again at the cold air. Whitebeard had probably prepared for this battle beforehand, killing Sengoku's entire army of advisors and other officers. It was fundamentally impossible to easily decipher all of Whitebeard's tactics. This type has unparalleled long-range vision. Everyone was amazed very quickly. This news spread to every island in the world. The whole world became abuzz at the same time. The Whitebeard pirates and the Marine Vanguard are engaged in battle, nearing its end. But at this moment, at the naval battleground, amidst the naval headquarters docks on the sea surface, a series of large bubbles suddenly appeared. Gurgle, gurgle. Streams of bubbles shot up from the seabed. Bang! Following closely behind, one by one, Whitebeard's pirate ships surged forward from the sea. Whitebeard, under his banner, the real pirate crew, has appeared. The whole world is astonished by the battle. It has entered its most intense phase. Is it really the Whitebeard pirate who's arrived? The naval officers couldn't help but tremble at that sight. Their vanguard unit was still fighting against Whitebeard's zombie army, suffering heavy losses. At this moment, Whitebeard, with the remaining members of his pirate crew under his banner, frantically appeared and charged towards the island's main naval base in a desperate assault. For a brief moment, the shouts of kill shook the heavens and the earth. The entire world is shrouded in a desolate atmosphere. Even the layers of clouds in the sky were dispersed. The entire island was enveloped in a chilling, murderous aura. "We're ready for battle." Akainu issued a cold command. His voice was extremely serious, carrying an intense killing intent, causing all the officers who heard Akainu's command to tremble. On the island, groups of naval personnel simultaneously launched their operations. The naval docks were all in a state of simultaneous activity. First it was the Vanguard team. Now it's the entire deployment. Armed with Marines, they simultaneously confronted Whitebeard, who had just emerged from the sea under the pirate flag. Fierce fighting erupted in an instant. The battlefield was cold and ruthless, blood gushing out like a torrential rain, gunfights, close quarters combat, cold-blooded battles, martial arts, duels. The demon truly possessed the ability to play chess. The battle was truly fierce, yet ruthlessly cold, with bloodshed and carnage everywhere, leaving blood scattered everywhere. Although the four naval forces, including the Vanguard, suffered heavy losses, the remaining naval forces on the island still possessed incredibly strong combat capabilities. Perhaps the Whitebeard pirates were in a state of unprecedented high spirits, fearless and reckless. charging headlong into the naval base on the island's dock. The fighting is fierce and constantly erupting. Watching each naval officer fall, the officers couldn't help but clench their fists. The sight of the blood splattered everywhere constantly stimulated their nerves as soldiers, making them yearn to immediately rush to the battlefield and participate in this fierce battle. Marshal, let's fight! The generals, their chests bulging with enthusiasm, immediately prepared for battle. Too late! Akainu waved his hand, his eyes blazing with anger, yet he regained his composure, like a wild dog waiting for its opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to its enemy. He stared intently at the battlefield. Whitebeard and his squad leader haven't appeared yet. You wait for my orders. That's right. The battle situation isn't looking good at all. Watching each elite naval officer fall, Kurenai's eyes welled up with tears. But they were just chasing after those soldiers on a normal day. Are you really going to stand by and watch them fall before your eyes? If you can't even reach this point, then you're not qualified to be officers. Akainu's words were blunt but subtle. This was a tactic to provoke his own border guard officers into a false sense of security, because it wasn't yet their best time to step into the fray. Many officers overheard this, and although they were somewhat resentful inwardly, they still managed to remain somewhat level-headed. At this moment, Tsuru, who had remained silent until then, suddenly approached Akainu and asked, "Sakazuki, should we use those soldiers now?" Such a statement would make it impossible for anyone to respond without thinking. For a moment, the group of officers were all taken aback. Akainu ignored the officers who understood the situation, instead looking at the seemingly unyielding Kong, then turned to look at the gray-haired Tsuru, and said in a low voice, "The time is not right. Whitebeard hasn't appeared yet." Despite suffering heavy casualties from Whitebeard's zombie army, the combined forces of the Forces Marine headquarters couldn't possibly be so small. Moreover, today, Akainu is no longer the same person he was at the beginning of the Summit War. During the Akainu Summit War, he immediately employed divisive tactics, sowing discord between Whitebeard and the Great Spider Squad. How could Akainu not have a backup plan at his disposal? This time, we must wipe out the entire Whitebeard pirates, including Whitebeard himself and all the pirates he possesses. Akainu practically spat these words through clenched teeth. Whitebeard's petty tactics had inflicted heavy losses on his marines, and his heart was already seething with rage. He was forcing himself to remain calm. Not a single one will be spared. Everyone must die. Many officers didn't even know where the marshal got his confidence from. At the Philtrum, only Tsuru, the strategist, and Kong, the strong-willed man, knew that's such a large island in the square. The fighting is fierce and constantly erupting. Fresh blood stained the entire dock red. The small town, filled with the riding group, was in an unparalleled state of shock and excitement. Witnessing this great battle firsthand filled them with surging enthusiasm. This kind of excitement ignites fighting spirit in everyone, making them all feel a surge of passion. And the battlefield broadcast live images, transmitting them to places all over the world. Whether it's the Sabaudi archipelago or the rest of the New World's major islands, rumors are spreading about this unprecedented and devastating battle. The whole world is in a state of chaotic vibration. That's right. Why hasn't Whitebeard, the captain of the ship, shown up yet? Ultimately, someone cared about the most important thing. Akainu and his group were also extremely interested in this. Whitebeard and his squad leader haven't appeared yet. In what form and manner will they finally appear at the naval headquarters? Right now, people all over the world are speculating. Whitebeard, the captain of the ship. What form and style will he ultimately adopt when he enters the scene? At the beginning of the Summit War, Whitebeard, the captain of the ship, emerged from the bottom of the sea. He shook countless people to their core. Many people recall the early days of the summit, the images seeming so close, the shock unparalleled. This time, Whitebeard, the captain of the ship, will he really appear from the seabed using a membrane? The pirate ships under Whitebeard's banner all appear from the seabed using membranes. At this very moment, countless people are eagerly awaiting Whitebeard's appearance. Meanwhile, in Akainu's command center square, the group frowned. They had initially assumed that Whitebeard, the captain of the ship, would follow the other pirate ships and emerge from the seabed using some kind of membrane technique. Whitebeard, the ship's captain. When will he finally appear? And in what form will he appear? Among the naval officers inside, who knows how many are concerned about this issue? Whitebeard. He's truly unpredictable. Suru, the staff officer, hunched over, her hair streaked with gray, appeared even older in the face of war. Evidently, she didn't expect this war to break out, but war was inevitable, and all she could do was hope for a naval victory. Staff Officer Tsuru couldn't help but think of Sengoku. The other one is called the entire Naval Advisory Body. Died at the hands of Whitebeard, but another figure. Garp, who lived during the same era as Whitebeard, was truly and completely retired from the battlefield. Garp, who spent his life chasing pirates on the high seas, wielded the Iron Fist to 1-3, and after his battle with Whitebeard, he completely left the fighting arena, never to participate in any more battles. These legendary figures of their time have all successively left the stage of history. Perhaps Whitebeard is still as vibrant and lively as ever. It's not just vibrant. Especially in this era, this is a new era, once again written by Whitebeard. Unbelievable, unbelievable, Tsuru, the staff officer, suddenly felt old. Compared to Whitebeard, he himself was already old and weak. This is a new era. Are there still Marines who can stand against Whitebeard? Tsuru was contemplating inwardly, thinking to herself. Whitebeard was becoming increasingly formidable, displaying his strength and decisiveness, making him even more terrifying. Whitebeard's thoughts were becoming more and more unpredictable and inscrutable. At this moment, Kong's inner thoughts were exactly the same as those of his advisor, Tsuru. He was just as old, and it was almost time for him to leave the stage of history. If the Navy could completely replace someone else, then Ironbone Kong wouldn't want to appear on the battlefield again. It's just a shame, currently, Marshal Sakazuki is in charge, and having relinquished the command of Koku Kong doesn't seem very reassuring. Why? How could Whitebeard return to his peak? Kong's heart was filled with complex emotions. He couldn't understand how Whitebeard could possibly return to his peak and once again dominate this vast ocean. Akanu's focus, however, was clearly different from that of the other two veteran soldiers. Akanu's gaze swept across the blood-soaked battlefield, then across the ruins of the former dock floating on the sea, before finally lifting his head and looking towards the sky. Whitebeard. How will he ultimately perform on the field? There was no shortage of naval officers, all frantically speculating. At this very moment, almost the entire world, while intently watching the battlefield, was most interested in when Whitebeard would finally make his entrance, and in what form and manner he would do so. Marshal, should we reinforce our forces? Whitebeard's pirate crew is too arrogant. Their morale is high, while ours is low, putting us at a significant disadvantage on the battlefield. A commanding officer came to report. Bring all your forces to the battlefield. Akanu's eyes revealed a brutal ferocity. I don't believe Whitebeard will see his sons all dead and still not come out to fight. Right. The commander, having received the order, immediately relayed Akanu's command. Right now, the entire naval headquarters on the island, including the small naval town, moved simultaneously and went into battle. These are the Four Seas Army. How terrifying is their military power? Almost everything was poured out. If Whitebeard and his squad leader hadn't personally been on the battlefield, this battle would have inevitably fallen in favor of the Marines. Akanu is deliberately provoking Whitebeard before his scheduled appearance. Many officers who were publicly present then suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Boom, 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 but right now, in the sky, suddenly, intense battles erupted. The original atmosphere of intense fighting within the naval headquarters air base, that invisible desolation, was instantly shattered by the shockwaves emanating from this day. Buzz, 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 his voice, incredibly heavy, echoed in the ears of every person on the island. Hearing loss is a serious problem. Terrifying sound waves descended from the sky, shaking the entire island, heavy as thunder. So much so that people couldn't help but want to kneel down in submission. Quick, look at the sky. Suddenly, someone shouted, just for a moment. The creature, hearing the shouts, aggressively raised its head. "Follow me!" More and more people shouted, up in the sky. All the people on the island simultaneously raised their heads and looked towards the sky. That's where the deafening sound waves are coming from. All that could be seen was a gigantic, incredibly powerful object appearing in the sky. A massive pirate ship, flying through the sky, appeared, its hockey striking fear into people's hearts. That is the myriad phenomena, harmonious aura. Whitebeard, the ship's captain? Right now, everyone was startled. They absolutely did not expect Whitebeard to use such a terrifying and awe-inspiring hockey technique to make his entrance. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying wave of air surged down from the heavens as countless clouds of dust billowed up. The entire naval headquarters base was filled with a buzzing sound. Each stream of white air, like a long column, pressed down on the colossal object, the destructive force sweeping away the naval headquarters. At this moment, dust flew everywhere, sand and rock scattered, and ruins filled the sky, swirling in all directions. Even the buildings on the small town's island were enveloped by the powerful energy, cracking and shattering. Right now, the whole world was astonished. Whitebeard, the captain of the ship, all things harmonious and magnificent, descended from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful air currents, like long white lines, suddenly pressed down from the sky. At this moment, the entire naval headquarters was engulfed in a deafening roar. The small town, perched atop towering trees, was bent over by this powerful airflow. Even the roof tiles of the buildings were flung away by the current, rushing down in a torrent. On the street, people are increasingly being blown by the wind. So shouldn't they bend down, especially in the vicinity of the Whitebeard pirate ship, which had fallen directly below? The Marines were completely unable to withstand the powerful airflow. Even though they were elite Marines, they were still unable to resist this level of terrifying airflow. Many sailors frantically began to flee, each one stumbling and falling. And even those with slightly greater strength were crushed to the ground by the air currents as they tried to escape, struggling to make their slow getaway. Boom, boom, boom. 20 terrifying waves of air surged from below, filling the sky with swirling dust and debris. At that moment, Whitebeard, the captain of the ship, and all the creatures of the universe finally crashed to the ground. This outrageous method isn't extremely terrifying. The vibrations were felt in everyone. It came down from the sky, captivating and inspiring people's hearts. The naval headquarters in the small town, which housed the manuscript writers and editors of various newspapers, was utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. They stared blankly at the colossal object descending from the sky in the distance across the square, each one completely dumbfounded. Oh my God! Whitebeard as the captain of the ship. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? That enormous ship, that ship descending from the sky, that ship with an extremely exaggerated shape. There was no such thing as a void that would stir everyone present. Is this really Whitebeard, the captain of the ship? Someone said admiringly. Some even felt as if this was a gigantic object, with a kind of feeling of their legs turning to jelly. That terrifying hull of the ship was truly awe-inspiring. Is this the new world's #1 pirate ship? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but excitedly think of the 10 greatest pirate ships in the world, a myriad of images before their eyes. The harmonious harmony, the ship captained by Whitebeard, was the true #1 pirate ship in the world. And through watching the live broadcast on their phones, the remaining islanders were also shocked by the violent earthquake. Indeed, only Whitebeard in this world could do something like that, using hockey to make an entrance. The image of Moby Dick searching from the bottom of the sea during the Battle of the Sea of the Dead is still vividly etched in our minds. This time, Whitebeard's magnificent form, descending from the heavens, was even more audacious-inspiring. The whole world was shaken by it. The Shiki-Shiki's floating fruit ability, combined with the Beardy World Momo fruit ability, descending from the heavens, what a magnificent display of power. Edward Newgate. Right now, Akainu, standing on his command platform, looked towards the colossal figure before him. His eyes, filled with undisguised rage, blazed with a ferocious, bloodthirsty intensity that threatened to erupt. It's so noisy, hearing Akainu's words, which were exactly as expected. Everyone couldn't help but become agitated. The floating fruit ability and the Momo fruit ability. These two abilities have once again been revealed to the world by the Whitebeard pirates. The whole world became abuzz with excitement. As expected, Akanu's voice was quite sharp, causing many Marines to take a tranquilizing pill, at the very least. It's clear that their marshal had long suspected that Whitebeard would descend from the heavens. Lulelo. A characteristic, unrestrained, and hearty laugh from Whitebeard, emanating from the immense, harmonious, and magnificent scene. That open and unrestrained laughter was like the blazing sun from the 9 heavens, shining down upon the earth, filling the entire space and echoing for a long time. Akanu, you little brat! As you wished, I myself have come to find you. The tall, imposing figure of Whitebeard appeared on the bow of the magnificent, harmonious ship's deck. His long white robe fluttered in the windless air, and the 9-meter-long sword in his hand seemed to be imbued with an invisible aura of hockey. At this moment, everyone's eyes simultaneously turned towards Whitebeard, who was perched on the deck of the magnificent ship in the sky. Kia's imposing and tall figure caused everyone to be taken aback. Below, the naval group couldn't help but feel increasingly tense. Facing the 4 emperors at the forefront, facing this domineering return, facing Whitebeard in that moment, even the most battle-hardened Marines couldn't help but feel an unprecedented sense of tension. Invisible within the 833, there was an incredibly terrifying aura, enveloping everyone. It's an invisibility of the feeling of being oppressed. It even made them feel like they were having difficulty breathing. Whitebeard simply stood at the bow of the boat, though. Naval personnel were all pressed down, unable to lift their heads, subjected to an invisible pressure that made them afraid to even breathe. Like ancient soldiers, they encountered the Supreme Emperor. They didn't even dare lift their heads. This is not conqueror's hockey. But it was Whitebeard who possessed such an aura of domineering power, even thousands of Marines facing Whitebeard alone wouldn't dare to breathe heavily. This is the real Emperor. New World Emperor. This is a vast ocean. A supreme sea. Many Marines even experienced a kind of hallucination, a feeling that the sky was about to fall. It was incredibly real, as if with just a casual movement of Whitebeard's hand, that single gesture would unleash a terrifying force capable of destroying heaven and earth. It is a celestial collapse. It is an earth-shattering event. Originally, the vast expanse of the sky was filled with clouds that, the moment Whitebeard appeared, surged outwards in all directions, swirling and recoiling. In that situation, even the clouds wouldn't dare be disrespectful in front of Whitebeard. Once Whitebeard appeared, even the clouds in the sky would disperse because of him. Thousands of miles of white clouds swirled in reverse, and on the small island town, countless people hurriedly lifted their heads to witness a scene that was utterly awe-inspiring. Everyone's hearts simultaneously trembled. Whitebeard didn't use any tricks at all. He simply let the clouds disperse, and the atmosphere of heaven and earth seemed to change. With his imposing and towering figure, Whitebeard, standing at the bow of the ship, caused the heavens and earth to change color, the clouds to yield, and countless sailors, to the point of utter terror, their breath stifled, afraid to even lift their heads. That situation, of course, would inevitably cause a lot of emotional turmoil. Whitebeard. Everyone's throats went dry, and their eyes widened. Whitebeard's aura was terrifying. Only those who had truly faced him could understand just how inspiring it was. Even in the remotest parts of the small town, everyone involuntarily took a half step back. Humph! A cold, disdainful snort suddenly echoed throughout the entire naval headquarters on the island. Everyone was jolted awake in an instant. Those naval officers, who had barely dared to breathe heavily, suddenly felt their spirits relax a little as the immense pressure emanating from above suddenly dissipated, the feeling of numbness in the scalp, a chill down the spine, and utter terror suddenly disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pressure dissipated in an instant, and everyone gasped for breath, some even feeling their clothes completely soaked. Marshal. Many Marines couldn't help but simultaneously look towards where Sakazuki was. At this moment, Akanu, clad in a crimson suit, with his righteous robes fluttering behind him, exuded an aura like a raging beast tearing through the heavens and earth. Edward Newgate. Today is definitely the day your Whitebeard pirates are annihilated. Akanu, emanating an aura so intense it could distort and crack the very air, suddenly unleashed a powerful shockwave, causing even the vice admirals beside him to involuntarily tremble inwardly. The marshal's strength has increased once again. Many sailors felt the temperature around them rising rapidly, and their hearts raced as they silently thought to themselves. The Akainu summit revealed unparalleled strength, yet Whitebeard remained the underdog. As the first admiral of the Navy, how could Akainu easily forgive such a thing? During the Summit War, which lasted over a year, Akainu, besides fighting Aokiji, further developed even more powerful abilities through combat. Especially after the climactic battle at Whitebeard's, where Akainu humiliated him, he gained a new understanding of his own strength. His abilities have once again been enhanced. This little trick. Sakazuki, are you planning to put on a circus act in front of me? Whitebeard laughed loudly, fearlessly confronting Sakazuki. His eyes were like lightning, his body like a god or demon, his aura overwhelming. When he spoke, it was like thunder striking the clouds. The weaker naval soldiers all felt a buzzing sensation in their eardrums. And then they even said that Marine Admiral Akainu was performing circus acts crazy, bah. They're so oblivious to everyone around them. That ruler, who reigns supreme over the land, looks down upon all other emperors. Everyone gasped in shock. The extreme fluctuations were frightening. With words like that, I doubt anyone in this world, except perhaps Whitebeard, would dare say such a thing. Edward Newgate, don't be so arrogant. In Akainu's eyes, molten lava surged, boiling with terrifyingly high temperatures, capable of burning even the air. He confronted Whitebeard, his head held high. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept across the air between them. The Whitebeard pirates have all revealed themselves. You are all going to be annihilated. Bang! Akainu's words fell, suddenly, from the entire naval base surrounding the island on the sea surface. One gigantic warship after another emerged. Each of these warships exuded a fierce and imposing aura, radiating military might. Once they appeared, they immediately surrounded the entire naval headquarters on the island. Kenket, the warships equipped with fortresses, were deployed simultaneously, targeting and invading the Whitebeard pirates' headquarters, one pirate ship after another. Originally, pirate ships emerged from the seabed, invading the Whitebeard pirates' headquarters under the pirate flag. The entire fleet, under the command of Whitebeard himself, was surrounded by warships. The entire island was completely surrounded, so not even water could get through. It's so noisy at this moment. The whole world is in an uproar. No one would have thought the Navy headquarters had such a hidden force. Even if Akainu were to encounter the Whitebeard pirates and their heavily wounded zombie troops, he wouldn't be fazed and would never deploy or use these hidden warships. It wasn't until the Whitebeard pirates, possessing their entire fleet, appeared that Akainu revealed this trump card to the world. Akainu's plan is to capture the entire Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop, right now. The whole world was in an uproar. No one ever thought Akainu could remain hidden until now. Even the people on the small island town, including the naval headquarters, couldn't help but be impressed. Is this the Marshal's tactic? At this moment, even those with headquarters based on the Four Seas Army couldn't help but feel their spirits shaken. Even these Marines had never known that Admiral Akainu had such a trump card. They're completely focused on wiping out the entire Whitebeard pirate crew. This hand's pen is truly awe-inspiring. Clap, clap, clap. Akainu brat. Your tricks are far inferior to Sengoku's. Whitebeard's awe-inspiring voice boomed like thunder in everyone's ears. Akainu brat, you should be worried about your own head, not getting smashed in. Whitebeard's unrestrained voice, like thunder, boomed in everyone's ears. Whether it was the armed soldiers standing in the naval square, the people in the small town, or even the many sailors on the warships at sea, everyone was violently shaken. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the distance, the two vanguard units engaged in a fierce battle. Finally drawing to a close, the Navy on this side won a landslide victory. The Whitebeard pirates' vanguard was completely wiped out, and although the Marines on this side were victorious, their fate was extremely tragic. With only one warship and a few hundred surviving members of the Vanguard Marines, victory wasn't the key. The key was the Whitebeard pirates used a full complement of zombies. And the naval forces, the entire sacrifice came from the 4 elite naval forces of the East, South, West, and North. This is equivalent to the Whitebeard pirates not harming a single person. Can this even be considered a victory? When this battle situation report reached Akanu's ears, Akanu's face instantly turned completely dark. They even gave Akanu a distorted, deformed face. This is outrage. 363 Rage. Akanu's entire being was like a volcano about to erupt. The boiling lava, suppressed within the fiery mountain, could burst forth at any moment. Whitebeard, are you ready to welcome your final glory? Akanu's face was grim, suppressing a burning rage. Ba ba ba, with Akanu by his side, each of the vice admirals stepped forward. These are all top-tier naval forces, belonging to the core strength of the 4 Seas naval forces. Let me take down Whitebeard's head right now. Suddenly, a thick white cloud of smoke shot out, the righteous marine's outer coat billowing, his lower body transforming into white mist, and Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, charged forward. Everyone couldn't help but frown. Logia-type smoke fruit user, Marine Vice Admiral, Smoker. You little brat, you're not even qualified to lay a hand on your father. Suddenly, a torrent of sand erupted from the myriad forms. Harmonious energy surged forth, followed by a beautiful figure that appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone's eyes lit up. She was an absolute beauty. That's Crocodile, cigar in his mouth, arrogant demeanor, and sand-like jewelry. Logia-type SA fruit ability user, following the sand. Crocodile stomped his foot and emerged. The swirling sand suddenly reversed direction, yellow sand covering the sky, filling the boundless horizon. Then let's fight. Ah! Smoker's face was beaming with absolute confidence as he began training frantically. In an instant, a long, white mist formed across the land. The anomaly is easily noticeable. Just you? Crocodile, with his flowing sleeves and imposing posture, exuded an air of arrogance that was second to none, adding to his imposing presence. You have no right to challenge my father, nor the right to show off your skills in front of me. Own, in the blink of an eye. The sky and earth were swirling with swirling sand, layer upon layer, like a multitude of beasts attacking, a terrifying and deadly sight. Sand. Crocodile's body underwent a direct elemental transformation, turning into a long stream of sand, carrying with it a relentless sandstorm that swept back toward Smoker. Boom, boom, boom. The swirling mist and the raging sand clashed, their brief exchange lasting only a blink of an eye. The sand then swept the mist back, obliquely obscuring the ground. 2 people fell from the sky, landing simultaneously in the square. Oh, the battle, which had been about to transform into elemental combat, instantly escalated into close quarters fighting. Mr. Bifa, the 2 instantly enveloped themselves in armament hockey, simultaneously transforming into blurs of motion as they engaged in a martial arts duel. After only a few rounds of fighting, Smoker was hit by sand. Crocodile sent him flying. In the original text, this character, who was brutally attacked by Virgo, is indeed no match for Crocodile, especially since she had returned to her sand maiden form. Crocodile, freeing her arms and body, had gained considerable strength. After following Whitebeard, she received even more guidance from him, and her armament hockey increased significantly. Her strength surpassing Smoker's was therefore quite reasonable. I can't take that much. Crocodile leapt up, her whole body lunging towards Smoker. With a flick of her slender thigh, her dress parted to reveal a large, well-defined thigh. In a majestic and powerful posture, she stamped her foot towards Smoker. Mr. Armament Hockey instantly spread through the sand. Crocodile on foot, kick it out with this one kick. Smoker wants a eunuch even if he doesn't die. Damn it. Smoker's cigar soon fell to the ground. He cursed, and though his words were slow, the action was swift. Smoker, with an inexplicable, miraculous roll, dodged a furious kick. Lone. Sir Crocodile's kick sent the ground crashing down, creating a deep crater, and for a moment, rocks and debris flew everywhere. Smoker raised his head, holding a strangely shaped weapon made of sea prism stone in his other hand, and suddenly thrust it towards the sand in front of Crocodile, piercing through him. Sea stone weapons are truly the nemesis of Logia-type devil fruit users. This one blow landed squarely on the sand, leaving an indelible scar on Crocodile's chest. Seriously, You're looking for death. Sand Crocodile suddenly unleashed an unprecedentedly terrifying aura, attacking in the direction Smoker had provoked her. A massive golden hook, suddenly hovering above powerful Hockey, advanced to meet Smoker's weapon. The two clashed fiercely once again, the swirling energy wreaking havoc, the intense sounds like bombs exploding incessantly. A moment later, the pathetic Smoker was covered in sand. Crocodile had sent him flying. Smoker had two hook-shaped wounds on his face, still bleeding. His navy coat was tattered. Both his legs were nearly severed. He looked utterly miserable. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a surge of tension in their hearts and returned to their sandy surroundings. Crocodile, indeed. Heartless, the Whitebeard Pirates versus the Marine headquarters. The Whitebeard Pirates emerged victorious from the start. Next up are two Logia-type Devil Fruit users, Smoker vs Sir Crocodile, and the Whitebeard Pirates emerged victorious. Smoker, having fallen out of the water, was struggling to survive, his body and soul stained with blood, under Whitebeard's tutelage. Sir Crocodile's daughter possessed relatively powerful armament Hockey, coupled with her extraordinary personal strength, almost overwhelmingly defeating Smoker, who was shrouded in smoke and mist. It's just that. The naval headquarters on this side is by no means weak in terms of loyalty and combat strength. As Smoker flew backward, several vice admirals immediately appeared. A burly, muscular man, approximately 7 meters tall, though not a giant, was still a supernatural being. When everyone saw this person come out onto the field, they immediately let out a cheer. He's from the terrifying West Sea Navy. Con 8. I heard he once wiped out a criminal family in the West Sea. It was an unconventional family in the West Sea, and yet Con 8, who had just joined the Navy, single-handedly annihilated them. Someone immediately recognized this person and let out a cry. Tisk, in an instant, it caused a group of people to simultaneously gasp in shock. Whether pirates or Marines, the West Sea is far more terrifying than the East Sea. A single person single-handedly fought and wiped out an entire criminal family. And that's even while still a rookie. That's enough to show its formidable strength. Upon arriving at headquarters, he gained Akanu's favor, and Akanu directly promoted him to Vice Admiral. Let me handle this. I'll twist your head off. The Khan let out 8 powerful, unusually loud, and utterly reckless roars, charging wildly towards Sir Crocodile. One strike is enough to deliver a fatal blow. Even though his opponent was a beautiful woman, this ruthless fighter showed no mercy or compassion, delivering deadly blows with every move, demonstrating a strength far surpassing Smoker's. That's not all. At this moment, as the 8 elite generals joined the battlefield, the remaining lieutenant generals from the 4 corners of the world also simultaneously launched their assault. Let's join forces and kill Sir Crocodile. Many of the lieutenant generals, completely lacking any sense of shame or decency, charged towards Sir Crocodile, intending to kill him. Cluck, cluck, ha ha ha. Come on, all of you. I might butcher all of you. Sir Crocodile, a woman of great stature, was no less fearless than any man, and afraid of even the slightest impending danger. His open voice and fearless personality bore a striking resemblance to Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates wouldn't let you fight alone, would they? Wow, before the words even faded, several captains of the Whitebeard pirates simultaneously launched their attacks, each displaying incredibly brave and formidable strength, not inferior in the slightest to a Marine headquarters Vice Admiral. Boom, 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 a brawl broke out, terrifying air currents rolled and churned, each collision unleashing a deafening explosion, sending rocks and debris flying, sound waves surging like ocean currents, and a piercing screech that sent shivers down one's spine. The Devil Fruit possesses true power, armament Hockey, Marine 6 styles, and extremely powerful taijutsu. The types of deadly moves clash. Let's kill them all together. Kill the Whitebeard pirates. It's revenge for our fallen comrades. Following closely behind, the naval forces launched a coordinated attack. Each blade gleamed with a cold, chilling light, and simultaneously they slashed and killed. The piercing screams of slaughter echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Boom, boom, boom. The Whitebeard pirates, one by one, stormed the Marine headquarters island. It's Whitebeard's father who's fighting. Each member of the Whitebeard pirates was filled with burning passion, fighting to the death. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Weapons are broken. Go and slaughter those arrogant pirates. Akainu and several of his admirals, who were preparing to become Grand Admirals, also simultaneously launched their attack. These were all part of Fujitora Eisho's plan, with Admiral Ryokugyu subsequently selecting a new admiral. Each of them possesses the strength of a Grand General. They just haven't officially become one yet. Boom, boom, boom. These individuals, with the strength of a naval admiral deployed, launched a surprise attack, immediately causing a loud explosion of thunderous blast of air around them, proving their formidable power. Fresh Flower Bridge. Once those guys joined the battlefield, even Sir Crocodile, along with the Whitebeard pirates' strongest warriors, would have to flee in the meantime. Your opponent is right here. Marco's entire body was engulfed in a fierce, pale blue flame, his fiery wings vibrating as he charged straight towards a rising admiral. Don't forget we're the Whitebeard pirates. Although Diamond George lost an arm in the Summit War, his strength not only didn't diminish a year later, but actually increased significantly, especially his armament hockey, which improved dramatically. Talking is pointless, just kill. Hokum Vista wielded his sword with both hands, unleashing streams of sword energy that could kill. Follow suit. The strongest squad leaders will all move out simultaneously. Discrimination against a naval officer preparing to become a Grand Admiral? These pirates, who were top-ranking squad leaders, had their strength greatly increased during their year-long escape after the Summit War, becoming even more deadly in battle. Not only that, they also followed Whitebeard to the epic Battle of the Golden City, and were subsequently trained by him, further enhancing their power during the Great Battle of the Golden City, which resulted in the formation of the magnificent and harmonious battleship. The entire Whitebeard pirates' fighting power was greatly enhanced, especially those top-tier combatants at the head of the squad leaders. There are no squad leaders, and the daughter of the cat, Crocodile, wait a moment. They are naturally gifted under Whitebeard's dedicated guidance and training. His strength was constantly honed, reaching the ultimate level of perfection. Their fighting spirit has become even stronger. George Diamond could be very tough against a Navy admiral preparing for battle. This is also the best way to clarify. Ket, when a battle between two terrifyingly powerful generals erupts, even the air is torn apart. The ground is riddled with bottomless fissures, and the deafening roar is like a destructive, boundless thunderclap. Marco, we finally meet again. A man in a righteous cloak, a burly, bearded figure, stands against Marco. It's slow to say, but it happens very quickly. The two instantly clashed, a blue flame, like a raging sea wave, crashing down on the burly man, with his incredibly powerful armament hockey. This bearded Marine Admiral was instantly enveloped in it. Despite the raging flames engulfing his entire body, he was completely unharmed. Boom, boom, boom. Not only that, this burly man took the opportunity to transform into a gigantic creature. Oh my god! A terrifying 9-0 giant ape! The demon Zoan type truly has fake abilities. Seeing this scene from afar, everyone was simultaneously terrified, and each of them involuntarily let out a cry of shock. He's a member of the Beast Pirates. He was originally the next captain of the Beast Pirates flag. Finally, someone realized it. That's not right. Given Marshal Sakazuki's personality, how could he possibly allow a figure of the rank of captain from the Beast Pirates to join the Navy? Many people express skepticism, arguing that even Akainu, with his absolutely righteous and steadfast character, wouldn't allow something like this to happen. That's because he joined the Navy and slaughtered all the pirates under his banner. A pirate crew of about 100 people. He killed them all. The other men continued to explain, saying that as the manuscript writer, he had somehow obtained the truth and spoke with a trembling voice. This individual, a descendant of the Beast Pirates under the banner of the Whitebeard Pirates captain, was driven by revenge. Enduring hardship and humiliation, he sacrificed his own limbs, joined the Marines, and risked his life to gain Akainu's favor, becoming a prospective admiral candidate, all to witness firsthand the annihilation of the Whitebeard Pirates. Humph! Someone on the other side snorted coldly. Akainu is Whitebeard. It's not surprising that he uses any means necessary. This person was afraid that Akainu harbored resentment, And yet, in front of everyone, he spoke ill of Akainu. But at this moment, no one dared to confront him. Because seeing is believing. It's noisy. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. At this moment, they finally understood that this war was far from being as simple as it seemed. I never thought you'd join the Marines. That's a huge insult to Kadu. Ha ha ha. Marco's fighting spirit soared, his body engulfed in pale blue flames. Suddenly, with a swoosh, a long, blazing sword formed from fire, and he abruptly slashed at the ferocious giant ape. Just by joining the Navy, you can witness firsthand the destruction of the Whitebeard pirates. This is truly something that makes one feel incredibly excited just thinking about it. Boom, boom, boom. The giant swung his massive fist, enveloped in swirling hockey, and slammed it towards Marco. The atmosphere was agitated, with loud bangs and explosions erupting from one another. I'm afraid you'll never see that day, because Father will lead us to flatten the Navy headquarters. Marco used his blazing sword to counter the giant ape's punch, his wings flapping as he countered, aiming for the ape's head. Coming from the beast pirates under the banner of Captain Giant, he let out a long roar. Kia's voice, filled with rage, shook the entire world. This person was fortunate enough not to have participated in that battle between the beast pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, a pirate captain. He joined the Navy, gained Akainu's favor, and, aspiring to become a Marine admiral, endured hardship and personally killed over 100 pirates who followed him. All of this is revenge against the Whitebeard pirates. He was absolutely certain that in this world, only the Marine headquarters could destroy the Whitebeard pirates. He wanted to witness this scene firsthand. That's why we must endure hardship and bear the burden. Akainu watched Marco and the giant ape wreak havoc in their battle. His expression unchanged, but inwardly he sneered coldly. Don't joke around, you self-righteous pirate. I only wanted to use you to deplete the Whitebeard pirates' fighting power. Making you a potential admiral candidate was just to make you work even harder. This idiot initially joined the Navy only to personally kill his own pirate crew. Akainu had a sudden flash of inspiration and immediately offered him a spot in the Marines, treating him equally on the surface, even making him risk his life for him. And the giant certainly didn't disappoint Akainu. During his time in the Marines, he went on a rampage, slaughtering pirates in the New World. This kind of fool is unworthy of being my subordinate. This battle is over. You can go die now. Akainu chuckled to himself. He only needed to show a little bit of respect, and the giant ape would risk its life hunting down pirates. Using pirates to eliminate pirates truly saved Akainu a lot of trouble. A person whose eyes are blinded by hatred when facing a mortal enemy can unleash an immense fighting power. Akainu is taking advantage of this very point. This individual, a member of the beast pirates under the Zoan demon type, is indeed a fake ability user. When facing Marco, his eyes turned bloodshot with hatred, becoming incredibly terrifying. The only unexpected thing about Akainu was 3.3. Marco's strength is far greater than it was during the Summit War. Boom, boom, boom. Horrific battles raged incessantly, each clash shaking the earth, sending countless ruins swirling in all directions. At this moment, the whole world is paying attention. Everyone's eyes are focused on this earth-shattering, terrifying battle. Any change, however small, on the battlefield will attract worldwide attention. Akainu, you little brat. Don't tell me that's all you've got. That being said, the Navy headquarters might not be able to handle it. Whitebeard's voice, like a thunderous explosion, echoed throughout the entire Marine headquarters, lingering for a long time. Boom, boom, boom. Many sailors felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, along with dizziness and lightheadedness. This is the real threat. Just like the original text in Zora's Snow Woman slash, the force of the blow was enough to render the Snow Woman completely immobile. In front of so many Marines, and given the current situation, as soon as Whitebeard spoke, all the Marines at Marine headquarters trembled in unison. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates, under the pirate flag, were deeply shaken, their blood boiling with excitement, and each of their swords lashed out. Whitebeard, don't get too excited too soon. This isn't your era anymore. Before Akainu's words had even finished, a team of powerful warriors suddenly emerged from the other side. Their bodies were smooth and gleaming, with a metallic sheen flowing across them. Each of them had eyes that shot out a golden light, and their entire being exuded a cold, ruthless aura. Their appearances were exactly the same as Kuman, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Pacifista. Many people became impressed. Apparently, the battle at Golden City resulted in the estimated loss of hundreds of Pacifista. Even Momomaro was knocked out on the spot by Whitebeard. I never imagined that in such a short time, the Navy headquarters could once again deploy such a large number of Pacifista. From the undisputed world's greatest scientist, Vegapunk, to the Pacifista, they are absolutely a super powerful weapon on the battlefield. Calling them human weapon figures is not an exaggeration at all, cold and ruthless, completely devoid of any feeling of pain, yet possessing a natural, agile fighting ability similar to that of humans. Once focused on an enemy, there are only 2 outcomes: either fight until the enemy is completely annihilated, or self-destruction. Vegapunk, a terrifying figure behind the scenes, a scientist. Some people admire him for that. This type of humanoid weapon is truly insane. Its defensive capabilities are abnormally powerful, its destructive force is terrifying, and it even has an extremely dangerous laser. Hehe! Everyone here shouted in unison, Whitebeard, the captain of the ship of myriad forms. In the harmonious setting above, the monstrous Gecko Moria, who had grown into a demon, then appeared. With a fiery red hairstyle, Moria grew into a devilish figure. His forehead arched into 2 long, angular teeth. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and dressed entirely in black. His whole demeanor dark and terrifying. Moria just jumped straight down like that. He didn't wait for anyone to shout. Suddenly, a figure with an enormous size, resembling a raging flood or a ferocious beast, leapt down from the deck of the ship with a thunderous roar behind Gecko Moria. He had a tall, imposing physique, long black hair that cascaded over his shoulders, a pair of sideburns, and a long, dragon-like beard-like growth around his mouth. He also had a scale-shaped tattoo on his left arm. Just like the figures of gods and demons throughout history, their appearance immediately caused a stir. The 4 emperors Kaido. At this moment, upon seeing this figure appear, countless people became agitated. Kaido has turned into a zombie. Not only that, it's even more effective against Whitebeard under his banner. More and more people became impressed. Never before had anyone imagined that Kaido, the most ferocious of the 4 emperors, the supposedly immortal and terrifying figure, the one whose name struck fear into everyone's hearts, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, the king of beasts who swept through the new world, would ultimately end up as a zombie under Whitebeard's command. I heard that Whitebeard intentionally left Kaido's body intact. Initially, so many people didn't understand. Now, looking back, Whitebeard had planned everything perfectly from the start. Is it real or fake? Someone shouted like that, boom, boom, boom. Gecko Moria brought the zombie Kaido onto the field, immediately unleashing a whirlwind of energy that swept away all the fallen leaves, overwhelming the opponent and sweeping away many pacifistas. Gecko Moria, under the banner of the zombies, is categorized according to strength into animal zombies, terrifying zombies, soldier zombies, general zombies, special zombies, and the strongest zombie, Kaido. Except for Kaido, who was out there, the remaining zombies annihilated the Marine Vanguard, all of them sacrificing themselves, even though Kaido was just one of his subordinates. After Moria himself joined the battlefield, he unleashed an incredibly terrifying fighting power that sent chills down people's spines. The fighting became even more terrifying. The entire island, like the vast ocean, was tossed about on a small boat, rocking violently, as if experiencing a supersized earthquake. You should know. How enormous is it to be able to establish a naval headquarters on an island? It's like a single, massive continent, but even so, in such a terrible battle, he still staggered and nearly fell. This battle was incredibly fierce, but you can only imagine how terrifying it truly was. Ba ba ba. On the battlefield, suddenly appeared figures shrouded in black robes, their heads covered in assassin masks. The world of governments under the banner of assassination structures. There were people who worked through government agencies all over the world, he said with a sigh. A single stone can stir up towering waves. For a moment, everyone became awe-inspiring. When it comes to directly confronting pirates on the battlefield, it's always the Navy headquarters that takes the lead. The truth is, no one has forgotten that the real power behind the scenes is the world government. Especially when it comes to the former CP structure. It makes the listener's face turn pale. Just hearing about the organizational structure sends shivers down their spine. No one truly knows how many government structures exist in the world, or how terrifying they are. Money, yes, that's it. The fact that the world government could stand tall at the top of the world for 500 years without ever being overthrown gives a clear indication of just how powerful the forces under its control truly are. This battle isn't just the Navy headquarters, the 4C warriors vs the Whitebeard pirates. The more government-affiliated forces participate, the more likely it is. When that assassin appeared, everyone in the world was struck with awe. No wonder Akainu is so confident. At this moment, everyone was expressing the same sentiment. They've been stubbornly staying behind the scenes of the world government. Will they finally reveal their true fangs? Whitebeard, his tall, straight figure and sword in hand, observed the battlefield below and spoke these words. The world is in turmoil. The world of government forces has finally been revealed. Kia is incredibly intricate and densely packed, much like Deadpool's assassination plot, openly revealing to the world that the CP spy organization is nothing more than the iceberg force directly under the world government. Ikaku, with their in-depth knowledge of espionage and intelligence gathering, coupled with their extraordinary combat power and heaven-defying spiritual power. One can only imagine how terrifying a true assassination organization can be. At this moment, countless pirates trembled all over, feeling a chill run down their spines. What exactly does the Whitebeard pirates want to do in this situation? Many people couldn't help but let out a small gasp. Some people secretly lamented, thinking that even a powerful force like the Whitebeard pirates couldn't possibly challenge the Marine headquarters or the world government. There were also people from the Whitebeard pirates who were worried. Why on earth would Whitebeard deliberately want to attack the Marine headquarters? That's right. There's no logic in doing it just for revenge against Akainu. Initially, during the Battle of O217, Whitebeard rescued Firefist Ace, and that's understandable. But now, if it's merely about giving the world government a show of force, retaliating against Marine headquarters, eliminating Admiral Akainu, wouldn't it be about finding an opportunity for Akainu to leave Marine headquarters and kill him? That's right. There's absolutely no need for such a massive conflict, such huge expenses and risks, and the enormous risk of the Whitebeard pirates being completely wiped out to attack the Marine headquarters. Seeing the world government's subordinate forces display such terrifying power, countless people began to doubt the Whitebeard pirates' decision this time. No one could explain why Whitebeard insisted on deliberately attacking the Marine headquarters. Some even argue that it was entirely because Whitebeard was insane, because Whitebeard was so domineering. Attacking the Marine headquarters, crushing the Marine headquarters, that's Whitebeard's consistent style. Someone said that, BCBB, I didn't see it that way. Maybe it's because Whitebeard is too arrogant. The Whitebeard pirates are too reckless. That's why they would so brazenly declare they'll flatten the Marine headquarters. Some people were secretly sneering. Some originally belonged to the Beast Pirates under their banner. Others originally belonged to the pirate crew under their aunt's banner. All of them having lost their protection because of Whitebeard, and therefore could no longer run rampant in this turbulent new world. Hence their cold laughter. They hoped to see the Whitebeard pirates destroyed. They had even done a good job of preparing to throw stones into the well. Ultimately, no one but Whitebeard knows why he deliberately wanted to flatten the Marine headquarters. The Whitebeard pirates were a large group of pirates who didn't care about anything else. As long as Whitebeard gave the word, they would be the first to attack O'Hara. It's Whitebeard's father who's fighting. These words alone are enough to override all other arguments. More government-affiliated forces around the world are joining the battlefield. The entire battlefield began to tilt in favor of the Navy, putting the Whitebeard pirates at an increasing disadvantage. But right now, you little brats, I haven't even laid a hand on you yet. Shiki, the golden lion, with his long, flowing golden hair, his sleeves billowing and radiating an imposing aura, descended. I'm still here. What exactly are you all so confident about? Bang! Suddenly, from the other side, Count Patrick Redfield descended, followed by thousands of blood-colored bats, obscuring the sky and covering the entire aerial battlefield. The sky was filled with blood-red bats, like a blood mist obscuring the heavens. A terrifying sight beyond measure. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but become agitated, and their expressions changed drastically. With just his own strength, he's on par with Pirate King Roger, a truly terrifying character. He's obtained a Zoan-type mythical creature, a bat form Patrick Redfield. Many people felt their scalps tingle and broke out in cold sweat. Patrick Redfield can restore his strength by absorbing the fresh blood of the battlefield. This is truly a bug. A form of existence. Whitebeard is not on duty. At this moment, even more people are becoming impressed. Shiki the Golden Lion, Count Patrick Redfield. They were all pirate kings of their time. Legendary pirates on par with Pirate King Roger. This is Whitebeard without his squad. With Shiki the Golden Lion and Patrick the Red Count joining the battlefield, those assassins from the world government's affiliated organization failed to gain any advantage. Not only that, but they began to fall one after another under the terrifying bloodbath. The war has once again taken a dramatic turn for the worse. This battle was terrifying. And once again it sent shivers down the spines of the entire world. That's terrible. It's not just the Marine headquarters that has a trump card. It's not just Akainu who has confidence. The Whitebeard pirates also have confidence and a trump card. At this moment, the whole world is in a state of turmoil and fear. Those pirates who had been secretly laughing at the same time now felt a chill run down their spines. Fear arises in the mind. Only now do they understand clearly. Whitebeard, they absolutely couldn't have anticipated such a terrifying character. Whitebeard appeared calm and composed, which made Akainu feel a little uneasy. In fact, Akainu still had one more card up his sleeve, but he hadn't used it yet, because it was a double-edged sword that would cause mutual destruction. Akainu wanted to save it for the very end before deciding whether or not to use that trump card. But Whitebeard on this side similarly has a trump card up his sleeve, and what's more, it's a trump card. He spent so much thought and effort creating this magnificent, harmonious vessel, concealing numerous secret weapons capable of shaking the entire world. Of course, Whitebeard had no intention of using his current power because there was still a world government and the 5 elders waiting for him. Such a huge risk, one that threatens to destroy the Marine headquarters, is naturally not just about killing Akainu, not just about threatening this world, but also has a much more important reason. It's just that no one else knows _a. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The raging sea breeze whipped Whitebeard's white cloak. His sword held high as he stood on the deck of the magnificent ship, observing the frenzied battlefield. His gaze shifted to Akainu, his crescent-shaped white beard slightly raised. Akainu, you little brat. It's time to settle the score between us. Today, your head will be taken by me. Whitebeard made his move, his sword suddenly slashing through the air. In an instant, a terrifying, violent sound, as if unleashing a thunderous explosion, erupted, causing a deafening roar that shook the heavens and earth. All that could be seen was a single flash from below, tracing a long, dark red line. This attack tore through the air, emitting a deafening roar, and with terrifying speed. It devastated Akainu. This attack possesses an incredibly terrifying destructive power. Even the air seems to catch fire, as if the heavens and earth are cracking apart, leaving only this attack behind. Edward Newgate, your era will be brought to an end by me. Akainu didn't retreat but advanced. He wasn't afraid at all. Suddenly, a fist was thrown. This right is rather terrifying. With a single punch, the surging, boiling lava suddenly erupted outwards, illuminating the sky and earth. Great fire eruption. This move is incredibly powerful, far surpassing what could be used in a summit battle, and significantly more effective for over a year now. Or even 2 years in between, Akainu's power has increased significantly to terrifying attacks classed in midair. It exploded violently in an instant. The air was burning red, boiling like oil. Ready to explode in an instant, countless fragments of molten lava flew out, like a torrential rain of lava. And at the same time, A torrential inferno swept outwards. Lava rain, a torrential downpour of flames. For a moment, the noise was incessant in my ears. The situation is absolutely terrible. From afar, everyone was watching the battle, and those watching the global fight through their phone screens were all holding their breath at this moment, staring intently at the battle between Whitebeard and Akainu. Seeing Whitebeard and Akainu clash in such a powerful explosion in an instant, the terrifying scene of the blast, the tearing air filled with fire and lava, the deafening roar, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. This battle, the most horrific point of combat, has erupted. The whole world is taking notice. It could be called a battle that captivated the entire world. Whitebeard versus Akainu, a clash of epic proportions. This battle, which had been eagerly anticipated, has finally reached its climax. Everyone became extremely attentive. Whitebeard and Akainu have been enemies for a long time. After Whitebeard's resurrection, Akainu relentlessly sent troops to besiege him, but Whitebeard repeatedly thwarted their attempts, which completely enraged Whitebeard. Akainu, with his unwavering commitment to justice, had long considered Whitebeard a thorn in his side, a great pirate he was determined to eliminate. They are not merely representatives of personal grudges and animosities. Whitebeard could even be called the representative pirate of the entire world. Akainu is the representative of the world government, the representative of the entire Navy. The battle between these two was a true representation of a fight between the Navy and pirates. The blazing fruit is countered by the lava fruit. So why is it that Akainu's lava attack was still instantly killed by Whitebeard using the blazing fire fruit ability of his sword? Everyone looked up, gazing at the countless dense, tangled masses of lava roaring down, and couldn't help but cry out in astonishment. This is also where Akainu is confident. He faced Whitebeard's blazing flame slash attack without any fear because the lava fruit completely countered the blazing flame fruit. Like a superior subordinate relationship, a tight restraint. However, the fact that his own great flame breath was instantly shattered by Whitebeard's blazing flame slash caused Akainu's eyes to twist in surprise. He seemed to have discovered even more things. Edward Newgate's slashing attack. There's something strange about it. Akainu's face showed a serious expression. He believed that Whitebeard was using his slashing attack to compensate for the blazing fire fruit's insufficient power. Anyway, the title of the world's greatest swordsman has fallen to Whitebeard. Although Akainu became serious, he was still as fearless as ever, confronting Whitebeard head-on. Whitebeard, wielding his sword, suddenly leapt from high above the ship, landing with a swift, powerful swing of his blade, ferociously and ruthlessly striking down Akainu. With your meager strength, you're only fit to light candles at a birthday party, you lava brat. Accompanied by a terrifying, violent roar, Whitebeard's unrestrained and domineering voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire island. Sound waves recoil, creating vibrations throughout the heavens and earth. For a moment, everyone's expressions changed. Again, you're calling Akainu a mere lava candle, you little brat. Everyone was filled with admiration. To dare address Akainu like that in this world, apart from Whitebeard, I doubt anyone is that arrogant. Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The Navy is the most powerful fighting force, known as the dominant element at birthday parties. The little candlestick is the key to control the atmosphere. This is so frustrating that it shocks people. Akainu heard Whitebeard say 717, and his face instantly turned ashen. Boom boom boom. As Whitebeard, wielding his sword, swooped down from the air and struck, a terrifying explosion erupted. Whitebeard slashed downwards at Akainu, leaving a long trail in the air, countless energy blasts wreaking havoc, the air roaring like a long line. Edward Newgate. Akainu let out a long roar, and in an instant unleashed 9 punches. Each punch unleashed a torrent of molten lava. The lava flowed a fiery red, boiling and surging, causing the air to boil as well, with plumes of white smoke rising from it. Each stream of lava possessed astonishing destructive power. For a brief moment, it was like a volcanic eruption. A scene of boundless horror. Boom, the sword's blade shattered the heavens, like a comet colliding with the earth, leaving a long trail as it slammed down with a thunderous roar. Just a second before the sword strike was about to descend into the lava with a loud roar, An irresistible surge of armament hockey instantly enveloped the sword, transforming it into a pitch-black abyss. The blade, upon being received, emitted a terrifying, ominous glow that made people dare not breathe heavily. Whoosh! As the sword slashed down, 9 streams of boiling lava erupted, responding to the sound of being shattered. And all of them recoiled, instantly filling the sky with molten lava. Akainu's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that after unleashing 9 incredibly powerful punches, he would be killed by Whitebeard with a single sword strike. It seems Whitebeard's swordsmanship isn't just an empty reputation. Akainu's expression turned ferocious. As the lava flew backward, he suddenly leapt up, using the Marine 6 style's Geppu technique, and launched a surprise attack on Whitebeard. Akainu's speed was neither fast nor slow, yet he carried an incredibly terrifying aura. The Navy headquarters is the most powerful fighting force. The power that belongs to this world truly makes one of the strongest individuals. During his youth, he was known as the devilish genius of the Navy. After becoming the Marine headquarters admiral, Akainu became even more terrifyingly calm and cunning. But what people didn't know was that his strength had also increased. Whitebeard's devastating slash came crashing down, instantly splitting Akainu's original dwelling with a terrifying, bottomless crack, sending dust and debris flying into the air, and shockwaves like flipping pages spread out from the tilted area. In the swirling dust, Akainu quickly leaned on Geppu, leaping up and down, circling around Whitebeard from behind. He's starting to avoid the issue again. Whitebeard smiled faintly. If it were Akainu from before, he might have chosen to confront him head-on a second time. Unexpectedly, in less than 2 years, Akainu's fighting style and choices had changed somewhat, which truly surprised Whitebeard a little, but it was just right. The stronger Akainu became, the more Whitebeard looked forward to it. If Akainu were truly as weak as scum, Whitebeard wouldn't even have the slightest interest in fighting him, to put it simply. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. Whitebeard swung his sword down, then suddenly swung his right fist, his body swayed, and he spun around to deliver a punch, engaging Akainu in combat. East. Their fists collided, and the air instantly vibrated as if shaking violently. The more it emitted, the more terrifying and ear-piercing the sound became. Whitebeard, beneath the surface of the earth, emitted a creaking sound as he instantly departed. And Akainu was instantly sent flying away after that one punch. Like a swirling vortex of ocean waves, it carried Akainu flying outwards. Martial. Many sailors were astonished by this. They didn't expect Akainu to be instantly knocked flying. Akainu was flying backward when, suddenly, his body twisted in midair. Just as he was about to crash to the ground, he bent over and fell, leaving a long trail on the ground. Dust then rose up, forming a long cloud of dust. However, Akainu is considered relatively stable, a powerful force. Even without injuries, Akainu's internal energy and blood were surging uncontrollably, causing him to suddenly feel shock and be astonished by Whitebeard's power. Very good. 3.1. Whitebeard let out a casual laugh, and his imposing, towering figure suddenly lunged forward. Hey! Akainu let out a loud shout, his entire body surging with power, and in an instant, he shot up from the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Akainu left, in the blink of an eye, Whitebeard's terrifying figure instantly swooped down. Ken ket ket. Suddenly, the ground collapsed, countless dense rocks and debris scattered outwards, accompanied by a cloud of smoke rising into the air, and a huge crater appeared. If Akainu had been even a second slower than Jingli had opened that place, he would have been instantly annihilated by Whitebeard, smashed into dust and sent crashing into the depths of the earth.